Welcome, everybody. Welcome to the PulpMX show. It's Tuesday, June 18th, 5 p.m. Pacific. Coming at you. Thanks for watching and listening, man. 702-586-7857. You want to call in and talk some High Point National. Maybe you want to talk some MXGP in Majora, because I was there. Yeah, that's right. Lots to get into tonight on the show, man. From the High Point races to MXGP. Got a couple of my buddies in here as co-hosts, so we're going to dive right into it. Really looking forward to a great show tonight. Phil Nicoletti will be on. Perhaps you've heard of this gentleman. Pulling hole shots, left, right, and center. Our guy Phil will be calling in. Dean Wilson as well. Like to talk to Dean about what he's doing. He raced down in Manjimup, down in Australia. And, of course, he raced the National at Paula. We'll talk to him a little bit about that and more. Team Green Sensation Canadian Moto winner Drew Adams will call in tonight. Drew Adams is up in Canada, and we'll talk to Drew about what he's been doing, how it's been going, and what his plans are for the rest of the series and Loretta's and all of that stuff. And then MXGP veteran Calvin Vlaanderen as well. He's a monster Yamaha rider, really riding well this year. And we'll talk to Vlaanderen about the season and MXGP in general and more. So thanks again for watching and listening. Use the codes on PulpMXShow.com to save. So, yeah, all the codes, things to save, whether it's Guts Racing, whether it's Works Connection, whether it's WUSA, Atlas Brace, Race Tech, all those guys, the codes are there to save with the folks at all those companies that support us. So you should support them because they support us and we support the show, and you support the show. All right, 702-586-7857. Give us a call. Let's talk moto. Thank you to motorsport.com, Fly Racing, Decal Works, X Brand Goggles, Race Tech, Renthal, Michelin Motorcycle Tires, Acherbys, Firepower, Maxima USA, OGO Power Sports, Pro Filter, FMF, Guts Racing, Renegade Race Fuels, Atlas Neck Brace, Works Connection, MotorcycleIndustryJobs.com, Get Data, WUSA, Wiseco Piston, Rocky Ridge Trucks, Factory Chassis Parts, MTX Braking, Troll Training, Ethica, and new tonight, Luxon Clamps. Yeah, Luxon Clamps used by the guys at Club MX and some more teams out there, riders as well. Luxon Clamps, I'll tell you more about them later on. But thank you to those guys for coming on. And there's a code to save with LuxonMX.com as well. So, yeah, thanks to those guys for coming on board. Like I said, Drew Adams, Vlaanderen, Dean Wilson, Phil Nicoletti, JT as well will be on. And before we get too far into this, I want to wish my friend, Chris Kiefer, happy birthday. Happy birthday to my friend, Chris Kiefer. I hope it's his best one yet. I hope he gets a big birthday cake with lots of candles. And maybe Heather can blow them. Or blow the candles. Sorry. All right. In the studio from Moto Online and Start Your Systems, Kellen Brauer. What's up, buddy? How are you?
I'm pretty good, Steve. How are you?
Thanks for coming in.
Thanks for having me on this Tuesday evening.
Yes, a very special Tuesday. Well, we wanted to avoid the Pony Pod. They were on Mondays.
Yeah, don't want to step on their toes.
We don't want to step on the Pony Pod show, so we moved it to Tuesday, and I think it's going to work out well. Also in studio from Vital MX, he was with me in Majora, Italy this past weekend. We were real buddies, roomed together, went to the races together, went to dinner together. The Lewis Phillips. G'day, mate.
Hello.
How are you?
May I just say, it looks like you've lost some weight.
Thank you. Thank you.
Very impressed.
We'll get into that.
Yep.
Jet lag still hitting you hard, or how we doing?
It's okay for now.
Yeah. I was a fucking disaster yesterday. Like, I went to bed at 8 p.m. and I mean I was out of it. Just Pookie went and picked you up at the airport.
Yep.
Brought you back here at like 9.
Yeah.
So an hour and a half later, she's back home. I hear her come home. It seemed like 6 hours later when she got in home. I was done.
Yeah, when I got on my second flight from Atlanta to Vegas, I passed out and I have no memory of any part of that flight. I woke up and we were landing and I was so like disorientated because I didn't know we took off. Yeah, not good.
I've been to so many destinations and GPs over the years, and I don't know why, and maybe just because I'm older. I mean, we know the last GP we went to was quite a while ago.
Yep.
Chad Reed was racing. This one seemed hard, man. The jet lag.
Well, it's the first time I've done like your program of just going to Europe for a weekend.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, and it's not the easiest.
It is not. And so we'll talk. We got a lot of stories. Some of it about the race.
We've got like 17 rants for you to get through.
Yes.
We were attacked. You were bored to death. You were outraged at my hosting skills.
Yeah.
Impressed by my knowledge.
Angry at the roundabout. discussion.
That was maybe our most heated moment.
Yeah, it was lots to get into, but obviously High Point is probably the number one thing that we need to talk about. Again, 702-586-PULP. Give us a call. And, we got lots to get into. Kellen, you weren't at High Point this weekend. You've been to going to most of the races or all the races. You weren't at High Point this weekend, but, we all watched it, right? Hey, don't forget, by the way, taking your calls over there in the corner, holding things down. He's got an e-bike now. He borrowed an e-bike, a Taser, and he is, grinding out there. Tallon Taylor.
We'll have to talk to Tits about me having an e-bike now, but
So
if he wants to give it to me, I'll keep it. But
you've ridden it twice?
I've ridden it more than twice, but on actual rides twice.
Twice on trails.
Yeah, twice on trails.
He's counting one of his rides as he rode around the street.
Is it a requirement to be in that seat that you have to be an e-bike enthusiast too? Or
No, because Tits is not really an enthusiast.
Okay.
He just has one.
Yeah.
Tits is an enthusiast about anything other than golf and vacations.
It's just a more fun way of working out than actually like going to the gym.
Did you take my advice about an hour?
I did. I made sure to stay out there for an hour.
Yeah.
What's the advice about an hour?
Alden Baker told me when I was first getting into it.
Yep.
I was asking him about riding an e-bike and everything else. He was fine with the e-bike part of it. He said, look, mate, I think he said, mate, anything under than an hour, you're wasting your time. Like, this is when I was quite heavier.
Yep.
And I was.
You have lost some weight.
Fuck me. So it was a struggle. Like an hour, up and down hills out here in Vegas. It's not flat, right? Everything you're going up. Alden's like, anything less than an hour, you're wasting your time. And I'm like, fuck. Like, especially early on. So I've always kept that in my head. Like, Alden's like, an hour is minimum. So when Tallon was borrowing Tits' bike, I said, you need to do an hour. So.
Trainer to the stars. So
we've done an hour.
We did 2 hours.
Wow.
Just broken up into 2 different rides.
Okay. Okay. All right. Also working the cameras over there. He's in for the full show. He's behind it. He's gonna see if he can take Mark's job and just propel himself even higher, like Creed, take you higher. It's producer Nick. What's up, Nick? How are you?
New guy checking in.
Yep.
I need to get an e-bike.
Yeah. You got to get an e-bike. That's prerequisite for working here. You got everything? Like Mark's is.
I think so. Yeah.
Mark's
might be a little bumpy ride, but yeah, I had a good pilot here to help me.
It seemed like Mark's was telling you a lot of stuff. I don't know what's involved over there, but it seems like a lot.
We're juggling a lot of stuff. Yeah, but I've got good instructions, so it should be a smooth ride.
It's because Marks was teaching him how to access for Pulp offshore accounts.
yes. Here's how we hack
we
Steve.
put money here and we launder it here.
Yeah. Here's how we hack Steve, and here's his bank account, and or it's they're all in cahoots with each other to make their jobs look really hard.
Yeah.
So that they get paid more money and stuff. So by the way, Lewis Phillips brought to you by the folks at Decal Works. PulpMX 24, also a vital sponsor, I believe.
Decal Works do a lot with my content, so I like Decal Works.
All right, we like Decal Works. Brought to you by the folks at Decal Works. PulpMX 24 is the code to save. Chase Sexton using Decal MX on his Red Bull KTM.
That's the greatest promotion a brand can ever have.
I have so much to talk to you about. We got to talk about Lewis and Jeffrey.
Oh,
Lewis in his head.
Lewis and Sewer. Lewis and Prado.
It was a lot. But Decal Works, thank you to those guys. They can design your graphics, move logos around, give you backgrounds, all of that stuff. DecalMX.com, the code to save. And, great company, great guys, and they're bringing you Lewis Phillips here tonight. Okay, High Point. Let's talk High Point before we come up with Phil. It's coming up here on the show. And
are you kidding me?
Let's go with this. Deegs or 450s? Kellen, you pick. Those are the stories.
Let's start Deegs. Let's go in hot tonight.
I mean, look, I'll talk about Time Master Pool. We'll get into that, Mitch Payton, all that. That's a great story. Fuck me, man.
Yeah.
like Deegs' Hangtown Moto 1 was impressive. Good job. He is by far the best rider in this class. There's no one else in this class that has ever done what he has done in these 3 motos, sorry. Hangtown first one, both of these. He went down Moto 2. He made up 6 seconds in 1 lap in Moto 2. He did 2 2:10s in Moto 1 at the end. Unreal.
Yeah, I mean, impressive as hell because both motos, I think it was about halfway. The second moto was, I think, a little bit closer, but halfway I was like, no way. Like, there's no way he's going to get to the front of either of these motos. And he almost did it in both of them. He won the first moto, probably maybe 2-3 more turns, he wins the second moto too.
Another lap
yeah,
for sure.
Another lap for sure. I think what he alluded to in the press conference as well was doing it in the first moto. He learned so much about the lines and the opportunities and where you can pass guys that he used that to his advantage in the second moto. Because I think he had to pass more guys in the second moto as well. So that probably helped him conserve energy, make the passes in the right spots and all that stuff like that. But either way, like if you just watched him ride, hanging off the bike, balls to the walls, like just pushing everywhere on the racetrack.
How does anyone win this title other than him? I mean, other than injury.
You're pretty hard pressed now at this point.
That's it. I mean, he is so much better than these dudes. I'm impressed. Like, I mean, obviously we were impressed before, but this guy really put his stamp on this thing. Yeah,
I was just going to say, if you do title percentages at this point, are you like you're like 96 and then 111?
90 and maybe 3% for Vial. Like, I'll still hold the Vial train. He's very good at Southwick coming up, right? Deeks isn't great at Southwick, but I mean, come on.
Here's my question with Deegan though: is that he hangs it out. There's no question about it. He's riding a little bit, erratic, but he's very good at keeping it under control. Do we not think that at some point that has to mean a moment, a big crash?
Yeah,
I know he had the helicopter thing, but like
that was it.
I'm just saying, like something drastic that could put him out of moto, damage the bike, something.
If I'm Brian or the team, I'm like, hey, bro, you got this at 95%.
Right.
You got this. Just, it's it's great.
Yeah, like at this point, he's ticked every box. One from the front, one from behind. West Coast, East Coast.
Fast
Southwick.
Qualifier. Yeah, fast qualifier. He did that this weekend.
What did he do at Southwick last year? I can't remember.
I don't remember, but I don't think it was great.
No, I know he's at the Wick today. He put that on Instagram.
Yep.
But he will be fine there. Like, I don't think we expect him to win, do we?
I mean, look, he's got elite fitness, and that'll get him through at Southwick no matter what.
I mean, if he wins Southwick, then it's officially over.
Right. I try to remember the last time we saw somebody do this, and I mean being 5 seconds a lap quicker, and all I could come up with was Baggett. Baggett 250 Pro Circuit days.
Yeah.
Has there been anybody else that kind of,
Not really. Not to that level, I don't think.
I mean,
because I feel like if you go back to Jet, for example, in the 250 days, when did he have bad starts that were just charged through the field type of moto wins? Like, it was super rare, and now
Jet's riding style has gotten better on 450.
Exactly.
He wasn't that's good on 250s.
But I'm saying, like, Deegan, he gets good starts, but I feel like he's had so many of these examples now of having to just go through guys, make these crazy passes, round the outside, whatever it is, and we're just seeing it on repeat that you're just like, this is the norm out of him now at this point.
It's great. Great job. And really impressive.
He went 4:10 at Southwick last year.
Okay.
Probably worse than I remember, I'd say.
Yeah.
But still, I mean, 4:10 in this field with this series lead, like, that's fine.
Yeah.
That's not going to blow it for him.
It was impressive, man. I mean, look, that track was brutal. Everybody I talked to and texted with was like, and our guy Phil had some thoughts on the track on Twitter, so we'll talk about that.
I'm sure they were positive.
Yeah, they're very positive. This was the type of track where you could make up that kind of time, right? Where the lines and the ruts and the everything else, and like it seemed like, hey, I'm going to go on the inside for 15 minutes, and then I'm going to go 40 feet out there, but it's so much faster. You know what I mean? But you wouldn't necessarily think of that, but he found those things, and it worked for him. And dude, phenomenal ride. What'd you make of his podium?
The first moto?
The first moto.
Yeah, I mean, I don't really care at this point. It's just become the norm. Like, we just know that this is what he's going to say.
But then the next second moto, it's back to God.
Yeah, I mean, it's both sides of the coin. I thought it was great that they asked Hymas about it in the post-race press conference. And
Hymas handled it the right way.
Professional about it, just like whatever.
I've been on record. I don't like it. I just wish he'd be like normal, like a normal person. Because I think he is a normal person. I've had people close to me tell me that that's all just, for show.
Right.
But, like, I would tell him the same thing that Eric Kehoe told Barsha when Barsha was a rookie. Like, Barsha was out there in practice, taking guys out, heat races, aggressively passing people, flipping people off, yelling at them, in qualifying, that kind of stuff. Kehoe had a meeting with him, and Eric told me about this, so I'm pretty sure it had happened. Eric pulled him aside and said, dude, everyone's going to hate you. They're going to not care about you. And if you need help one day when you're lapping them or you're passing them or whatever, they're going to be like, screw this dude. Like, I don't care.
Yeah.
I got nothing to lose, and this guy does. I would tell Hayden that. Like, hey, man, okay, off the start, I watched it twice. Chance didn't really cut him off. It was just like a lines coming together, like no big deal.
Yeah.
It happens. It's not like he put a hard right over it.
Right.
And I would tell Hayden, like, hey, man, don't provoke these dudes because one of these guys is going to be like DGAF, and they're not going to care. But that's his brand, I guess.
Yeah,
So-
I mean, one thing he said in the press conference as well is that he wouldn't be doing these types of things, saying the things that he's saying if he wasn't backing it up. Like, he feels that he has the ability because he's doing this to be
Yeah.
able to say that stuff. And if you even think back to like last year when it was his rookie year and he'd get on the podium of moto and then he started winning motos and stuff, he would sing the praises of the other guys. Like, he would say like, yeah, Vial's a world champion.
Well,
He's
he
really
was
good.
very
and, like, all this
complimentary
stuff like
to
that.
Master Pool.
Right,
in
exactly.
The second moto.
That's what I mean. Like, I think that he kind of balances both sides of the coin by giving props when he feels the props are needed and then hyping himself up when he feels that it's worthwhile to say so.
Yeah, I guess. I've always liked the riders and athletes that have acted like they've been there before.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? I've always liked that. Like the wide receiver that catches a 10-yard pass and gets up and points and spikes the ball and, flexes his arms. I'm like, bro, you're down 34-10. You just caught a 10-yard pass. Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
I'm the guy that's like, act like you've been there before.
But in that
But, hey,
situation,
hey, whatever, yeah.
he's not down 43-10. He just won. He just scored the
yeah,
game-winning
yeah.
touchdown in the last corner of the race kind of thing.
He
Like,
did, yeah. He rode great.
So
I
adrenaline is spiked at that point, and he says what he says.
I get it.
What you were saying about the Barsha comparison.
Yeah.
Do you believe that in some way his social media following is like a protection? Because people are aware of, if I mess with him, it's going to come back in a big way.
Maybe.
Like, I feel like that's got to be in people's consciousness somewhere, somehow. Mm-hmm. Like, you're aware that even if you tap him, it's going to come back.
Maybe.
In a hurricane.
Yeah, maybe. Like, I thought Chance handled it very well,
Yeah,
in
and
the press
he
conference.
would, wouldn't he? Like, I feel like he's pretty polished when it comes to speaking.
Regardless of that shit, the kid rode phenomenal.
Mm.
It was great. And I just, like, he kind of started out with Vial, in my eyes, 1A and 1B for this title. And I'm like, okay, like, I think Vial will be really good. Just won a Supercross title. And Vial crashed both motos.
Yeah. Do you guys think that if Vial doesn't crash that second moto, he wins?
I don't know. Yeah. Because Master Pool fell too, right?
Yeah.
So Hymus was up and down. Maybe. Yeah.
Yeah, I guess, right?
Right? Because
Then-
the other guys gave it away a little bit too.
Because the only reason I asked that is Vial fell on the first moto. He was fourth. Deegan was probably going to get him. But, like, let's say he goes 5-1 on the day.
Yeah.
I don't feel like this looks as bad then.
Yeah. Maybe.
Like, it's just because of a couple slide outs that suddenly 32 points and Deegan's
that second moto
Jesus.
crash was weird.
It was. It was really random.
yeah.
Just like sliding
Yeah, just-
up the face of that inside roller all by himself.
Yeah.
Say Vial comes out and goes 1-1 at Southwick, and Deegan goes 4-4.
There's no way Deegan goes 4-4.
I don't know.
No.
Well,
Look at that fitness. Look at his speed.
I'm going off of the 410.
He's at the Wick right now.
Yep.
He's riding with Max Anstey
Is he?
right now.
Huh.
Literally hasn't gotten worse than second in any moto.
But I'm just going worst case scenario because of, like, Southwick
Here's
is...
a question for you. Can you ask Max this? Can you ask him this right now?
Yep.
Does he have team orders to let Hayden buy at Southwick?
Oh, me and Max have fallen out. We're not talking anymore.
I don't believe that.
I have no idea
Because-
I have no idea what's going on in Max's life at the moment.
Because I wonder, like Max.
He's on firepower, isn't
Max
he?
at South. No, the press release came out today.
Oh, okay. Goddamn. Who
okay.
knew?
Max is really good at Southwick, as we've seen. Like, it's not inconceivable that Max could go faster than Hayden. Sorry,
I believe he could.
he definitely is faster than Brian. He could go faster than Hayden this weekend at Southwick. It is not. That's
Yeah.
right. Are you guys with me?
I can see
I
it,
don't know
yeah.
what's happening, but if there was a situation where Max was racing Southwick on a good bike, he could win.
Okay.
If that were to come to
No, Max Anstey,
fruition.
everybody's racing Southwick and the rest of the Nationals for Star. He got out of his firepower deal that dropped today, and we look forward to seeing Max at the Nationals. Which also, with this news coming out, really explains Max's press conference in Salt Lake when asked about SMX and the Nationals. He went, ah! So, anyways, do you think they say, hey, man, you're not in this thing. You're racing, you're jumping in for round 5.
No. No way.
You don't think so?
No.
Okay.
Well, maybe round 11, round 10.
But not.
No, it's too
I
early.
think Max can only really beat Hayden this weekend.
You mean once we get to normal tracks?
Yeah.
Fair enough.
Like Hayden's next level right now.
Yeah.
It's impressive. It's impressive. Time Master Pool. Great story. The dude rode his bike at Paris on Friday before Paula, right? And now he wins. 300th win for Mitch. I've never seen Mitch choked up. That dude does not show much emotion.
Yeah.
He's obviously choked up at his dad, and everything else, which I didn't know about. Very unlikely winner. I mean, he's got speed. We've seen Time Master Pool and speed. That's not the problem, right? He even went after Deegs a little bit in Hangtown Moto 2.
Yeah.
Had something for Deegs for a couple of laps. Wygant called it. I mean, why?
Title contender, Time Master Pool.
What do you think, Time Master Pool?
Yeah, I mean, it was very impressive, and I think, as you kind of were alluding to there, I think the most impressive thing was that he was so strong for both motos. The second moto he crashes, he picks it up, maintains the lead, doesn't freak out, doesn't have another big moment or anything like that. Because as much as he's had these kind of moments over the years with Star leading some laps and all this stuff like that, to be in a position to win your first moto, win your first overall, all of those dials are turned up to the maximum, and he was able to deal with it all the way that he did, not get tired, not pump up or anything like that, and only on his fourth week, basically third week on the bike still. I think that's a lot of, props to him to be able to manage all that the way that he did.
Does this not raise greater questions about how mismanaged Time Master Pool's career is? Because now we have proof that he can do it. So how much better could he be now, and could the recent years been?
Yeah.
If there was maybe some more stability and...
I mean, I'm with you. I got a good source at Star that said after he did that ride at Redbud, the Master Pools were like, okay, we don't want to race anymore. Like,
so is he going to turn up at Southwick, or are we done?
I know. This was because maybe he was battling a little injury or something, but they were like, that's what we show. We want to just show that and step away. And they were like, huh?
Yeah, that is
like,
random.
I don't remember the context
Yeah.
exactly, but that's what it was. Was like, we don't want to do that.
Supercross is obviously a whole other thing, but yeah.
So he's been on HBI Cowie 450. We saw last year. Does this keep him on a factory train somewhere? Because Mitch is kind of full.
I think it maybe not like 100% locked in deal with Mitch or anything like that, but I think it gives him the opportunity now for other teams, maybe not even factory teams, but like a club or something like that, to be like, okay, we can work with that for
when
sure.
you add in
kind of
last
thing.
year's nationals.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Hey, this year's Supercross, not bad. Not amazing.
Yeah.
Not bad.
Eh.
We're not even going.
Well,
that bad?
it's hard to judge, isn't it? Because it wasn't 250 class.
Well, but 450 is not bad.
Yeah,
Yeah, I just think it's hard to, if you're a 250 team, I would find it hard to really read how that's going to work on
Well,
a 250.
can't you say it's not bad?
It's not bad.
Okay.
Look
So you can say not bad.
Not bad.
Chisfield in at Star last year and
Yeah.
was
It was a 5.
Okay.
let's say 10 to 15-ish guy on a 450,
Yeah.
and then immediately was a top 5, almost podium threat on a 250.
He almost won, right? A Triple Crown?
No, he almost got it. Oh, yeah, almost won one of the Triple
Yeah,
Crown races.
yeah.
But would you not think that about Ty then, too? Like, if you drop him onto a factory bike on a 250, he's going to be a top 10 guy, maybe jump into the top 5 here and there.
Uh-huh.
So if you're a factory team, do you think, okay, we can have a second guy behind, our lead guy? Like, if you're thinking a PC, for example, put him on the same coast as Kitchen. He's the second guy to Kitchen.
Yeah.
He's getting top 5s.
Yeah.
And then outdoors, bam, here we go.
I wonder if this is enough to stay at Pro Circuit. I don't think it is, because I think Mitch is full.
Well, so you
and
say...
this could be bad news for one of Kellen's friends,
Stop it.
Oh,
right?
the basement guy?
Yeah.
Oh.
The guy in the basement.
Well, first he
Because-
has to get out of the basement.
Well, because Mitch likes him. Mitch is trying to keep him. But if you have a 5th spot over here,
Well, so realistically, you say Mitch is full, potentially. We believe that Star is full, although they can add
No one
rides.
knows,
HRC is full. The Austrian group will be downsizing somewhat, so you would presume they're not adding riders.
yeah.
Help me out. Another factory team.
I mean,
what am I
Bar
missing?
X?
RX?
Is it Bar X or HBI? Do you stay on HBI?
I think I go to club
Yeah, for
above
sure.
all that.
Could you not see a world where he goes back to HBI, but there's some sort of understanding that you're our guy if someone gets hurt, or you can have some backdoor help.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
as soon as someone gets
Yeah.
hurt, you're in, and that's
Yeah.
kind of the unwritten rule between HBI and Kawasaki.
Sure. All
Both
right.
classes.
Yeah. Hey, let's keep this kid.
Yeah.
Let's make it work, right?
Yeah, we'll help you with advice and technical support, and be ready for the call up at any moment.
Yeah.
That almost seems like the best possible scenario for him next year.
Oh, the best possible scenario is that a factory team just
Yeah, but we've
hands him a
just
call.
laid it out.
Yeah,
We're
I'm just
presuming
saying,
that's not possible.
But it could be. If they really want him, teams find ways.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't believe the guy in Kellen's basement is making a ton of money Spuddy has a ride.
Yep.
Something like that.
Right.
You know,
Yep.
where you're like, hey, we can't really pay you, but we'll give you per diem. And
Is HBI paying Masterpool?
I would think so. I mean, they should. He had a tuxedo gear.
No comment.
Okay.
If he won in the tuxedo gear, how much does his win, the ranking of his win, drop down?
I mean, yeah, AP. If AP wears the cowboy gear and wins in it, it's bad.
Yep.
How's the jet lag? Good.
Where are we?
Futures?
How come you're not drinking an energy drink or something? This is normally
I've
your
already
hour
done
here.
one. You'll see that in the second half.
Oh, okay.
Lots to get into tonight here on the show. And Phil Nicoletti, Dean Wilson, Calvin Vlaanderen, and Drew Adams. We pre-recorded the Vlaanderen interview, so we're going to tape it. We taped it earlier. Sorry, Kellen, you weren't
That's
come
okay.
here. But my friend Lewis and I had a great discussion.
Yes.
So
Yep.
we were hoping to do it live at the race, and then a fucking monsoon came.
I honestly have never seen rain like that.
That's got to be top 3 rain in my life.
Yep.
This was after the race then?
Yeah.
or-
After
Saturday.
Saturday night.
Oh, Saturday. Okay.
Unbelievable. Okay, 702-586-7857. Phil Nicoletti coming up here. Oh, we got a YouTube. We got Alex gave us $4.99 and says he's taken the 1 hour minimum ride to Hart after he heard the interview, which
Wait, what?
the 1 hour minimum, Alden Baker.
Oh, okay.
He's taken it to Hart since he heard the interview, and he's down 30 pounds since January. But I don't believe I talked about that in January, so I don't really know what he's talking about. How he would have.
And what interview?
I don't even know.
Well,
What?
it sounds like he's lost a lot of weight.
Oh,
like
wait, when
you.
did
Have I
interview
mentioned that?
Alden?
And shout out to Kellen the Goat,
Oh, which Alex is this?
Alex.
Oh,
It's,
no last name?
no, not your
Not
guy.
mentioned. Okay.
No,
sorry.
not mentioned.
I have a few Alexes that are friends of mine. so-
Okay.
Are they all in the basement or none?
No.
Okay.
All right, Derek's on one. Derek wants to talk about Chase. Derek, what's up, man?
Hey guys, how's it going?
Good. Thanks for calling.
I got a couple questions for you. First off, Chase's qualifying session there when he jumps on the guy. This might be an amateur hour question here, but I'm just curious. What's the protocol with that? Like, is his lap time, it's shot at that point, right? And he gets up and he just takes off. Could he, like, I can't imagine not stopping and being like, hey, dude, are you all right?
Poor Rod Bell. That was Rod Bell. And, yeah,
Yeah.
Chase was basically like, I don't fucking care.
The only thing I can
Right.
think of with that is that he thought maybe he's in a precarious spot because he's like in the landing
Sure.
zone of that, so he tried to get up and get out of the way quickly. I don't know.
Okay.
Maybe.
Sure.
Well,
I don't know.
yeah,
I would love to ask Chase this, but he's
Add
not
it to your
responding.
list, yeah, add
He's
it to
not
your list.
responding.
I mean, I get it because he's probably like super hyper focused at that point. That's the last thing you're thinking about. But I mean, if I almost decapitated a guy, I think I'd stop like real quick and be like, "Dude, you good?"
Yeah, it was, yep.
but do we not feel like the optics were worse for the actual situation? Because he didn't, well, at least as far as I could see, he didn't hit his body, no? Just a rear fender.
Sure.
So
Yeah, it
if
was
he
like
hit
the
his
rear-
body, maybe then he's
Yeah,
like,
yeah,
I just hit a guy.
right.
But he's like, in his
Yeah,
mind,
he just
he's-
kind of shot him off. a
yeah,
little
in his
bit,
mind,
right.
he's like, he's fine. I
Yeah.
didn't even touch him.
Yeah.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, not to hate on Chase. I just was like a little taken back, but I was like, all right.
Yeah.
Other thing, going back a couple weeks ago, you guys were talking. You're going to lease a truck, Steve, and
Yeah.
start a supercross race
Yeah,
team.
fun team.
Try
Yeah.
to figure out
A cool team.
Yeah. Yeah, the cool team. So back to that, you wanted to build hype, and JT is busting out of his NBC polo over there, Mr. Musclehead. And if you remember back to the Abercrombie and Fitch days, you get a couple guys out front shirtless, and you get that, the aspirational brand. That's what you got to do. You can pay JT a little money, get him shirtless out there, get the girls hyped up.
Oh, yeah,
And,
okay.
That's going to be your cool brand.
All right. I'll take that into consideration. I will ask JT about that.
Where's the sounds gay drop?
Yeah. We can
Yeah,
work on
run
that.
it by him.
Thanks, man. Thank you.
Yeah, take care, guys.
No problem. Thanks. Oh, yeah. I mean, I think JT's busy, but we can get other muscle guys in front of the team.
Sure.
Did you guys hear about my team? I want to start.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I heard it.
Are you on board?
I'm down.
Yeah.
We would definitely hang out, as you
Yeah.
alluded to.
Yeah.
We'd come by
I
and-
want people to hang out.
Yeah.
Kyle's on too. What's up, Kyle?
Hey, what's up? What's up, Steve?
What up?
So my question was, we've seen several undefeated seasons, but only ever in the 450 class. And I'm realistic. I didn't think Deegs was gonna pull an undefeated season in the summer or anything, but it made me start thinking about it after those first few motos, streak at the beginning. What do you think's more responsible for us never seeing it in the 250 or lights class? Like, call it maybe race, lack of race maturity, or like trying to keep these 250s together with how high strung they are.
I think the edge of the bikes, right? The way the bikes are so close, and maybe poor starts hurt a little bit. The way you got to ride a bike, you can't come through the pack as easy. By the way, I don't know if you count 125s as the lights class and 250s, but Mark Barnett was 2 motos away from a perfect season, and he would have done it, but he broke his collarbone before the last round. So he lost 2 motos all year in 81. But I don't know if that you want to count that towards, 250 class per se. But what do you guys think? Is there a reason? Particular reason why we've never seen this in 250s?
Well, for whatever reason, I feel like the 250 class never gets as depleted as the 450 class, which probably is a factor somewhat. Deeper field, harder to come through the pack, like you say. Maybe that's just because each team hires so many riders. I don't know.
Okay. Yep. Kellen?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's also, like he said, the youth factor of it a little bit. They're a little less experienced with being able to manage over that long of a championship and not have some sort of mistake come up. But, yeah, I think it really does boil down to that the bikes keep it closer in general. The factory teams are all quite close. I think I even asked, maybe I didn't ask Jet this, but I asked someone maybe in his camp last year if they thought if he was still racing a 250, if he'd have a perfect season. They said no.
Yeah.
So, yeah, like I think that's, one of those things where it's just there's too many guys that are all clumped together and
the
not
razor's
much
edge,
variance.
the razor's edge of being in that class.
Yeah.
And you think about it too, like generally speaking, when you get to 9th and 10th in 450 class, that's private tier level. 9th and 10th in 250s is still.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like it's easier for the 450 class to get depleted.
Yeah. Thanks, Kyle. Thanks for the call, man.
Yeah. Hey, thanks for taking the call.
No problem. Thank you. Wiseco Pistons, everybody. Wiseco's partnered up with Honda HRC the last few years, and look what happened. Speaking of undefeated seasons, 2-stroke and 4-stroke pistons. They got also performance components for UTVs, ATVs, jet skis, and more. PulpMX is the code to save with Wiseco. They got everything you need to rebuild your bike, and use that code PulpMX to save. Love Wiseco. Love what they've done for the brand, and go to Wiseco website, wiseco.com, and check it out. And they're bringing you our first guest of the night. He's a friend of the show. He's back racing, one leg and all. The Phil Nicoletti. Hi, Phil.
What's going on?
Good. Good.
How are we?
We're good. That second moto, was it just the knee, like just fuck my life? Because you faded, and it's fine, and I'm not judging. I'm guessing your knee was just like fucked.
Well, Tallon just blew me out. He's like, "Oh, you go from first to 20th." I'm like, fuck. Well, he's like, "Oh, I don't pull hole shots and fade." I'm like, "Fuck, easy, dude."
Wow. No, but I'm just saying, like, how bad was that? Yeah.
Yeah, it was. I didn't have much in me in the first moto either, but I kind of was able to hang in there for about 4 laps, and then, obviously everyone knows the High Point track wasn't exactly leg friendly out there.
No, actually, it's the worst possible. It's actually probably the worst track in the world if you had a knee injury.
Worst track, worst prep, worst about everything this past Saturday. And yeah, it ate me alive. And like I said, I mean, I don't have the best form as it is, and I already dragged my legs enough. And yeah, the track just fucking owned me. It literally owned me.
You didn't answer me though. Like, obviously you haven't ridden much, right? Because of the knee. But so was it physical fitness or like your knee was sore?
No, my knee. I mean, you can, as an athlete, like, we train pretty much nonstop since pretty much October 1. You know what I mean? Yeah. So 2 weeks off the bike, physically wise, isn't really, really going to affect you all that much. But
all right.
I couldn't stick my leg out.
Sure.
And it was just, it worked me over.
Well, listen, I'm proud of you. You rode well. You toughed it out. And I know, unlike Tallon, who said, first to 20th, I know how bad that must have been for you. You know what I mean?
Yeah. And, it just sucks when you're getting, everyone that's in the top 40 is good, but when it gets to a point where it's just like I'm barely surviving, and then I'm getting pinballed around by dudes that I shouldn't be getting pinballed around by, it's just kind of like it's a dagger in the side, It's just like, and some of the guys were even past me like running me like super wide. I'm like, dude, are you fucking kidding me, man? Like, I gave you the line, dude. Just go. And like, they still go out of their way to try and run me. I'm like, the fuck, man.
Was it number 21? Was it 21? Because he seemed to be good at that.
21 is cool, but I did have a run-in with 51 this weekend, but we smoothed it over, so it was okay.
Okay.
But, it all blew over.
Yeah, listen, like I said, good job, I think. You told me, before Lakewood, you're like, for sure 2, and you will see after that. You're missing 2, and you'll see after that. So what got you thinking into High Point? Like, just did you get on a bike and it rode better, or did it feel better on bicycle, like on a spin bike? Like, what kind of got you being like, hey, maybe I can do High Point?
I kind of got on the spin bike, and I was able to start really, like, pushing the blood out of my knee because I had to get it drained twice. And it was just like my ACL graft was okay. And I asked the doc, like, you think I can do it? He's like, you can. It's going to hurt really bad, but your ACL's okay, I tore my LCL and stuff like that and my meniscus and everything. And it did get beat up pretty good, but and I had some really bad bone bruising, which is a lot of the pain as well. And he's like, if you can muscle the pain, you can go ahead and give it a shot. And I tried riding, and I rode Wednesday, and, I kind of just got through the day, and I was okay until I got in trouble, you know what I mean, and jabbed my leg and dragged it around. But on a practice day, you can finesse it and kind of manipulate the situation pretty easily. But come Saturday, first fucking practice, again, High Point is a war zone because they just left the fucking track for us to go out there and ride after it had rained. And I didn't even try the first practice because I'm like, this is a waste of my time, Like, I couldn't put my foot down, so I just waited till second practice and put in a decent time and then just kind of, tried to manage the races as much as possible, and that's all I could have done.
Yeah. Did you get a shot? Did you get a shot?
Yeah. I got a shot. But it just masks it just a little bit. It doesn't do enough to do anything. It's kind of, I don't know. It's a fuck situation, but it is what it is. So I don't even know how many points I got.
Yeah,
but
and this is all like the only reason you came back is SMX stuff, right? I mean, this is you don't give a shit about the 450 point standings, right?
No, like I don't care about that. It all comes down to SMX, and like I said, last year I came back at High Point, and I missed the top 20 by 10 points.
Yep.
So if somehow for some reason it came down to it and I missed High Point and I could have went to High Point and got an extra 10 points, I would regret that,
Sure.
So I tried and I did what I could.
How many points did you get? 12? What was it? How many points?
I don't even know.
How many points did he get?
11?
13.
11.
Oh, 13. Yeah, 13 points.
13.
So,
Yeah, so it's 13 more than I thought I was going to get after Hangtown. So,
sure.
it worked out okay. So, I mean, I feel bad for the team, especially my mechanic, because he still busted his ass, put in all the fucking time, and I'm out there riding around like a slapdick to second moto, So I kind of like,
Dude, I had a lot of guys ride like slapdicks. It's fine. Yeah.
Yeah, I know, but I still feel bad because the same amount of effort goes in,
Hey, we went from winning a national with Kelly Smith in 2000, and we didn't score a point at Southwick the next weekend. Not a point.
Yeah.
And he won the week before. It was rough day.
Yeah, that's a tough pill to swallow, to be honest.
Going back to Hangtown and your crash, Phil. I was kind of standing there. Lewis was as well, and we saw you getting picked up. You couldn't put any pressure on your leg, and you get carted off. Was there a moment as you're riding off on the cart where you're like, "Damn it, that was it. This is over now"?
Yeah, so when it first happened, I still don't even understand how the fucking crash happened, but there was 30 seconds where it hurt so bad I thought I broke my tib fib. How, I have no idea, and I've done both my ACLs, and I've never experienced that pain before, and I'm like, God, I really fucked it this time, and I don't know how, but I was able to walk around after the moto a little bit. I got to the airport. I did my red eye, but then Sunday night, it hurt so bad, and Monday, and I'm like, what the heck's going on? And I never take painkillers, and it's the first time in a long time, even with my wrist, that I had to take Vicodin to sleep, and I'm like, dude, there's something seriously wrong, and I got my MRI on Tuesday, and there was, my ACL was okay, and for me, that's a big sign of relief, and I was okay, well, maybe I can kind of rehab and try and make it stronger again. So like I said, it all worked out, but I did think my season was done for sure, 100%. Monday and even Tuesday till the afternoon, I thought I was going to have to get my ACL fixed again.
Thank God I didn't put money down for your retirement party here in Vegas. Yeah, like I didn't want to get that deposit back.
Yeah, there's still no guarantee I'll make it to that either.
Yeah, good point.
Still a lot of fucking racing left,
right.
you know. So every weekend's a fucking gamble. You know?
I had an unnamed rider at Majora.
This is Hurlings or Sewer?
I had an unnamed rider
Yeah.
at Majora tell me how Majora was a piece of shit. And look at High Point, there's so many lines, it's such a good track. American riders are so lucky. I can't believe how good it is. Does hearing that make you want to throw up, or do you just believe that my unnamed source is insane?
Well, I watched Majora and I thought that track sucked too. So
there we go.
High Point and Majora, yeah. Unfortunately, High Point now to me is the worst track on the circuit. That's me.
But
wow.
I thought this weekend was a prep problem, not a track problem.
I did not. Well, the prep track, same thing, goes hand in hand. Last year, High Point was not great. This year, High Point was not great. Paula as a racetrack was better than High Point. Yeah,
wow.
The facility Paula sucks, but High Point racetrack, I don't know what the deal was with the prep. I have no idea what happened, but it was a quagmire. To me, that's unacceptable.
But
you
it
know what I
rained,
mean?
Phil.
Yeah. The rain was done at 7 p.m. at night.
Okay, so are they supposed to go back out after the rain, after they've been ripping it, or what do you like?
I don't know. I've been at Millville. John Martin and Shane Schaefer have been out 3 a.m, up all night fixing the track. Like, it's your national. That's your bread and butter. You know, they didn't even. I'm not even going to go into depth with some things, but it's just like, to me, it was unacceptable. Unacceptable. And they could have went down to the line. 80 riders, 40 in the 450, 40 in the 250. 95% of them would agree.
No. I've been texting with guys. I even texted with the father of some brothers that are really fast, and not many people stoked on prep. Absolutely, yeah.
Garbage. Yep. It's like, what were they trying to save diesel money with fuel or what? I mean, they crushed it with the fans. I don't think I've seen High Point that packed before. Like, so many people, but the track was just awful. You know, so that was it. You know.
I had another unnamed rider tell me that Parla looks like a lot of fun and they do not understand why the American riders complain about it so much. They would love to have that track in Europe, and you don't realize how lucky you are. So can I also get some perspective on that?
But Lewis, these guys race in a parking lot with jumps in certain countries.
They're like underprivileged children.
Right.
They're like the children on adverts in Africa looking for water and stuff.
Yeah. I mean, some of the tracks that those guys ride over there, I'd tell them to get fucked. You know, there's no way.
Right.
You know, but Paula is now officially, to Phil Nicoletti, is not the worst track on the circuit. I'll say it again. High Point now is.
Wow.
So,
I never thought I'd see the day.
Also, by the way, I could not remember who was telling me about Phil riding really well this year over in Italy, Majora. And you know who it was? It was Roger Harvey from Honda.
Really?
Yeah, he brought it up to me.
Who were we having the conversation with? Someone said, "Do you know who Phil Nicoletti is?" Who was that? What was the context?
You're right. Who was that?
I don't even know why it came up.
Was it Roger?
No, it was a group discussion, and someone else said to someone else, "Do you know who Phil Nicoletti is?" The Yamaha rider.
Yeah, that's right. Not to us, but to someone else. Yeah.
And did the other person know? I feel like they went, eh?
I feel like too. Yeah. Fuck,
like
why didn't we make notes?
Me at all. Like they didn't know me at all?
Yeah, well, they said eh, so I imagine that means they have some knowledge, a little bit.
Heard of him before.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Huh.
But the head of Honda was saying that you were riding really well.
Oh, that's nice.
Yeah.
Maybe a HRC ride in your future.
Yeah.
You would think, like, across, like, you know, Europe, Australia, like, I know, like, I can pretty much say I know the top 5 in Canada, I know the top 5 in Australia, and I certainly know the top 5, top 10 in Europe.
No, but this definitely wasn't a rider.
Yeah, this was an industry person, right? Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, that's weird. Even an industry person, you'd think they'd know, but guess not.
That's Europe.
On the topic of High Point, though, Phil, it's maybe the track throughout your career that's changed the most in terms of layout, I think. Do you like this iteration of it? Like, is that part of the problem, or do you think other versions of it would have been better with this type of prep or anything like that?
No, the track layout's unreal. Like, the height, like the valley, everything's really cool, but they just pushed around slop all day. They have no digger, they have no ripper. If they would have just took it and ripped it with the mud and the hard pack concrete that was underneath it, they would have had a decent racetrack, you know?
Yeah, I just didn't know because like it's very off camberish now. Like a lot of corners are kind of off camber, and it used to go back and forth through the valley kind of a bit more. It seemed like a little bit faster.
Getting rid of Bradshaw Boulevard was a sin.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Terrible.
Like the old top of the hill, I thought was much better than coming down and swooping back up and all that. So I think the finish section's a little weird, but I don't know.
I don't know. The way the track is now, it is set up. I mean, personally, I think a little bit better for passing and stuff, you know, rather than Bradshaw Boulevard. But yeah, just like I said, I don't know. I mean, I haven't texted Randy Poulter. He and I are really good friends, and I asked him what the heck goes on. But I think sometimes it comes down to like his hands are tied with things.
Probably Ross and Corey. Ross and Corey are probably to blame. They always are.
Always blame the dirt works guys. When in doubt, blame them.
It's the SMX track crew for sure. Phil, so as you know, if you watch back, like a big point was made about you being on the scoop, right, and pulling that start. I've been asking some people in the industry, some riders. I have a friend of mine. He's a test rider for a new bike, and he lives in the high des of California, and he rides a lot. He's older, slower, but I do value his opinion. And he tells me that there's too much made of the scoop or no scoop, that the scoop is great on starts, and it's good on hard pack. It's you're not giving up a lot. It's too much is made of that. Now, I did text a couple of other riders who told me that it's a huge difference. One guy on a 250, one guy on a 450, like top riders that said, no, it's a huge difference. You know, you really have to think about a scoop or no scoop. And then I have this friend of mine, this grizzled veteran, that tell me that they work okay on hard stuff.
On a 250, it does work okay on hard stuff because it has less power.
Yep.
You know, on a 450, with the extra inertia, the tire does roll a little bit more. And especially if you run a moose tube in the rear, it definitely changes it. You know, if you ran a tube in the rear with a paddle tire, you could run maybe 13.5 PSI. It might hold the tire a little bit more. But when you add the moose with the paddle on hard pack on a 450, it does move around a little bit more on the hard pack than what it should.
Okay.
You know? But a 250 with the torque, you can get away with that thing all day long.
Were they making too big of a deal or no? This is a huge thing. I mean, obviously it helped you get the start. I mean, you're a great starter anyways, but you were the only guy.
Yeah, but I only did it obviously if my knee wasn't jacked, I still feel like I could have went 8.9 on the day, 8.10 or whatever, you know, with the scoop. I was going to run the scoop. Yeah, I was going to run the scoop all day, you know. I did my parade lap start in the first moto, and I went out and I went, brrr, and I'm like, that ain't it, you know. And I kind of did my parade lap really quick, and I rushed back, and I asked Cam, I said, hey, do I have my scoop down here? He said, yeah. I said, can we put it on? He said, you sure? I said, yes. You know, because there's so many ruts out there, I always had something to put my wheels up against regardless. And the scoop is a little bit more narrow, too, so it kind of helped, you know, with the bite and some stuff. So,
but even if those faces, some of those faces look pretty shiny, you know. But
but you're not wide open, though. You know, you're kind of finessing the bike a little bit more, you know. Don't get me wrong, there were 3 corners where I had to take my time a little bit, but it wasn't it really wasn't that bad.
So I feel like you're siding with the grizzled desert veteran and not some of these factory guys I talked to today.
That it's such a big difference, or it's not a big difference?
No, that it's not a big difference. You're fine.
Riding it, you're saying, but you're saying Kiefer said it's not a big difference between the paddle and
you can ride close to the same lap times on a paddle on hard pack.
But when it comes to the start, it's still a huge
difference. But Kiefer's saying everyone should run a scoop because it gets you a better start, and it's not a sacrifice on the other parts of the track.
If High Point was more harder pack, I wouldn't have ran the scoop.
Okay, and if
there weren't as many as ruts, I wouldn't have ran the scoop. But the fact that there were so many ruts, I decided to run it because I always had something to work on. Against.
So I was more talking in a general sense, not High Point specifically. You know what I mean? Generally speaking.
Sorry. Paula, I went to a normal tire. Hangtown, I was on a normal tire.
Okay,
You know,
so
it's not that.
Okay.
Yeah, it's not that dramatic on a 450.
Got it.
You know,
Okay.
like on those type of tracks.
Yeah, got it. Okay, because I mean, JT and everyone was scoop, and and I was just like, okay, wait, because again, going off my, I'm not going to say who it was, but yeah, the high desert veteran.
Yeah.
We have a call for you, Phil, though, from Randy. Randy's on 3. What's up, Randy?
What's up?
How are you? Thanks for calling. You want to yell at Phil?
Doing good, yeah. A buddy of mine said Phil was talking some smack, so I at least wanted to defend myself a little bit,
Oh, it's Randy Poulter.
Yes.
Track builder.
Track builder of High Point, Phil.
Oh, my fuck. Well, I just thought it was some slapdick Randy,
I didn't hear anything you said, so I'm going to pretend it didn't happen, but my buddy said it was pretty intense. So
he's not happy, Randy. Not happy with the track, yeah.
Randy, did I not text you, though?
Oh, yeah, we talked. Nobody should be happy with that mud-ass shit, but, it's the way we look at the stats was there was more leader changes on that race than there has been in the last 6 rounds, even counting last year. There was nobody transported. So, they're going slow. Yeah, that's just like war, but, racing's racing, and everybody had to ride that same pile of crap. So, it's just tough, If you go out there, and push all the mud off and get down to the pan at High Point, you ain't got nothing left. You're going to have super hard-packed square edge. That's why the bottom of them ruts are so slick, because it's really hard underneath there. So if we get rid of all of our good material, by pushing it off to make it dry in practice, by the end of the day, the water truck roads are covered in mud, and we can't water hard pack, and then we got a dusty shit bowl. I'd rather have racing, racetrack.
What do you think, Phil?
Yeah, but why not rip it in the morning, though? Like, just the topsoil's on top, and it's a quagmire.
Yeah, I know. I totally get what you're saying, but the tractor won't go around High Point. I mean, we don't even have – you have to have a 300-horse tractor to get up and down them hills when it's muddy. So that's just a battle, honestly. Huh? We did talk about getting a dozer with rippers. That would help, a dozer with rippers. Then we could pull the pan up a little bit.
Phil says he'll pay you to rent one of those, whatever you need.
Because I'm pretty sure I counted 4 dozers at High Point. Were there not 4 dozers?
Yeah, there was 3 dozers. There was 2 LGPs and a standard there, and then we had some skiddies. But so it's a battle. Like I said, it's tough to get rid of all your good material, knowing it's too wet to even be on there, with the chance of having some like you can see where I really scraped it, like that strip across the start. We scraped it down to the pan because coming into the wall was going to be too muddy, and so that would the whole track would have been like that, and it was dusty by the end of 450 Moto 1.
Honestly, Randy, Phil's never happy. Like, I know you're calling in. You're trying to be a nice guy here. You're trying to, explain it, and we appreciate that. But when has Phil ever been happy? Kellen, Lewis, is he ever?
No,
I'm okay with Phil. I like to hear everything. I like people that bitch. I like people that compliment. I'm not the type of guy that's like, hey, blow smoke up my ass and make me look like a hero. I don't care. I don't want to hear it all. So
no, but I like when Randy does Iron Man or Redbud or Loretta's, like, it's sick. But it's just like now it's like 2 years in a row. High Point's been it's been terrible. And I'm just
quagmire.
It's a quagmire. It's like, why? There's got to be a certain type of prep or a different way to go about it instead of just leaving the slop on top and be like, all right, boys, have at it.
Yeah, dry it out for us.
There's got to be a different way to go at it.
Yeah, well, if Mother Nature wouldn't have given us damn near an inch of rain on Friday night, the thing would have been absolutely gorgeous. But it's one of them deals. We could have probably taken some more mud off in some spots, especially going back into what we call Carmichael Corner, which is the furthest north portion of the track there. That was pretty gnarly. Mm-hmm. But the rest of it is kind of like it just, as the sawdust dried, it started to develop. And, I mean, there was definitely some lines to pass and race and charge, and I don't know. It's a tough one. I see it both ways. I honestly do.
Thanks, Randy. Thanks for the call, man. Thank you.
Thanks, Randy.
Man.
Talk to you, buddy.
All right, see ya. All right.
See ya.
PulpMX show where the track builders get to call in.
No, dude, I'm serious. Because I'm friends with Randy, and I text him, and I didn't know he was actually at High Point. But then when I text him when I left the track, it went green, so I knew he was there. But when he must have got service, he texted me back. I'm like, dude, were you there today? And he goes, dude, yeah, I was. We kind of went back and forth. I'm like, fuck, man.
Yeah.
You know, like, what is that? Because, like, I was really more bitching also because of the start straight, because it was a quagmire going up there. You know, it's like we can't scrape it, but then they didn't want to scrape it because it left dirt piles on the side of the track. And I'm like, I don't care about the dirt piles, man.
Right.
Just clean up the start, you know? Then we wouldn't have had to use paddle tires.
Weisco Pistons bringing you Phil Nicoletti here on the show. Pulp24 is the code to save with Weisco.
You kind of said pre-season that you weren't overly motivated to grind through outdoors, and now you're hurting. Is it literally a case of you counting down to the end, or can you find some enjoyment in this grind?
Any enjoyment
Anything
at
at
all.
all.
Anything at all.
I was enjoying it there for a little bit, you know, when I was doing okay, but after High Point, I just like, I wanted to.
Okay, so that's a hard no. A hard no on the
Southwick,
enjoyment.
Southwick should be great for the knee. Southwick
Oh, it'll be
Yeah.
fabulous.
Remember last year, Phil's battle with heat stroke?
Oh, yeah. Yeah,
heat
that was
stroke will get
not
you.
dialed.
Happens to the best of us, huh, Lewis?
Yeah, Lewis knows.
Yep.
You know? Or who? Yeah.
I'm
right?
not finding much enjoyment either.
Lewis thought the heat got to him at Paula.
It did.
It was 72 degrees.
Yeah, I almost needed an air ambulance.
He was bad. He's been chugging massive bottles of water at the races just to try to make it through.
We're just trying to survive. I'm like Phil.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to get out of here.
right.
Throw some electrolytes in there. The water ain't going to do it for you, buddy.
See, no one gives me this advice.
What about Club MX 250 Moto 2?
I wanted to ask that too.
What
Like, did
about
Phil
this?
sprinkle some magic start dust on them or something?
Mike,
or what the
was
hell?
Mike B there? Was he there?
Yeah, but I thought he was going to have a heart. He probably had a heart attack.
That's what I
for a
mean.
little
I
bit,
don't even want to
you
know what Mike B's heart rate / if he was like beating off, and I don't know what he was doing at the start of Moto 2.
He was probably on top of the stand next to the podium again, jumping up
Yeah.
and down and again.
He was calling like
Or-
Fox News to come and do interviews. Like, we've got the story.
Or did Mike B drop the gate? And he told those guys, hey, I'm dropping it on 8.
Yeah. It's going right at 8 seconds. Be ready. You know?
That's great, though. That's awesome. Yeah.
Yeah, no, it's good. Like I said, High Point start straight was tricky because, you know, you could get to the hard stuff quicker than the other guys that were out toward the, you know, if you started inside, you know, from where you come across the start from the mechanics area, you know, you reach hard pack a little bit quicker than, you know, the guys that start next to the box. And obviously it was about 10, 12 feet longer than starting on the inside than if you went to the box. But it made up for it, you know, when you kind of got up there to the dry stuff. And, the boys did a good job. So,
awesome.
you know, Jet's already a pretty good starter. Cody's a good starter. Finnis is obviously the weakest link when it comes to starts, but all three of them banged that sucker, and it was awesome. So,
you know, there's the old the movie Dodgeball where the guy throws a wrench at somebody. He goes, you dodge a wrench, you can dodge a ball.
Yeah.
Right? If you're Mark Finnis, you get one whole start, you can get others. Like, you did it once. Like, you led laps, you know?
Yeah, it was kind of close because I think Cody tagged maybe Dax or something, or somebody tagged somebody, and they kind of, you know, Dax went down, but it kind of opened up a really big hole because they all kind of connected. My little boy Finnis just was on rails there for a while.
I did not have Mark Finnis leading laps this summer.
Or getting the lead back.
Yeah, or getting the lead back. All of that. Yeah.
But when he was doing it, though, he wasn't slow, you know?
Sure,
He was fast when he was doing it, so hopefully he can, you know, do that a little bit more. I think it would be awesome for him. So
there wasn't much going on with him when he rode Gas last year, and then like his futures this year, I'm just like, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And then now he's like had few races here outdoors where you're like, oh shit, like he's good. Like look at him, you know. And so
You know, I mean, I think Colorado second moto he should have had 10th, and 3 laps to go he tucked the front or missed the rod. Kind of, you know, Mark's got that little bit issue, Sexton-ism, where he tucks the front a little bit and it kind of costs him. And he did that there, and he was pretty gutted. And then to do what he did at High Point and, you know, obviously crashed and kind of blew it. But it's all learning curves. It's all part of the process, you know.
Good job.
He'll learn to manage it sooner or later.
Good job, Club MX.
Everyone did good. Yeah, that was really cool. Really cool.
And then so when he crashed, he bent his radiator and it lost all his Coolant?
Yeah, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess it's spewing coolant, which is kind of weird because he really didn't crash that hard, you know. So, I don't know, something happened there.
All right, we got some. We got a call for you here from Nash. What's up, Nash?
Gentlemen.
How are you, Nash?
Phil, listen, I called in. All's good. Kellen, Lewis, cheers, everybody. All good. I want to go to happier times. You know, Steve's program starts off with Phil. He's obviously despondent because the knees, bone aches are tough, and we all know that. But let's talk about those starts running up front. Let's go to a happier time in the season, even if it's a couple of goes. Phil, tell us about, and I'm being serious, what's the deal with the start package? Because Keeper supposedly had it all dialed in, and I think that you commented that was a little bit of a, I won't say the word slow because that's not even part of it. but I mean, it was at the point, like when you're passing Hunter and running with those guys, which was awesome. I mean, everybody was rooting for you. That was discussed a little bit. What's it like?
I mean, I'd use running with them loosely, more so getting in the way. But
Hunter and passed them. That was beautiful. It was beautiful.
Was on accident. Hunter hit false neutral somewhere. But no, it was no. I mean, yeah, it's I don't know. A lot of work still goes into it after Paula. Like I still, my starts were okay, but I kind of got lucky. Found some holes, but. We did a lot of start practice after Paula, and a lot of testing with Jamie. And Jamie's not here at my disposal, so when I do my start testing, it's actually really cool because I'll talk to Jamie on the phone, just like we are now, and I'll explain to him what I want on the bike and where I need it to be different, at what gear, what RPM, and Jamie's really good at deciphering what I'm telling him. You know what I mean? I could be telling him something wrong, but he understands how to relay it into a map, and to be able to put it into a start map and to be able to work through it. And like I said, it was a 2.5 hour process to be able to get to a point to where shift points are right. It's not just drop the gate and go, a lot of fucking work and time goes into it. So it's pretty cool to finally do it and come around the first corners up front,
So my kid my daughter looked right at me. She goes, "Dad, are we dreaming right now?" When you were meaning making passes, she's like, "That's Nicoletti."
Yeah.
Dad, are we dreaming? Are we
dreaming
right now? Literally, it was awesome.
I thought my jet lag was kicking in when I was looking at the timing and scoring. I was just like, "Holy shit!" I
thought it was awesome.
It was my worst nightmare.
Yeah, really. Right.
Oh my God. So Jamie's the horse whisperer, if you would. When it comes to deciphering rider, that's it. I'll tell you, like you said, Phil, that's a gift, man. That's a real gift.
I need that throttle body. I need that throttle body.
That's Steve. I was going there. I was taking him right to it.
Yeah,
taking him because.
Yeah, but the problem is the throttle body just doesn't work. You need somebody to be able to ride it, to map it, to program it. There's so much shit that goes into it that people don't even understand.
Yeah.
You could throw the throttle body on, but it doesn't mean it's gonna fucking work right.
I'll meet Jamie at GH. We'll do some testing. So,
Well, with a Vortex, maybe somebody over at Vortex could lend a hand.
Get ECU, official ECU of the PulpMX show. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Well, Dan Truman is a legend, and the two together, power pack. Phil, hey, I think, and I'll close it out with this. Maybe a little knee therapy on your weekend off. Come to Snowshoe. A lot of fun.
Oh yeah.
No knee dabs.
Yeah, sounds great.
Yeah. He'll look for him there. He'll be there in the morning. Yeah. Thanks, Nash.
Cheers, guys. Go get him.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you. Colby's on 3. Colby, what's up? What's your question for Phil Nicoletti?
All right. Well, Nash just kind of took it away from me, but I can change it a little bit.
Okay.
Phil, have you heard about this start challenge between Steve and the Lawrence brothers on a stock bike?
I did a little bit after Colorado. There, I seen. We just post race show. Yes.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. So, is he going to beat him?
No.
Well, here's my thought. What if we dress you up in fly racing gear and put you on a Lawrence bike, and then the Lawrence's bikes are stock bikes? Can you beat them with these great starts you're having?
Why does he got to wear a fly though? That's the point. Why does that matter?
Well, no, we want him to look. We want him to look just like you. We want it to be a Steve impersonator.
I don't want to look like Steven Flygear. I want to look like Phil Nicoletti in FTA. You know, and I'll go do it.
No, Phil. So you think? Okay, Phil. What about this? Me on a great Jets bike, practicing, doing all the fucking tricks, against Kiefer on a production bike on dirt.
Ooh, dude, that one might be tough.
See? Thank you.
I'm still taking Kiefer.
Kiefer on dirt on a production bike versus me. Okay, all right.
Yeah, that might be tough. Yeah.
See?
Yeah.
See, Colby?
But I thought you were talking like Jet on a production bike and then you on Jet's bike.
That came up also, or me versus Lars on a production bike. That also came up.
Yeah. I mean, those guys would still spank you on a wide, CR125, but
okay, well,
I don't know. I think you got him. Yeah.
All right, thanks, Colby. Thanks, buddy.
Thanks, guys.
Thanks for the call.
I think too many people have seen your starts at Glen Helen, Steve.
Yeah, but they're better now. No, they're better.
That's what's killing you is those starts.
I just did starts at GH. I was in a race with a start, and I came out not bad. All right.
Yeah, but if you actually ride that factory bike, Steve, you actually have to do a start on like your proper
I rode the
racer.
factory bike. I rode it at Washougal. It's fine.
I seen you ride it. you trail rode on it. You actually need to ride the fucking thing.
The light and look. I rev it till the light comes on, okay, and I got the start lock. I got the front brake, the front lock on, starting hook on, works connection, pro launch start device. What I'm trying to say.
You okay there?
I got blocks.
We're so fucked.
I got blocks, and I got the light on, and my throttle's right here, and I got to dump the clutch, brap, and I'm gone.
Yeah, but you still got to give it gas when you get over it and drive and the whole nine. You know what I mean?
Fine. No problem.
You just don't set it on fucking autopilot and it just goes.
All right, Brett's on too. Brett, you want to shout out to Phil?
Hey, Phil. Just want to say
What's up?
thanks for taking the pick with me at Hangtown.
No problem, buddy.
Appreciate it,
Anytime.
Man. Yeah,
it's easy.
Waited out the truck for a while for you. All those.
Did you guys did you flip the camera off, Brett? Did you flip the camera off?
Oh yeah.
Oh
yes,
okay.
sir.
That's awesome.
Yeah, man. My son was.
Oh, there's a kid there too.
That was great.
Even better.
Yeah.
Even better. A child there with the finger up. Fantastic. Love to see it. This is why America's going where it is, everybody. Thanks, Brett. Thanks.
You're the best, Phil.
This is why we are where we are in America. This is the decline of American civilization. Thanks to Phil Nicoletti.
Yeah, I'm the problem with that.
You are. Absolutely. All right, Phil. So any riding before Southwick? Like your knee's probably the size of a grapefruit. You got to ice it. You got to drain it maybe. You're going to get out one time before Southwick?
I did, to be honest. I actually rode today.
Oh, shit. Oh, wow.
Yeah. Just to stay on the bike just a little bit. Just did some sections so I don't try and lose everything. You know what I mean?
Okay.
Did sections, did starts, did kind of what I could do, and
okay.
Yeah, I can't miss 3 weeks. I can go with 2, but 3 is too much, So.
Okay, listen, my friend Lewis here, he's a huge Max Anstey fan, right? He is saying Max is going to race for Star at Southwick. You know that, right? Yeah. He is saying that Max can win Southwick. Not will win. Not will, but can.
I agree.
Okay.
Yep.
Right.
The smartest people in the room.
I could see Max going 2-2 for the overall.
Okay.
2-2 specific.
One is also an option.
One's an option.
Nah, 2-2.
What about Deegs' rides? Unbelievable.
Yeah. I mean, dude, the kid is, on point.
Yeah.
It's. I respect every bit of his riding.
Of his riding.
Yeah, of the riding.
Dude, doing 210s. Yeah, doing 210s at the end of the moto like that, unbelievable.
Yeah, that's full blown savage stuff. And would it be cool? Like he came from a long ways back too, and to be able to do it, like, and pass those guys, and I thought it's super impressive. So, but it was cool to see Masterpool get it done.
Yeah, and actually, Evan's on 5. He wants to talk to you about that. Speaking of Masterpool, go ahead, Evan.
Hey, fellas. I'm a first-time caller, a long-time listener.
Thank you.
Awesome.
I work in NASCAR. I'm out in Charlotte. Been to club a few public days, and a good friend of Mike B's.
Oh, wow.
With NASCAR.
Can you imagine Mike B's excitement, Evan? Moto 2.
All three.
Yeah.
Probably. I texted him the other day, congrats, and I got at least more than a one-word answer, so he's definitely feeling it.
Nice.
But anyway, so NASCAR's kind of turned into a buy-a-ride program with facilities and training facilities like club and other amateur programs. I think it's pretty awesome that what Ty proved is that talent still succeeds over just having money.
Yeah.
I know some guys can bring money to certain programs and get their ride that way, but it's pretty cool to see a guy like him show that talent still proves over in the MX world.
Yeah, I love the fact that our sport is so fucking hard, and it's 90% rider and 10% bike. My interest in F1 has dropped. My interest in NASCAR has dropped over the years because it's so dependent on your car. I just love our sport that it's just like, yeah, man, Ty last year, 450s running top 5, on a production bike, on a team in Florida. It's really cool. I love our sport for that.
As the Macho Man would say, the cream rises to the top.
Yes, exactly. Thanks, buddy. Thanks for the call.
Thank you, guys. See
Appreciate
you.
it. Thank you.
Phil.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Phil's got fans everywhere, NASCAR world and everything else. What did you make of Majora this weekend? Phil, me and Lewis were there to witness it live.
Was there... Yeah, it wasn't one pass. I fell asleep.
I don't know if there... I tweeted that, too. I'm not sure there was...
I think the only person that made passes was the Wolf.
Vlaanderen, too, in Moto 2. But he passed guys that were like...
Yeah, you're starting in last, so it's...
Yeah. It was tough, yeah. And also, listen, I'm not going to question anyone's toughness.
Oh, boy.
But you're Jorge Prado. I mean, you are hurt, right? Like he's grabbing his leg. He's barely able to walk. He's walking around afterwards. He's smiling. He's taking photos with fans, Phil.
Yeah, I don't...
I'm just saying, listen, maybe it was that...
Listen, I got fucking carried off the track at Hangtown, all right? I couldn't walk for about a minute and a half. So, I can't really talk, and I raced 2 weeks later. So, I don't know. To me, the crash didn't look that bad. It looked like it was kind of just a whatever crash. Yeah, Vlaanderen hit him and whatever, but, it wasn't aggressive. It wasn't violent. But, again, you never really know how someone hits you or how you tweak something.
Yeah, I guess. You're right. Maybe that's is that a dick thing for me to say then? Is that dick?
Well, he showed me after the race, he had, a massive lump on his knee. It genuinely looked like a bone sticking out. So,
well, maybe that's just, the difference between the Euros and Americans. Where if that was an American rider, if that's Jet Lawrence, he crashes
an
like
Australian rider.
Okay, but American-based. You never see him again. He's gone back to the hotel. He's not hanging out.
It's MXGP. We just chill out.
Prado is literally going, yeah, with the other guys at Majora. He took a photo with the group. I was there. I watched it. I almost interviewed him, and he's got his arms around people and he's smiling and laughing, and I'm just like, holy shit! He just, he lost 25 points, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah, I did not expect to interview him.
Right.
At all.
And you said his mood was fine.
Oh, yeah, we did a 12-minute interview. Right. Talks for 30 minutes afterwards.
That's not happening to any top American-based rider.
Yeah, to me that shows, I don't know.
Yeah, it's hard. I know. It's just...
Maybe should have been able to finish or get some points or whatever, but again...
Yeah.
I don't know.
But did you see the video of him after he pulled off under the awning? He was being what do you do? What do you call it? Assisted to walk.
Yeah, he had his arms.
Yeah, what do you call that?
Yeah.
So he was obviously in a bad way for a little while.
I don't know. Listen, I can't trust Lewis for anything because he told me Sasha Cohen's won't really win, and then he's won 2 in a row.
Well, everyone's going to come around at some point.
I guess. Okay. Yep. That's another example why I can't take MX2 that seriously.
Why?
Because of things like that.
But he's always been fast. He just can't stay on a bike.
Yeah, I mean, he didn't.
The speed has never been questionable.
He's never. And I guess he didn't stay on the bike Moto 1.
Nope.
Right. So there is that.
What about Lucas's Instagram? Because I didn't pass him because I knew.
Yeah.
Screw him over for the overall. Do you think he really knew?
I mean,
how does he know? Because it all came down to who?
If Everts passes that fucking kid with the unibrow.
yeah, him. So how does I mean, Lucas really doesn't know what the fuck's going on.
Yeah, I feel like that was just a save face a little bit. Like, look at me, I could do that.
And
I mean, he's
really
trying to
couldn't pass my little brother.
He's trying to close down like 50 points in a championship. If like he needs those points.
And also like
exactly.
I can't take MX2 that seriously when this dude's EMX is getting,
Well, no, that's not a problem with MX2. That's a problem with EMX. I've been saying this for years. EMX is not EMX. It's MX2 too.
Okay.
It's just like, hey,
yeah.
I want to have success, so I'm just going to race in this one.
Right.
It's like having East and West on the same night.
Right. Like it's like Phil dropping down to 250 Supercross.
I didn't have a 250 Supercross fucking career.
It's like Phil dropping down. Like he's a top 12 guy in 450s, but he's like, hey, I want success.
Yeah.
Right? Is that what it is, Lewis?
Sure. If you want to call it that way, you can.
I'm 35 years old. Give me a fucking break out there.
All right.
I'm
well,
trying
Phil,
to survive.
I have an update on your retirement party for Vegas. I'll text you. So.
Is it cancelled?
Okay.
No, it's not canceled.
The update is it's off.
No, we have an update. Well, I'll let you know, Phil. I had a new backer. I had a backer step up last week. So.
Hey, did Sewer step back from the ledge now, Lewis?
Well,
no.
Well, so on Friday, I had a 2-hour conversation with him, deep dive on all of the issues. And then in between motos, I helped him with some lines. And basically, it was all me. So expect it to go back to shit from now on.
I was trying to frame it to Sewer like, hey, buddy, podium. And he's not having it. He's like, big crash. I'll take it. But I was way back of those guys. Like, dude, listen, he doesn't listen to the Pulp Show, right?
No.
Sewer? There's no chance.
He didn't know who you were.
Right. He got fucking dropped. I was shocked at how much he got dropped in Moto 2. Like, he's a great rider.
Like, what, 35 seconds behind or something?
10 minutes in, he's 20 seconds back. I'm like, what the hell?
We're on to 2025.
I know, I guess.
Yeah, but that's the same this past weekend. Hunter and Jet gone.
Yeah, and Chase 37 seconds back.
In Moto 1? Yeah. Was he 30? Was that what it was? 37?
Yeah.
But okay, but that's 30 minutes too. I'm talking, he was 30 seconds back after 15, 20 minutes. So it's a little more now.
Yeah.
But still.
You were in that conversation.
Yeah.
You know where he's at.
I'm Team Sewer, but not Team Sewer.
Okay, well, we don't want you.
I know, because I don't just point the finger at the motorcycle.
Neither did he.
Oh, here we go.
I mean, he's just not gelling with the Cowie. That's fact. He said that. He's not gelling with the Cowie.
It's a big bike for such a little man.
The Yamaha small? Oh, yeah, Yamaha's the Yamaha's known so nimble.
Notorious for not being a tank.
Yeah, way bigger than the Cowie.
Yeah, when I think of Yamaha, I think of it's like having an 80 box between your legs.
Much.
Yeah, I just.
Well, you know what? I mean, I don't want to say too much because I can't remember what he said on record or off record. But it's not an ideal situation.
All right,
we're on to 2025.
We got Drew Adams on the other line, Phil. So.
All right, yeah, going. He did good. What did he get? 1-1 this weekend.
No, he went. Hold on, Drew, you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
You went 4-1? What? 3-1?
No, I went 1-1.
Oh, you did?
Yeah, dude, you don't even fucking know what's going on.
I was in Italy, Phil. I was fucking in Italy. Okay, I was trying to pay attention. I was trying to pay attention.
In Italy doesn't mean the whole fucking world just stops, man. There's still racing going on in the U.S., Canada, Australia. Like, you're a media guy. You're supposed to keep up on all
I knew he won. I knew he won the overall. Sorry, Drew, you went 1-1. I'm sorry. I didn't know.
Yeah,
it's good, dude. Drew, he don't give a fuck.
I'm having him on. Hey, Phil, he raced in Manitoba, where, I don't know, Drew, did they ever mention me at all up there?
All right, okay, Steve, what was the name of the track that they raced at?
Oh, boy.
Prairie Hill? Pilot Hill? Pilot Mountain,
dude. Pilot Mountain.
Prairie Hill.
It wasn't there when I was there in Manitoba. So, listen, Drew, you've been on fire too, dude, by the way. This is awesome.
Thank you.
So, Phil, any questions for Drew?
No, he looked good this weekend. I bummed he threw it away last week.
Yeah.
Yeah, last week. Yeah, which is kind of a bummer, but on point. Yeah. On point.
Do you think though, Phil, that he ran over T-Dags' head to knock him out of the title, like on purpose?
Yes, that was totally on purpose.
Okay, there we go. See,
I'm pretty sure I saw. Dude, Drew, don't lie. I'm pretty sure I saw you twist the gas after T-Dags hit the ground.
No, man. I tried to brake.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I saw your right elbow drop.
Hey, the good thing, Phil, is there's not much in there for T-Dags to hurt. You know?
No. There's nothing. Some IQ is 0.
All right, Phil. Thanks for the time. Thank you, buddy.
All right, see you, boys. Talk to you
See
later.
you, Phil.
See ya. That's Phil Nicoletti, everybody. Next up, brought to you by Renthal, renthal.com. This man uses them on his Kawasaki Team Green bike. Renthal.com, whether it's Honda, Kawasaki, KTM. Check them out, man. 971, Fat Bar, Twin Wall, Fat Bar 36, sprockets, chains, all of it, renthal.com. Drew, welcome to the show. Thank you for the time.
Thank you for having me. It's great to be here.
Dude, never mind this. Well, first of all, Manitoba, great job. You took the overall. I didn't see any video. As I said, Phil, I was in Italy, but I was following the timing and the scoring. How muddy was it? Like, was it super mudder, or did it get okay?
Oh, dude, it started off it was delayed. They delayed it like, I think 4 hours or something.
Uh-huh.
We didn't get no free practice or nothing. And then qualifying was probably the worst mud I've ever rode in my life. It was brutal. We did, me, Benoit, and Linville, we all did one lap, and that was it. We did
Hey, that
mud
sticks to
one lap
you.
coming around the finish,
Yep.
and then one fast lap, and then it was it. Like, you couldn't do another lap.
It sticks so bad. It's like gumbo, man.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah.
Because, like, I guess the night before they, like, fully watered the track and ripped it as deep as they could. And then, like, the dirt looked great on top, but as soon as you got tires on it, it was like, I don't know, like 2 foot deep of mud.
Dude,
But,
your
like-
ride Moto 1 at last week at the last trunk at Alberta, unbelievable. When did you think, like, hey, fuck, I can maybe win this thing? Like, was there a point where you were looking up and looking at the leader and being like, I think I can do this? I think it was Linville.
Yeah, I probably knew I could win it from, like, the first lap or so just because I got up real early and, like, I wasn't too far behind the pack. And then, but that was, like, that track was the last track that I thought I would have been able to pass that many people. It was, like, track walking stuff. I was like, man, you're going to need 2 hole shots to win here. It was so, like, skinny and just looked one line. But, yeah, I got up to, like, 4th behind Amyot and just started catching him pretty rapidly.
Dude, yeah.
But I think it would have been a bit of a harder moto if Racine didn't have that bike problem. Because he was riding really good that moto. Like, I was just barely steady catching him, and I think that he kind of would have been a big obstacle if his bike didn't break.
I love the fact you're doing these Canadian Nationals. For one, I'm Canadian, so it's cool that you're bringing the attention to the series. People are following it a little more. I love that. I also like, hey, man, this is like against men, professionals, 25-minute motos. Like, yeah, you listen, you can go chase amateur scene here and there. You could not race for months and then show up at an amateur race and race that and, kind of do the 3 or 4 races a year. I think this is great. It's a great plan. Your parents and Dan Truman, Ryan Holiday, put it all together. I like it, man. I think it's really good. Do you feel like it's really helping you?
Yeah, I think that it's the best thing for me right now, just with like the gate drops and racing such experienced guys like Benoit right now. He's really good, and he's got like 20 years of experience on me. But I would say that this was the best option that I could have picked this summer, and as of right now, it's going well.
I wonder, Kellen, like Drew doing this, and obviously Tiger Wood is up there too, right? An Aussie kid, another amateur. I wonder if people will look at Drew because he's probably going to have a good summer and all that. People are going to be like, hey, we should think about this a little bit. Like, do you think it opens doors for other American amateurs?
Oh yeah, I think so. But I also kind of want to know why it went away, because like Dino went up there, Chiz went up there,
Josh
Lopoto,
Woods,
Josh Woods. Like, it was a thing for a while, and then it stopped, and now it's back again. So like, what's been the enticing thing?
COVID really hurt the series, I think. Yeah, I think people just kind of got away from it.
But I mean, even before that, like 2015, 2016, you didn't hear that much about
you're right.
it.
Yeah. Look, Drew, I don't want to speak for you, but I think you've been the fastest guy through the first 3 rounds. Obviously, you got KO'd at one of them, didn't finish, and then the opening round, you didn't win. You came from way back to like 4th or 3rd or whatever. So it looks like you're really fast, and you're going to do well. I understand you're going to keep doing all of them. Like, you're going to chase this thing.
Hopefully so.
Okay.
That's the plan, at least in my head right now. Because it would all work out. There's only like 2 races that would kind of stumble it a little bit, which is Redbud Combine and then Loretta's. So for the Redbud Combine, which is I think 2 weeks away.
Yep.
I would have to race on Friday and then drive to Gopher Dunes and race Sunday.
That's no problem. It's like 6 hours. You're fine.
Yeah, that's not really a biggie. And then the other one is, I think, Sandali. You race on Sunday, and then I would have to fly out that night and make practice at Loretta's on Monday.
That's Ottawa. Ottawa's a major airport. There's probably lots of flights to. I think you can figure it out. I think it can work.
Yeah.
But so
I think it could all
you
work.
want to keep going though? Like if
Yeah. Because like coming into this weekend, obviously I had that DNF at the second round.
Yep.
But coming into this weekend, I was 22 points down, and I mean I already gained 12 points. I'm only 10. I'm only 10 down now. So
listen,
I don't think that it would be too hard to get back up there.
I'm a Canadian. I would love for Benoit or a Canadian kid to win this. I'm not going to lie, but also I like the fact of the attention you're bringing to the series. And straight up, you've been the fastest guy. Sorry to my fellow Canadians. Like this is, if Drew Adams stays up there and stays, keeps running. I don't know. Yeah, you've shown to be the class of the field. So.
Does this feel like a big deal? Like, does it feel like you're racing professionally now? Or does it still feel like a stepping stone similar to Futures? Like when you're behind the gate, does it have that like professional feel?
I would definitely say so, just for like how put together the day is on Sunday. And I haven't raced a pro national or supercross race yet in America, so I'm not really sure what it feels like to do that over here. I know it's definitely a lot more professional feeling than Futures, I would say, just because I am racing older guys and stuff like that and a bit quicker group. So I would say it's kind of in between a little bit, between like Futures and U.S. pro racing.
So it just feels like a stepping stone to where you will be in a year or two.
And for the record, you did not run over T-Dags' head on purpose, for the record.
No,
Okay.
I was feeling pretty bad about it after that.
Well, I thought it was funny because obviously he's a great guy, and you guys are building up the rivalry, right, on social media. And, And even one time T-Dags made fun of me, and I said, I hope Adam smokes you, coming up, and he made some comment, and it's just not hilarious, but and then you actually run over his head and knock him out of the series.
It was funny because obviously that happened Sunday, and then we rode together on, I think it was Thursday before the second round.
Okay.
It was like a second day back ride, and just had a good time. Me, him, and D-Right.
Nice.
How much different is the whole experience than what you thought it would be? Like going up there, what did you think the tracks are going to be like? What did you think that the competition was going to be like? And how did you kind of prepare yourself mentally for the competition you're going to be going against?
I just kind of look at it as another day down in Florida. Obviously, there's a lot more stuff to do. There's a lot more fans that want to come up and stuff, and so it's definitely a lot more different than what I've been used to for the past 10 years or something. But the competition wasn't really much of my worries. Obviously, they're all fast, but I kind of knew after the first free practice at Calgary that I didn't think I would have to worry about it too much. Obviously, there's, I think, 5 really good guys, and the rest of the guys are just kind of like messy lappers. But
it's been going well for you. Renthal.com bringing you Drew Adams here on the show. PRMX guys, they from what I understand, Julie and the PRMX guys have been really accommodating. You brought your own sponsors in. You're not using their sponsors unless you need to or whatever. But they're taking care of you. How's that been going for the PRMX guys with you?
Oh, it's great. I really like the vibe around the team and stuff. Yep. And obviously, I'm not fully on the team. I just pit with them, but on the podium and stuff, I try and thank them just because of all they've done for me, and hopefully what they're going to do more for me if I do race these next 5 rounds. And Julian's a great guy. Obviously. He really gave us a big opportunity. He was just like, hey, come on, pit with us. And
well, it's cool because, they have different sponsors. They have obligations. And, Julian's just like, hey, we'll help you out. You don't have to. You know what I mean? Because I just think it's cool that someone stepped up and did that for you. And Julian's had a lot of success down here as well. So it's going well. Have you tried the Hawkins Cheesies yet up there?
Which one is that?
It's like the cheese, like Cheetos, but better.
I think I did try them. They did a thing at
I saw. I thought you were in that video.
They did a thing at the second round.
Yeah.
And it was like these cheesy puffs, and then ketchup, and I didn't try the ketchup because I ain't doing that.
Oh, okay, yeah, they're much better than ketchup chips suck.
I tried the cheesies.
Okay.
They taste just like Cheetos over here.
No, they're way better,
no
Drew.
difference.
They're way better.
I don't know.
Oh,
I
please.
don't know.
Yeah, no, trust me, they are. Dylan Wright, you mentioned Dylan Wright. You ride with him at the dog pound when he's down there at the Lawrence's place, obviously, and you're training with Michael Byrne, of course, all of that. So, yeah, I think the world of Dylan. Great dude, really fast. Has it helped a little bit to have someone to, even before you went to Calgary, to ask him questions and kind of pick his brain on how he thought you would do and all that? Did Wright help your transition a little bit?
Yeah, so when I first found out I was coming up to Canada, he was like one of the first guys I texted. I was like, hey, man, like, I'm coming up to your hood. I'm coming to race. And he just, kind of, he was in Florida at the time, I think.
Okay.
And obviously he gave me some tips and tricks about it. And, yeah, you mentioned he does ride down there most of the time, but realistically, I've only rode with him maybe like 5 days out of how many ever months he's been there, because the first year he came was in 2023. That was the first time he came over, and I got to ride 1 day with him, and then I got injured the second day I started riding with him.
Oh, okay.
I was out for the whole time he was there, and then this past year, like, he kind of comes a little bit early while we're still on Supercross.
Yeah.
So, like, we didn't really get to ride with him much. He was just kind of out there doing motos by himself. But yeah, he's a great guy to have around.
And how's Burner? Also, awesome dude, Michael Byrne.
Oh, he's great. I've been texting him.
Yep.
He happy with the results in Canada, and I'm not sure if he's been to the Nationals lately. I'm pretty sure he went to.
Yeah, he was at. I don't know about High Point, but he was at Lakewood. I think I saw him at Lakewood.
Yeah. So no, he's good, helping me out.
Good. Renthal.com, bringing you Drew Adams here on the PulpMX show, 702-586-PULP. You got a question for Drew? Go ahead and call in.
Yeah, I got a question for you about futures. You didn't obviously get to hold the trophy at the end of the season because of that slide out in Salt Lake City. But
do we care about that?
I'm asking him.
Like, it's one race.
That's what I'm asking him.
All
like,
right.
it's one race that he didn't win, but he won so many others. Like, how does he feel about his own progress on Supercross this year? Because it looked amazing from the outside.
He was the best futures
That's
guy,
what I'm
though,
saying,
right? Do we
yeah.
all agree that?
Yes.
Okay. Because you guys follow.
Yeah, I think I definitely proved something with those three back-to-back races. Salt Lake City was just a little bit unfortunate for me, and obviously the Futures doesn't really do a full point series. They do 5 races, which is great, but the last round is just kind of winner takes all. But the thing with that is I was really sick at Salt Lake City, and I was not handling the
altitude
elevation very well.
Yep.
And I had like 2 laps in me, and I had my tongue in my butt halfway through the moto. And I was just trying to hold on, and I had that little mistake right in the mechanics area, and it cost me.
Why don't they do a point series for futures? Why doesn't Feld do that? What do we have?
It makes no sense.
I'm not sure. They've never done it.
Right.
But they asked me and Davies and Towers in the press conference after, and we're all like it needs a point series, because.
I mean, that's kind of amateur racing in the U.S. though. To be blunt, like everything's just a championship, like one race championship kind of thing.
I mean,
for
I
most
feel
part,
like they're trying to not make it like amateur racing, and I mentioned that in the press conference. I was like, if you want it to kind of be like a pro stepping stone, you got to have a point series with the series.
Yeah, I guess so, right? Yeah.
Well,
I don't know. Drew Adams on the show. This Galdi guy up in Canada, thoughts on him?
Oh, he's great, dude. I'm loving him. I met him at the Canada press conference, I believe. He was the announcer guy there.
Yeah.
And he's sick.
Oh boy.
Probably one of the coolest guys up here.
Oh no. Oh boy. That's the worst.
Ego is just.
Yeah, that's the worst thing you could have said about Galdi, Drew. But hey, if that's how you feel, that's how you feel. So 2 weeks off. 3 weeks off in that series, and then we start picking it up in the sand, Redbud weekend, for deep sand.
Oh, yeah.
We got 2 deep sand tracks, Drew. Now, obviously, you're not from Florida, but you ride there a lot. So how's the sand skills?
Oh, I mean, they're great. I'm ready for it, I think I'm going to ride at Croom the week before.
Yeah, that'll get you down.
So,
yep.
I think that'll be good work for it. But I've heard a lot about Gopher Dunes, and I've heard that it's pretty much identical to Southwick.
It's rougher than Southwick. It's gnarlier. It's
Is it?
Oh, it's deeper sand. It's like Lommel in Europe, which you probably don't even know either. But it is not like Southwick. It's gnarly. So, but again, I think you'll be all right. You seem like you got those.
I'm excited to see what it brings.
How's the relationship? How's the relationship with Kevin? You say much to him? You guys spoken much, Kevin Benoit?
Yeah, I mean, we talk off the track and stuff.
Okay.
Obviously, on the track you have no friends. What's funny is both motos at this past weekend, because it rained so much, the gates were so muddy, and the insides, the first 4 inside gates were the best gates. And he had a good lap in qualifying. He had his first pick. He had a good gate on the first moto, and I kind of got lucky with that red flag because I did not have the whole shot the first start. And we banged bars a little bit going up the start. The last 2 starts we did, it was pretty cool.
Nice. Wow, listen, it's cool to see you up there. I've been impressed with your speed. I watched round 2, and I was like, holy shit. So Dan Truman, your mentor there. Maybe listen.
Oh, yeah.
Do you just listen to Dan when it comes to on the track stuff and not off track stuff, or do you listen to Dan about everything?
I mean, pretty much about everything,
Okay.
Obviously, I talked to Burner about the on track stuff, so.
All right.
I mean, Dan is always listening, so he knows a lot. He's been in this sport for a long time, but he really just helps me with everything.
If he tries to drag you out to a club at 11, just tell him no.
Yeah.
Just be like,
that's the stuff I don't listen to.
Yeah, okay, good. Yeah, don't listen to that stuff when Dan's like, hey, just one drink. We'll just go out. Yeah. I know you're only 17 or whatever, but, you watch out for the Truman guy. But, no, he's a great friend of mine, and, he's a good dude. He's always he's helped you for a long time, and he's always believed in you, and he's got to be really proud and stoked to see you get these results and all of that. And now there's a guy that runs Pro Circuit that I talked to that is very excited about having you ride there also. So things are looking up for Drew Adams. Lately you've got to really feel good.
Oh yeah, obviously this Canada thing is really helping me out with what's to come in America, and if everything goes right and my results are good, hopefully I am able to race a few nationals at the end of the year. Hopefully that's the goal.
Oh, is it this year?
Yeah, hopefully.
Okay, yeah.
Hopefully
No,
so.
I didn't know it was like this year. Like I knew obviously it's coming, but I didn't. Okay.
Yeah.
Wow, that'll be great. That'll be awesome for you. And then also, Drew, if you seem like you're very successful and you're on your way. If I'm still in the media in say 5 years and you're winning 450 races, I'm going to continue to bring up that Canada groomed you, and it was Canada that did it. He wouldn't be where he was without Canada. So just be ready for that, Drew. So.
Oh, yeah. All right. I'm ready.
Awesome. All right. Anything else for Drew?
I just wanted to ask him kind of his own expectations going to Loretta's this year. Last year probably didn't go exactly how you wanted to, and I figured with the the high level of confidence, how things have gone for you this year, that you expect quite a bit more out of yourself.
Last year's just kind of got messed up with the mud a little bit. I'm not gonna say I'm not the best mud rider because, I just not really, but the expectations are high. We raced at Freestone in March and everything went well there, and kind of aiming for I think it's called the Horizon Award this year. It's like the best A pro rider. That's the goal, and we just need to put those 6 motos together, and it'll be good.
Awesome, man. Well, hey, thanks for calling in. I know I got to you late, so I really appreciate the time tonight. Good luck up in Canada the rest of the season and all of that, Drew. You're killing it, man. Thanks for the time.
Yep, thank you for having me.
All right.
Have a good one.
See you, man. That's Drew Adams, everybody.
Nice kid.
Nice
kid.
A
lot, yeah.
I didn't know Nationals this year was a plan. I always thought it was next year.
That surprised me a little bit too. But I knew he was going to go A in Loretta's.
Okay.
So I figured that was kind of a potential afterwards,
right.
but I didn't know
But
that was
then
for sure.
Futures again next year.
I don't know.
But
Maybe
PC's
not.
full, isn't it?
Maybe
How
not.
many riders is PC the new
I don't
star?
know. I mean, yeah. What do we got? Well, Faulkner doesn't have a deal, but I think he comes back.
Well, there's weird Faulkner rumors going around, but I feel like
There is? Okay, I haven't heard that.
I'll tell you. Yeah, I don't
Okay,
know.
I feel like he comes back, but maybe he doesn't. But
You
if
would think
not,
so.
They got McAdoo, they got Hammaker, they
Kitchen.
got Marchbanks, they got Kitchen.
So that's 5.
No, that's 4.
And
it's 4.
Without Faulkner.
Well, we think Faulkner will go back.
Faulkner, fine. Yeah.
So then we think maybe Masterpool, maybe Voland. Now maybe Adams.
And maybe Faulkner? I don't know. Yeah.
22 riders.
Quite a few comments about the top 5 outside the top 5.
Yeah, I feel really enlightened as to what's going on in the Canadian series.
You should watch some races. It's good
his that moto that I talked about, like basically last to first.
I watched it too.
Oh,
like,
it was good.
I think I saw you like tweeting about it, so I like opened it up and then watched the last half of it. Or something.
He's been. I mean, look again, like Benoit's great. T-Dags, Linville, Amiot's been doing well, but he is the class of the field up there right now for sure. Which I mean, when Josh Woods did it as a Team Green amateur, he won. Dean Wilson came up, won the only 4 motos he did. You know, like the history of top U.S. amateurs going to Canada shows they're successful. So,
yeah, for sure.
All right, commercial break. Time to come up. Dean Wilson will be up. Calvin Vlaanderen. A lot of Majora talk.
A lot of ins and outs.
We didn't even touch on 450s from High Point. We got to get into that.
By the way,
X-Brand tear-offs, Race Tech Rant, motorsport.com, tweet at Tallon.
This Canadian round was at Prairie Hill MX in Pilot Mound, Manitoba.
Okay, so I was kind of right.
You were kind of right, yeah.
Kind of right. They didn't have this track when I raced. So, and shout out to Ryder McNabb, kind of turning out okay, putting in some good motos.
Canada's back, and it was nice of your friend Dan to thank you for flying to Majora from Canada.
He didn't. You know, we can't all be perfect, Lewis.
Where are we doing this show from? Deep in Canada.
Yeah, we're in Manitoba right now. All right, go to commercial break after this. We still got Nick, the producer, whatever the guy who answered the phone, Kellen Brauer, Lewis Phillips, myself. We'll be right back after this, everybody.
I just want to hear the motocross stuff.
25 years ago, greatness was born. Since then, the only thing that mattered was riding. At motosport.com, we've made it our #1 priority to make your next ride your best ride. With free shipping on all orders over $79, dedicated and knowledgeable gearheads, and a huge selection of parts, gear, and accessories. Here's to 25 years of never missing a ride. To celebrate 25 years of greatness, Motosport and KTM are teaming up to give away a 2024 KTM 250 SX 2-stroke. Don't miss out on weekly prizes and check out the bike at each round of the Pro Motocross Championship. Scan the QR code on the bike during the broadcast or enter online at motosport.com/win. Now, let's get out on the track, trail, or open road and make that next ride your best ride with motosport.com.
You likely know Racetech as the suspension and engine tuner of choice for the world's fastest privateers. But what you may not know is behind the scenes, Racetech is the trusted source for many OEMs and factory teams throughout the motorcycle industry. For nearly 40 years, Racetech has been producing high-performance suspension and engine components and services right here in the USA. Racetech doesn't just specialize in motocross. In fact, they have many off-road, hill climb, flat track, road racing, and supermoto championships on the mantle as well. Not a racer but want to smooth out the ride on the street or add some performance to your Harley? Racetech offers a full line of suspension solutions including industry-leading built-to-order G3S custom shocks. All Racetech products are 100% guaranteed to exceed your highest expectations. Don't wait. Experience the Gold Valve Advantage today by logging on to racetech.com. Don't forget to mention PulpMX when ordering for a discount.
Established in 1989, Eric Phillips had the idea to manufacture factory-styled products for the everyday rider. Working out of his garage, Eric quickly gained a reputation for producing quality products and having great customer service. In just a few short years, the factory team started calling looking for products as well, and as the saying goes, the rest is history. Fast forward to 2024, and they are on their 35th year of producing high-quality products while still providing exceptional customer service. While they are no longer working out of a small garage, they are still producing the finest products available. Teams like HRC Honda, Star Racing Yamaha, HEP Suzuki, Phoenix Honda, BarX Suzuki, AJE Motorsports, Solitaire Yamaha, and countless privateers still rely on the same quality products that are available to you too. Products like their Pro Launch start device, radiator braces, skid plates, clutch perches, and tons more continue to be a staple in the pro pits and amateur scene as well. Check all they have to offer for your ride at worksconnection.com. Use the code PulpMX20 to save 20% off your order.
With over 80 years' experience manufacturing power sports pistons right here in the USA, Wiseco has evolved into a full range of performance components for dirt bikes and other power sports machines. Whether you ride a 2-stroke or a 4-stroke, Wiseco has a variety of pistons from reliable forged replacements to the performance-focused Racer Elite series. Wiseco offers race-proven components for the rest of your engine, too. From garage body engine rebuild kits, clutch and valve train components, USA-made Racer Elite connecting rods, and their CB4 thermal protection line. Wiseco is proud to be a technical partner with Factory Honda HRC for the 2023 Supercross and Motocross, driving professional-level product development that gets passed down to you. Visit your favorite online or local dealer or wiseco.com to find products for your machine.
Rocky Ridge Trucks, your ultimate off-road vehicle capable of getting down and dirty. Rocky Ridge has a rich history and has been building custom vehicles since 1983. Proudly partnering with the finest OEMs including Chevrolet, GMC, Ford, Jeep, Nissan, and Ram, we bring you the ultimate turnkey custom truck on the market. Each vehicle is easily financed through your local dealership and, best of all, retains the factory warranty. Say goodbye to the hassles of DIY customization. No more waiting for parts, compromising ride quality, or risking voiding your warranty. Drive the vehicle you've always dreamed of today. Join the Built for the Bold family at RockyRidgeTrucks.com.
Factory Chassis Parts, established in 2018, is the home of the original high-performance FCP racing engine mount kit, designed to improve traction, handling, cornering, and feel. Used by top-level racers and race teams worldwide, including Phoenix Honda, Justin Starling, the F&H MXGP Kawasaki team, Rock River Yamaha, and many more. CNC machined parts out of high-quality aluminum and titanium. They are easy to install and bring drastic improvements right away. Stop by FCPRacing.com to learn more and order today.
Maxima Racing Oils was created for world-class racers who challenge the limits of possibility. Their demands on equipment drive us to look beyond conventional ideas and to exceed industry standards. It's in our DNA to identify problems, formulate solutions, and execute at the highest levels of competition. Case in point, the championship-winning Factory Kawasaki race team, longtime Maxima partners who extensively use Maxima throughout the bike. Maxima's USA-made products exceed JSO requirements and can be used in all motorcycle brands: Kawasaki, Honda, Yamaha, Suzuki, KTM, Husqvarna, and more. Maxima Racing Oils. Experience the difference. Visit MaximaUSA.com for more information.
I'm Cooper Webb, and I choose OGO.
I'm Christian Craig. I'm Dean Willison.
I'm Aaron Plessinger.
I'm Jerry Martin.
I'm Nate Thrasher.
I'm Shane McElrath.
I'm Hunter Lawrence.
My name's Jett Lawrence.
I'm Jordan Smith.
I'm Tal Hawkins.
Stargate Hampshire.
I'm Hayden Deegan.
I'm Colt Nichols, and I choose OGO.
And I choose OGO.
And I choose OGO.
I'm Tom Biala. I choose OGO.
And I choose OGO.
And I choose OGO.
I'm Jiren Ferrangis, and I choose OGO.
In 1990, my dad, Jamie Gregg, started Guts Racing. Guts stands for Greg's Ultra Trick Seats, because I was just a little kid that wanted a trick seat. And if you're out there looking for a trick seat, go to gutsracing.com, your local dealer, or Motosport, and place your order. Support the people that support PulpMX. You can use Pulp
2024
for 20% off at gutsracing.com.
FMF Racing is proud to celebrate over 45 years of fun, building every FMF exhaust right here in the USA. Owner and founder Don Emler may have started FMF Racing in his garage 45 years ago, but Don is still hands-on in our 100,000 square foot state-of-the-art manufacturing facility in Southern California. FMF's goal? Design and manufacture the world's best performance exhausts 100% in the USA under one roof. FMF is a proud sponsor of the Lucas Oil Pro Motocross Championship for over 25 years.
Hi, it's Tomax superfan Dylan here. The only thing I love more than seeing Eli win...
Whoa, wait, Dylan. Sorry to cut you off like Steve does his callers and guests, but a lot has changed. Similar to your favorite rider being on a new team, the new Michelin Starcross 6 tire range provides significantly improved performance and durability. Designed to win. The new Michelin Starcross 6 tire range offers up to 16% more traction when new and up to 19% more traction when worn in comparison to the previous generation. This means consumers will not only benefit from improved performance on their first few rides, but that this performance increase will continue throughout the extended life of the tire. Michelin is a legendary innovator in motorcycle tire technology, and thanks to Michelin silica technology, the Michelin Starcross 6 tire range provides up to 11% more durability than the previous generation. This means consumers will enjoy the significantly improved performance throughout the increased life of the tire. Take it from me, as I too have to buy my own tires, this added value is great news. The new Michelin Starcross 6 tire range is available in 6 versions, specifically sand, mud, medium soft, medium hard, and hard versions, with the naming designation corresponding to the type of terrains and conditions where the tires were designed to win. Another innovation is the Michelin adaptive design, with specific positioning of the tread blocks in 3 zones: central, intermediate, and lateral zones, with the single goal to offer exceptional grip for the front tire and exceptional grip, traction, and longevity for the rear. To learn more about the new Michelin Starcross 6 tire line and all the quality products that Michelin offers for motorcycle segments that Steve cares nothing about, visit michelinman.com/motorcycle. And then visit your local dealer or online retailer to choose Michelin product to maximize your riding experiences. Also, too, make sure to follow at Michelin Motorcycle on Instagram and Facebook.
Attention riders! Welcome aboard the all-new Atlas Vision. We hope you enjoy the added mobility, quicker flight time, and additional views. Please follow along as we outline the safety features of this revolutionary device. The first thing you will notice is the added headroom. The fore and aft positions no longer come with annoying restrictions, so feel free to move about the cabin. Quicker flight times can be achieved by unmatched comforts and unencumbered movements. Yes, we're built for speed and comfort. And now available to all customers is a 360 panoramic view. Go ahead and look around the cabin. These new angles are available at no additional charge. Located on the underside of the frame is the gold standard of impact absorption, D3O. In the event we accidentally take a trip to Indonesia, we suggest that you remain with your neck in the underextended position and allow this proven material to do its job by reducing the forces over 50% better than ever before. Although the Atlas Vision will not be noticeable, it will be there when you need it. If you are riding with a child or someone who requires assistance, secure your vision first, and then assist the other person with a Prodigy, Tyke, or Brole. We ask that you keep your brace on until your moto is finished. We remind you that Atlas makes flexible neck protection. Tampering with, disabling, or destroying the product is prohibited by the limited lifetime warranty. You will find this and all other safety information in the user manual located online at atlasbrace.com. At this time, we ask that you remain standing with throttles in the wide open position with your elbows up and hips fully unlocked, whatever that means. On behalf of the captain and entire crew, thank you for flying Atlas Vision. Enjoy the views.
From beginners to seasoned vets, race teams, project builds, and magazine tests, Decal Works' mission is to cater to those who love to ride, upholding the true definition of quality, service, and knowledge. Visit decalmx.com and use promo code PulpMX23 to get 20% off your custom graphics. Decal Works, #1 for many reasons.
25 years ago, greatness was born. Since then, the only thing that mattered was riding. At motorsport.com, we've made it our #1 priority to make your next ride your best ride. With free shipping on all orders over $79, dedicated and knowledgeable gearheads, and a huge selection of parts, gear, and accessories. Here's to 25 years of never missing a ride. To celebrate 25 years of greatness, Motosport and KTM are teaming up to give away a 2024 KTM 250 SX 2-stroke. Don't miss out on weekly prizes and check out the bike at each round of the Pro Motocross Championship. Scan the QR code on the bike during the broadcast or enter online at motosport.com/win. Now, let's get out on the track, trail, or open road and make that next ride your best ride with motosport.com.
Maxima Racing Oils was created for world-class racers who challenge the limits of possibility. Their demands on equipment drive us to look beyond conventional ideas and to exceed industry standards. It's in our DNA to identify problems, formulate solutions, and execute at the highest levels of competition. Case in point, the championship-winning factory Kawasaki race team, longtime Maxima partners who extensively use Maxima throughout the bike. Maxima's USA-made products exceed JSO requirements and can be used in all motorcycle brands: Kawasaki, Honda, Yamaha, Suzuki, KTM, Husqvarna, and more. Maxima Racing Oils. Experience the difference. Visit MaximaUSA.com for more information.
Rocky Ridge Trucks, your ultimate off-road vehicle capable of getting down and dirty. Rocky Ridge has a rich history and has been building custom vehicles since 1983. Proudly partnering with the finest OEMs including Chevrolet, GMC, Ford, Jeep, Nissan, and Ram, we bring you the ultimate turnkey custom truck on the market. Each vehicle is easily financed through your local dealership and, best of all, retains the factory warranty. Say goodbye to the hassles of DIY customization. No more waiting for parts, compromising ride quality, or risking voiding your warranty. Drive the vehicle you've always dreamed of today. Join the Built for the Bold family at RockyRidgeTrucks.com.
Hi, it's Tomax superfan Dylan here. The only thing I love more than seeing Eli win...
Whoa, wait, Dylan. Sorry to cut you off like Steve does his callers and guests, but a lot has changed. Similar to your favorite rider being on a new team, the new Michelin Starcross 6 tire range provides significantly improved performance and durability. Designed to win, the new Michelin Starcross 6 tire range offers up to 16% more traction when new and up to 19% more traction when worn in comparison to the previous generation. This means consumers will not only benefit from improved performance on their first few rides, but that this performance increase will continue throughout the extended life of the tire. Michelin is a legendary innovator in motorcycle tire technology, and thanks to Michelin silica technology, the Michelin Starcross 6 tire range provides up to 11% more durability than the previous generation. This means consumers will enjoy the significantly improved performance throughout the increased life of the tire. Take it from me, as I too have to buy my own tires, this added value is great news. The new Michelin Starcross 6 tire range is available in 6 versions, specifically sand, mud, medium soft, medium hard, and hard versions, with the naming designation corresponding to the type of terrains and conditions where the tires were designed to win. Another innovation is the Michelin adaptive design, with specific positioning of the tread blocks in 3 zones: central, intermediate, and lateral zones, with the single goal to offer exceptional grip for the front tire and exceptional grip, traction, and longevity for the rear. To learn more about the new Michelin Starcross 6 tire line and all the quality products that Michelin offers for motorcycle segments that Steve cares nothing about, visit michelinman.com/motorcycle. And then visit your local dealer or online retailer to choose Michelin product to maximize your riding experiences. Also, too, make sure to follow at Michelin Motorcycle on Instagram and Facebook.
Established in 1989, Eric Phillips had the idea to manufacture factory-styled products for the everyday rider. Working out of his garage, Eric quickly gained a reputation for producing quality products and having great customer service. In just a few short years, the factory team started calling looking for products as well, and as the saying goes, the rest is history. Fast forward to 2024 and they are on their 35th year of producing high-quality products while still providing exceptional customer service. While they are no longer working out of a small garage, they are still producing the finest products available. Teams like HRC Honda, Star Racing Yamaha, HEP Suzuki, Phoenix Honda, BarX Suzuki, AJE Motorsports, Solitaire Yamaha, and countless privateers still rely on the same quality products that are available to you too. Products like their Pro Launch Start Device, radiator braces, skid plates, clutch perches, and tons more continue to be a staple in the pro pits and amateur scene as well. X20 to save 20% off your order.
FMF Racing is proud to celebrate over 45 years of fun, building every FMF exhaust right here in the USA. Owner and founder Don Emler may have started FMF Racing in his garage 45 years ago, but Don is still hands-on in our 100,000 square foot state-of-the-art manufacturing facility in Southern California. FMF's goal? Design and manufacture the world's best performance exhausts 100% in the USA under one roof. FMF is a proud sponsor of the Lucas Oil Pro Motocross Championship for over 25 years.
I'm Cooper Webb, and I choose OGO.
I'm Christian Craig. I'm Dean Wilson.
I'm Aaron Plessinger.
I'm Jerry Martin.
I'm Nate Thrasher. I'm Shane McElrath.
I'm Hunter Lawrence.
My name's Jake Lawrence.
I'm Jordan Smith.
I'm Tal Hawkins.
Stargate Hampshire.
I'm Hayden Deegan. I'm Colt Nichols, and I choose OGO.
And I choose OGO.
And I choose OGO.
I'm Tom Biala. I choose OGO.
And I choose OGO.
And I choose OGO.
I'm Jiren Ferrangis, and I choose OGO.
You likely know Racetech as the suspension and engine tuner of choice for the world's fastest privateers. But what you may not know is behind the scenes, Racetech is the trusted source for many OEMs and factory teams throughout the motorcycle industry. For nearly 40 years, Racetech has been producing high-performance suspension and engine components and services right here in the USA. Racetech doesn't just specialize in motocross. In fact, they have many off-road, hill climb, flat track, road racing, and supermoto championships on the mantle as well. Not a racer but want to smooth out the ride on the street or add some performance to your Harley? Racetech offers a full line of suspension solutions including industry-leading built-to-order G3S custom shocks. All Racetech products are 100% guaranteed to exceed your highest expectations. Don't wait. Experience the Gold Valve Advantage today by logging on to racetech.com. Don't forget to mention PulpMX when ordering for a discount.
Factory Chassis Parts, established in 2018, is the home of the original high-performance FCP racing engine mount kit, designed to improve traction, handling, cornering, and feel. Used by top-level racers and race teams worldwide, including Phoenix Honda, Justin Starling, the F&H MXGP Kawasaki team, Rock River Yamaha, and many more. CNC machined parts out of high-quality aluminum and titanium. They are easy to install and bring drastic improvements right away. Stop by fcpracing.com to learn more and order today.
With over 80 years' experience manufacturing power sports pistons right here in the USA, Wiseco has evolved into a full range of performance components for dirt bikes and other power sports machines. Whether you ride a two-stroke or a four-stroke, Wiseco has a variety of pistons from reliable forged replacements to the performance-focused Racer Elite series. Wiseco offers race-proven components for the rest of your engine, too. From garage buddy engine rebuild kits, clutch and valve train components, USA-made Racer Elite connecting rods, and their CB4 thermal protection line. Wiseco is proud to be a technical partner with Factory Honda HRC for the 2023 Supercross and Motocross, driving professional-level product development that gets passed down to you. Visit your favorite online or local dealer or wiseco.com to find products for your machine.
From beginners to seasoned vets, race teams, project builds, and magazine tests, Decal Works' mission is to cater to those who love to ride, upholding the true definition of quality, service, and knowledge. Visit decalmx.com and use promo code PulpMX23 to get 20% off your custom graphics. Decal Works, #1 for many reasons.
In 1990, my dad, Jamie Gregg, started Guts Racing. Guts stands for Gregg's Ultra Trick Seats, because I was just a little kid that wanted a trick seat. And if you're out there looking for a trick seat, go to gutsracing.com, your local dealer, or Motosport and place your order. Support the people that support PulpMX. You can use Pulp 2024 for 20% off at gutsracing.com.
Attention riders! Welcome aboard the all-new Atlas Vision. We hope you enjoy the added mobility, quicker flight time, and additional views. Please follow along as we outline the safety features of this revolutionary device. The first thing you will notice is the added headroom. The fore and aft positions no longer come with annoying restrictions, so feel free to move about the cabin. Quicker flight times can be achieved by unmatched comforts and unencumbered movements. Yes, we're built for speed and comfort. And now available to all customers is a 360 panoramic view. Go ahead and look around the cabin. These new angles are available at no additional charge. Located on the underside of the frame is the gold standard of impact absorption, D3O. In the event we accidentally take a trip to Indonesia, we suggest that you remain with your neck in the underextended position and allow this proven material to do its job by reducing the forces over 50% better than ever before. Although the Atlas Vision will not be noticeable, it will be there when you need it. If you are riding with a child or someone who requires assistance, secure your vision first, and then assist the other person with a Prodigy, Tyke, or Brole. We ask that you keep your brace on until your moto is finished. We remind you that Atlas makes flexible neck protection. Tampering with, disabling, or destroying the product is prohibited by the limited lifetime warranty. You will find this and all other safety information in the user manual located online at atlasbrace.com. At this time, we ask that you remain standing with throttles in the wide open position with your elbows up and hips fully unlocked, whatever that means. On behalf of the captain and entire crew, thank you for flying Atlas Vision. Enjoy the views.
Yeah, welcome back, everybody. PulpMX Show presented by Motorsport.com. Decal Works, Fly Racing. And thanks for watching and listening. Kellen Brauer, Lewis Phillips in here. A lot of more Majora talk coming up here. We have, Lewis, between the racing and then everything else, there's a lot to get to.
Yeah, are we actually talking about the racing or just for other stuff?
Probably the other stuff mostly.
Yeah.
I have a race tech rant about you.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay.
I got a race tech rant about...
Do I know what that is or no?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, we covered it.
I can't remember.
Okay. If we want to start your systems, we have Kellen Brauer here. So if anybody wants to call in, Max Voland, if you can hear this, if you're able to use your arms and legs, call in.
You guys got to stop, man. You got to stop.
Well, you've got to stop keeping him locked in your basement. You stop, we stop.
I'm not. He's not even there right now.
The 7 o'clock hour brought to you by OGO Power Sports. What's your favorite OGO product, Kellen?
Yeah, probably the 9800 bag.
Okay, just going old school.
Yeah,
just right there.
Yeah,
okay.
it's nice.
All right, and guess who has a custom Vital MX OGO bag?
Yeah, I know. I see him get on the plane in front of me every week with it. So
there it is.
Yep, Factory Lewis.
OGO Power Sports Pulp 15 is the code to save with OGO, and whether it's a carry-on bag, whether it's 9800. Or the dozer, the big one. Check it out at OGOPowersports.com. Pulp 15 is the code to save. It's a 7 o'clock hour. And, great backpacks too, man. Laptop sleeves and lots of zippers and compartments. I trucked it all over Europe over my day in OGO, and I'm still using it. So thank you to the folks at OGO. And use that code, Pulp 15, to save. Thank you to those guys. Also, FCP Race Cups. These are races, basically, stuff that we had when I was a factory mechanic that privateers couldn't get. Well, Factory Chassis Parts has got them now. They're calling them Race Cups, reversible headset cups. They got them in all sorts of different models. Coming up soon for the Austrian bikes as well. Yamaha right now. Chris Kiefer has tested these, so stay tuned to Pulp for that. You can change the head tube angle by 20 minutes or a third degree. This will drastically improve your handling, change the wheelbase and geometry of the bike. Again, these are factory modifications for years that you couldn't get as a privateer as well. FCP Factory Chassis Parts has got them now, and PulpMX chassis is the code to save on these or on motor mounts as well. A lot of teams using motor mounts, F&H Kawasaki, the Rock River guys, and more. And Grant Harlan using the FCP race cups also, by the way, from the Factory Chassis Parts guys. So appreciate that. We got the X-Brand Goggle Tear-Offs coming up as well. JT, of course, is coming up of course. Let's guy in the corner there, e-bike guy. Let's can we get Dino now? It's a little early, but we'll just see. We'll just roll right into that. And again, thank you to everybody for watching and listening. Drew Adams.
Slander.
I mean, some of that may make Canadian Moto news. You know,
as Galdi already just.
Maybe. Yeah.
I was surprised you didn't hang up on him.
I thought about it.
Yeah, I could tell.
Yeah.
Trigger finger.
No, listen, he's been really good, and it's cool, and I hope more U.S. amateurs do that because, like, again, full motos, right? Full deal there. So.
Do you think, in a weird way, going up as an amateur could be seen as too risky? Because, yes, if you do what Drew is doing, it's great.
Well,
but if you go and get 5.5 consistently,
I don't
teams
know.
might go, eh.
I mean, Jake Weimer got worked. He was on a Suzuki, which isn't a great bike, but Jake raced against Dusty Klatt and these guys on the one coast. Didn't go well, but ended up being pretty good, Jake Weimer. So there is that.
If you were an amateur, do you think it's more beneficial to go Canada or EMX 250 a la Towers?
Great question.
Thank you.
A great question.
Thank you.
Let's ask our next guest that because he might know a thing or two about it. Brought to you by the folks at Renegade Race Fuels. He uses Renegade in the Firepower Honda this past year. Renegade's got a brand new Supercross Mini 50 line as well. It's an AMA legal, auctionated, high-performance, unleaded, ethanol-free fuel designed specifically for the 50cc machines. SX Mini 50 is pre-mixed with a proprietary synthetic JSO certified 2-stroke oil, giving it performance advantage out there. Racers that win, pour it in. PulpMX24 is the code to save at RenegadeRaceFuels.com. Bringing you our next guest of the night, friend of the show, Dean Wilson. What's up, Dino? How are you, man?
Yeah, doing good. What's up, guys? How are we?
We're good, man. Hey, we just got off the line with Drew Adams, who is up in Canada. He's going to do the whole series. You raced the first couple rounds.
He's doing the whole series now?
Yeah, he's going to stay up there and do it all.
Oh, that's cool. Yeah, because I thought he was doing like the first 3 or something.
I guess it's going pretty well. He's been quick, right? So they're going to keep him up there. You did the first 2 as a Team Green kid. Now, obviously, it's a little different because you grew up in Canada. But what did you think back then? Way back when, 30 years ago, Dino, whatever it was. What did you think as a kid? Doing the Canadian Nationals against like pros.
I thought it was awesome. I thought it was like just good prep. Good training, a lot of fun, and I thought it was like it was a good idea for me to do it.
Yeah,
it was good. It was fun.
Yep.
And it was also good press as well. So it was, and there was no negatives to it. Unless until I cut half my finger off, then there was.
Then that was a negative.
Yeah.
What about, like Lewis just said, EMX 250 or Canadian, if you were an amateur, if you were a top kid like Drew Adams?
That is a tough question. I would say Canadian would be a lot more easy and convenient. I think EMX, there would be a lot of adjustments. It's hard to learn it over there. Canada's quite similar to, it's quite similar, not a lot different, where, you go over to Europe, the kids are in for more of a culture shock and tracks and the way things are ran, and it's a lot different. So
sure.
I think you would get, more of a bang for your buck doing the Canadian Nationals, but I think the GPs you'd probably learn more.
Yeah.
But it's a lot more, it's a big culture shock for them.
I gotta say, props to Towers, Gavin Towers. I mean, he said the Monster Amateur guy set it up for him to go over there.
Yep.
I told him, I said, it takes a lot of balls to do what you're doing, man, because Futures didn't go well, Star let him go, and he could have maybe jumped onto the privateer team or whatever to do what he's doing at his age. I'm pretty impressed at how he's doing that. So
it's cool. It's good for him.
Manjimup. I sort of followed your Instagram on this. You went down to Australia. You raced Manjimup, of course, the site of the Dis Nations in 1992, kind of a sand track. What kind of format was this, Dino? Let's start with that. What was the format of this thing?
So the format was 3 5-lappers, 5 1-lappers. So that was like elimination races. So you would do a start, and with like a full gate, and then the next start, the last 10 would get cut off, and then it kind of like went like that. Then the last one went to only 3 people, but and then after that there was an 8-lap moto, and then that was it. So
how many made the 8-lappers? How many riders?
No, everyone was back.
Oh, everyone's back. Okay, everyone's back.
Yeah.
Okay.
So that's just a bit of like it's more for the crowd really. Just they love it, and then it was a lot of fun. I enjoyed it. It was a quick trip for me, and it's in Western Australia, so like I've never been there. It's a mission to get to. It was a lot of traveling, and I was so jet lagged. And then so we practiced on Friday, then we had nothing on Saturday, then we raced on Sunday. And Sunday it rained so hard the night before. The track was flooded, and then. Dude, we didn't even get practice. We just lined up and just went cold turkey like we're back at Worldman. And that's when I come off the start, and then that's when I had that, like, my hand slipped off the bars. I don't know if my, like, glove was wet or something, and then I caused, like, a 15-man pileup. Yeah, so it wasn't a great start.
Was it, like, I remember the videos and stuff, it looked like Lomo. Was it that deep of sand?
It's pretty deep sand, but that's only like it's so weird. There's like clay sections. A lot of the top is clay, and then some of it is like real like loamy soft.
Okay.
And then there's still like lomal sand. So like there's 3 different soils, and it's pretty trippy. It's crazy, but it was really 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 fast track. Like there's one section where like my bike was tapped out in 5th. Like it was pretty gnarly.
Jeez.
But it was a lot of fun. Willie Thompson put on a great event, and was happy to go there, and him for inviting me out.
Yeah, it's kind of cool. God, you must have made good money, Dino, to go all the way to Australia for like one race. Like, he must have just paid you a shit ton of money.
Like you said, that was a big travel.
Yeah.
I was like trying to just take some time off. But he looked after me well for sure.
Did you get business class? Did you get upgraded?
I did coming back actually, which was nice. My first time ever.
Oh, really? Jeez, Dino.
Yeah.
I've gotten it like almost every time I go.
Oh, must be nice. It's true what they say when you get it. It's hard to go back for sure.
Well, I know why you don't get it, because you're cheap and you fly different airlines all the time to save money.
Yeah.
Right, so you have no status.
I'm a direct guy. I'm a direct. Like, get me there in one shot. I don't want to stop. I don't want layovers.
You know what, though? I might do that in 2025 because I'm tired, man. I'm tired of going to races.
Prolong your day. Like, I don't care about points.
Right.
Get me to my destination.
And Wygant flies out of Charlotte, which is an American hub, and Wygant told me he only connects 4 or 5 times a year. I connect everything but like 2 times a year. So
really,
I might just do like.
It must have so many options too.
Yeah, it does. And well, Southwest, right? It's a hub for Southwest. Now I hate Southwest, but dude, I'm kind of with you. Just get me there direct. You know. Okay, so Dean, I know you're all over this SMX thing. You're hoping to hear the answer where you don't have to race any nationals and still get in. That's not going to happen. You need to race nationals. Are you going to?
I think so. Yeah, I just got to figure out which ones. But it sounds like I'm going to have to do a couple. Like, God, it's so pain in the ass. All these double points outdoors, but I mean, it is what it is.
Are we gonna base it on? Are we gonna base it on tracks that you like? Base it on travel? What are we gonna base it on?
Bit of both, really.
Okay.
I think I'm hoping to just maybe do max 2. Hopefully that will squeak me in.
Okay.
But been keeping an eye on Ches because I've been looking at guys that are going to come up and pass me. Ches is cutting it tight for sure. So
Ches is off to a rough start. He's off to a rough start. This is helping you out, Dino. Yeah.
Yeah, a little bit. Yeah, for sure. So, we'll do a couple. So we'll just see how it goes.
Kellen, which ones would you do if you were Dean?
Why would I don't know. Like, whichever ones would be the most fun or the
it's obvious what you do.
What do you do?
You do the last couple when more people are hurt, more points.
Yeah,
people are over it.
By that point, it might be a little bit more nip and tuck.
Nah, it'll be fine. Do the last 2, it'll be fine.
No one wants to do Unadilla.
Do the last 2.
Dean and his knees and those ruts. Stay out of that. Stay out of Unadilla.
I actually do all right at Unadilla somehow.
Okay. Who can forget Unadilla 2011? Who can forget?
Bud's is hot as balls.
I like that. You know what the thing is? I like the idea of the last couple because then you're like kind of getting yourself in shape for the SMX, right?
Okay,
you kind of
sure.
And then, like you said, this might be thinned out a little bit. Who knows? But
Iron Man is good. Iron Man's fun. It looks like a good track. I think Iron Man would be a lot of fun. Plus, it's the last one, so
yeah. We'll see. What's how do you think that Vegas SMX will be? Like baked or what?
Yeah. Just take Vegas Supercross and probably hotter.
World Minis, a little bit of World Minis.
Well, it won't be far from the World Mini track. Like it's at the same location.
Oh yeah, that's right. Yep.
So it won't be far from that. It's baked, hard pack. It'll be hotter than May, and no one will have a good time. But we are going to throw a retirement party for Phil on Sunday night. So can you stay?
Sunday night is the race on Sunday?
No, it's on Saturday.
Okay. Yeah, I'll be there. Where are we going?
I'll text you. We'll figure it out. But we're working on that.
So we're all going to your house? Just put it on the flyer so everyone can come out.
Yeah, no, I'd rather not.
That's where they have the banquet.
How are you, Dean? Okay, so more questions that you don't have the answer to. But how are you going to get a Honda out to the Nationals, and who are you going to ride for? How are you going to do that? Can we call Lars up? I mean, what are we doing?
Tell Lars, get me that bike. That bike looks. Oh man.
Okay, easy on that, Dean. I just mean a production bike. Can we get?
No. They can build me a nice factory bike. That would be lovely.
All right, Lars, if you're listening, I know he listens. Lars does listen to the show.
I don't know. Probably, I don't know. A lot of things to figure out. This is like just, yeah, man. I don't know.
It sounds fucked.
Maybe a dealership will get me a bike. Cause all I need to throw on is like suspension and triple clamps and a pipe. I'm good to go. Like that's it. So
if any deal, so listen, we have a very big audience. If dealers are listening and they want to provide you with a new bike or very close to new Honda CRF 450 and sponsor you for the Nationals, will this be something you can accept?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, there we go, everybody. So just DM me or DM Dino. If you want to sponsor Dean at an upcoming National, he'll put his bars, suspension, pipe, and he needs a place to pit. He needs an entry fee. He'll run some of your graphics. Can we run graphics?
There you go.
Can we run graphics?
No, I've got to run my graphics.
Okay, no graphics.
We can figure out, a nice little logo placement,
Yeah, we can make this happen.
But, definitely I think 2 more Nationals, and I think we should be sweet.
This fucking SMX, you got Phil, who's on one leg, coming out for High Point to get these fucking SMX
points. I've been on one leg the last 7 years.
Okay. Good point. True. We got Dean on one leg.
These guys know how I feel. They got Barsha with the knees. You got Phil with the knee. I was like, dude, this is what I've been dealing with the last freaking years. But no, it's not fun. It's not fun, especially on them rutty tracks. But
no. This would be great. This SMX thing, everybody's Nichols is buying a van. Like, Nichols is doing everything last year to come out, Yeah.
I would do anything to get those starts that Phil's getting right now.
I don't know. It seems like he's pretty scared to run that pace, but he just has to close his eyes and pin it, Dean.
Did he run a scoop at High Point?
He did. He was the only guy to run a scoop. The only guy.
No, he motored up that start. Like, it was insane. I was like, holy. But probably wasn't great the rest of the track. But
yeah, he said it was all right because he said he could bounce off ruts. He could just send it off ruts,
yeah.
So.
The track was nasty. It was nasty. It's been actually good fun watching. It's been really good racing.
Yep.
Dean, if you do get into SMX, we assume you will. What are your own expectations with it? What are you kind of thinking about, with how the tracks are and seeing it happen last year and stuff like that? Like, what are your own expectations with it?
I don't know. I mean, I struggled last year, so I really just would like to get a good setup with the bike. Like, I felt like my stuff was too supercrossy for how outdoorsy it was last year. Like, so I just feel like I think doing a couple of Nationals will help me. And like, I don't know. I need to go more outdoor suspension wise, or like figure out some sort of, because I feel like at Chicago, I want to say Husky ran like a supercross shock with outdoor forks or something crazy like that.
Yeah, but I feel like we're going to see more soupy tracks than we're not going to Chicago.
That's what the thing went into it. When I got to the first round, I was like, damn. I was like, feels way more outdoors than Supercross. But,
Yeah, we're not going to
honestly,
Chicago.
The goal is just to make as much money as I can. You know.
I like the honesty.
No, but you get to this age, like I'm 32 now, and like, you know, when you're younger, you race for your goals and your ambitions and this and that. But now, like, I race for my family. Like, I've raced to support my family. You know what I mean? So, like, it's good money, that. And, like, last year, I couldn't believe how much money I made. And I lost about 25 from crashing out the last race. Because, remember, it was triple points.
Oh, yeah.
So I made a mistake. But I still made 42 grand, which was damn good. So it's well worth it to do it, you know?
Renegade Race Fuels bringing you Dean Wilson here on the show. PulpMX 24 is the code to save. Firepower Honda using Renegade Race Fuels. So please check them out. PulpMX 24 is the code to save.
Forget about this year. How are you getting on with pressuring Yuri for a 2025 contract?
Yeah, I've been pressuring him, and keeps telling me a couple weeks, and then it's another couple weeks. So I really want to get it done because you know what it's like when you don't have a job and you want to, you know, I want to have a little bit of a cool, fun hybrid schedule next year if I can make it happen. I think it'd be a lot of fun. But there's still a lot of details to be sussed out. But you know, I love going to race in Australia, and yeah, we'll see. I'd like to do a few Supercrosses. Maybe do some UK arena cross, maybe, if that works out. Maybe do some the world stuff, and then obviously do, like, I don't know, maybe 4 or 5 US Supercross. I don't know. So I think it'd be fun if it works out, and like I said, if it makes money, then it's worth my time, then I'll do it, you know?
It sounds like you're getting on the Sipes program a little bit. You're just like jumping around the world and going all over the place.
I just kind of want to enjoy it. Like, racing full-time Supercross is pretty, you know, like, it's kind of nerve-wracking in a way. Just like, I don't know, it's even though, like, I'm not a guy that's out there being pressured to win races or a championship guy, like, it's still, it's stressful, I guess is the word, you know? It's very stressful, and just surviving it, as, you know, as Phil calls it, death cross.
Yeah.
So maybe, you know, I jump in towards the end, and when it's maybe thinned out a bit. It didn't thin out much this year, but I feel like I still can ride it well, and I can still be in the battle for, like, you know, the 10th spot. And so yeah, we'll see if we can get some things ironed out. And yeah, I got the Australian Championship to go to this year too, which will be cool, with the one plate. So I'm excited about that. It's been a minute since I've had one of those, and yeah, it'll be fun. But yeah, just want to have a fun schedule, and you know.
Yeah, it sounds awesome. Yeah, that sounds great. If you could put it together, that sounds really cool. You know.
Yeah. But it's like I said, it's kind of tough to put it together. But if I can, then I think it'd be fun.
Yep.
Do you really think you'd enjoy getting T-boned in British Arena Cross? Seriously.
Ashley Greedy coming into.
Yeah, that doesn't sound fun or look fun.
Well, if the money's right, then we'll take a couple T-bones, you know?
Hey, my friend Lewis thinks Max Anstey, who will race Southwick for Star.
I didn't say that.
I know, but you think Max Anstey, and then I know that he's racing Young.
Oh, you do? Okay.
Yes. Max can...
It's funny you said that. Lewis actually told me that the other day as well.
Yeah, thank you, Dean. Thank you very much. Appreciate that.
Yeah. He's a big spreader, that guy.
Oh, he is. He stirs the pot, too. We went to Majora this weekend.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
You guys are back, right?
Yeah, we're back. We're jet lagged, but we're back. And honestly, in the pits, no one was happy to see him. The shit stirrer was back in MXGP.
Yeah, he definitely started up a bit over there.
He had to have meetings. He had many meetings with people. It was it was a lot.
Yeah.
But anyways, back to my question. Lewis thinks Max can win Southwick. Not will win, but can win. Are you?
Yeah, I think so.
Wow, this is like...
Yeah, it's not like you have to... It's just common sense.
No. I don't say you're crazy, because he ran up front on a 450 2 years ago.
You say... I would even go as far as to say will win.
Oh, boy.
Calm
down.
No, it sounds like a good program, for sure. By the way, speaking of Firepower, firepowerparts.com. Check them out. Batteries and chains. A lot of privateers running Firepower. And, of course, Max Anstey, Dean Wilson winning... Max Anstey winning races on the Firepower parts. Dino doing very well with firepowerparts.com. Check them out. Featherlight lithium batteries, chains made in Japan, and again, Renegade Race Fuels as well. PulpMX 24, the code to save. Dean Wilson on the line. Go ahead, Wilson.
Another option that might come up this year. Ben's out for the season, so maybe you get the call up for the Nations. Maybe. Would you be interested at all in doing that?
I mean, wouldn't Conrad would be the man for that job?
Let's be honest. I feel like we've got enough Conrad evidence to know that maybe that's not going to go well.
I don't know. What's the dates of that?
2 weeks after the final SMX. Are you in Oz?
There is a little bit of conflict with that. The Oz or the Worlds.
Oh, something, yeah. Okay. Hey, you're going to Vancouver for the Worlds. Did you hear that?
Steve.
Yeah.
What's this I see in a video of you saying that Ty Matchpro wasn't going to win, and then he won?
Yeah. Yeah, well, I mean, Daniel Blair said that he could win a moto, and I was like, come on. And, yeah, he did. I mean,
he did.
Good job. That's awesome. A super cool story, right?
That was really cool.
It was on. Dino, I'll let you in on a bit of breaking news. Not the first thing I've gotten wrong about this sport. not the first thing. But I want to go back to this World Supercross, Dean. Going to Vancouver. Did you hear that?
Yeah, that's the first round, I guess.
Oh, wow. Lewis, will you be attending any World Supercrosses, or do you think your tweets have gotten you in enough trouble?
My tweets are fine.
Okay.
It is a sad situation at the moment. We haven't got a calendar. They're tweeting, can't wait to see your fans, and they're not telling the fans where to go. It's a broken system. It's like running an event 101. Tell the fans where to go, and then you'll see them.
Fair. Fair take. Fair take.
The bonus structure was so good in those last year, though. Like,
I really feel like Dean is focused on money. I'm getting the vibe that maybe money is quite important to Dean, potentially.
Oh, that's great.
It is. I'm trying to feed my kid. You see how big he is? He needs to keep food on the table.
Also important money, Jeremy Sewer as well. Doing very well.
His bank account is fine.
Bank accounts, but money, bike-wise, not the happiest guy.
Oh, no?
I did an interview with Sewer at the weekend and asked him how he was, and his first sentence was, well, my bank account is fine. So he's on your program.
Yeah.
Wow.
Okay, back to the Nationals, Dino. Match pool win, awesome. Deeg's amazing this weekend at High Point. And then here's what we were going to discuss with JT, but we'll just discuss it with you. Is Hunter, like we went into this saying, look, it's Jet and Chase, and then there's like Jason and Hunter and Justin Cooper, the next group of guys, Ferrandis, and that's the next group of guys. Is Hunter now with Chase and Jet? Like, is he breaking away from everybody else?
Yeah, I think so. Because I said to someone, I remember who I said it to, like that first moto where Hunter was just on Jet's ass the whole race. I was like itching my head. I'm like, is his Hunter caught up to Jet speed, or is Jet not as good as he was, or has everyone caught up a little bit and Jet kind of stayed where he is, or is Jet like kind of a little bit more injured than we think, or like it doesn't seem like it's coming as easy to Jet as it did last year. But
injured though, shoulder, his shoulder maybe he's dropping back.
First moto they beat Chase by like 32 seconds, so that they weren't slow. Yeah. And if you're going to like, because Bubba was saying on announcing that like, you know, Jet's just pulling along Hunter, like he has way more in the gas tank. But I was thinking like, you wouldn't really want your brother, if you're pulling him along, you'd like want him like 4 or 5 seconds back. He was literally
right.
Like one mistake, and Hunter almost won it the last lap.
Yeah.
You know?
Yep.
So I was like, I don't know. I was just like kind of confused. Like, did they bridge that gap, same as Chase the second moto, or is like Jet just still healing up? You know, it's hard to heal week to week.
Yeah.
You know, but I guess we'll see. We'll see when it comes to South Lake. But he dominated it at Paulo though, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
I did want to actually ask you about Masterpool winning, though, because that's the 300th win for Mitch Payton. You've obviously been a part of that program a lot and been close to Mitch a lot. You've given him a lot of those wins as well, and he was quite emotional afterwards.
Win.
Oh, you were the 200th. There you go. So, was it kind of cool to see that and how emotional he got and knowing Mitch like you do, like kind of how that maybe affected you as well?
Oh, no, that was, like, so cool to watch on TV. It was just, like, a feel-good story, you know? Like, everything about it was so cool. Like, it was awesome. And then I didn't actually realize that Mitch's dad passed away. And just the whole thing was really cool. 300s win, overall win, you know, and then that he said that one was for his dad. It was just really, really cool. And obviously everything that Ty Masterpool's been through and, like, I mean, like, think about before Polynational. Do you think anyone expected him to win by the 4th round?
No. He rode the bike at Paris on Friday and was like, let's go racing.
Come on, Weech has him down for the title.
Weech did, Dean.
Yeah, that's impressive. Because, like, that's, man, I mean, I always knew he was really good, but, like, you know, like, he hasn't had a few opportunities with Star and stuff like that, but, like, it's just a cool story. It's good to see. It's always cool to see a story like that, and with everything, you know, with his brother passing away, and you know, it's pretty cool.
Yeah.
Do you think he got 25 right?
Dude, we just talked about this. I think everybody's full. Well, Faulkner doesn't have a deal, from what I know, but you know, maybe. But like Marchbanks, McAdoo, Hammaker, Kitch are there for sure. I mean, you look. Dean, you know Mitch Payton better than anybody. If you win for him, he's there for you, right?
Sure. I think the only Achilles heel a little bit for Ty is just his Supercross is not as the same as his motocross. If he could try and balance it out a bit, I think he'd be easily on a factory team, you know? But,
this year, 450 Supercross, I said not bad. Lewis agreed with me.
After some convincing.
Yeah, like not bad. Like a 5 out of 10.
For sure.
So there's something there.
Do you think like the whoops helped out a lot of guys this year?
Yes, I agree. I definitely do.
Going or what?
Dude, I mean they got it. They can't come into 2025 with 9 whoops again, and they can't, can they? Can they not throw 10 in there so at least you can't go 3-3-3? Like,
imagine if they throw in 10 at one race and then everyone crashes in the whoops and they're like, see,
we told you so.
Yeah.
They'll purposely build them bigger at that round too, just to be like, yeah, look, these are kind of dangerous. No.
Yeah. Exactly right.
Can we talk to Dean about his racing, or are we still on the bench racing side? I've got questions.
We can talk about whatever. This is your co-host. It's fine. You're the co-host.
Okay. Thank you. I just nervous. So if for next year, say Reeve offers you the same deal, same money, completely the same terms, is there any chance you do the whole of AMA Supercross?
Yeah, I guess there would be a chance.
Obviously, emphasis on the money there, because that's.
I don't know. I guess there would be a chance for sure. I mean, but it wouldn't be my first option to do the full season.
Yeah.
But I don't know.
What's the okay?
Tough one. Great question.
Great
question.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Really jump at the end when everyone's just kind of like, I don't know, just jump in and then it'd be fun and exciting and
easier to get bonus money.
I'm gonna bring this interview down a little bit and ask like a bad question or whatever.
Odd.
But what's the worst injury you've had, Dean? Because goddamn, you've hurt some stuff and. You know, you've had a great career, and it's not over, as we said. What's the worst injury you had?
Dude, it's got to be that broken and dislocated hip 2019 Monster Cup. Do you remember that?
I don't. No.
Remember the track that went forwards and backwards?
Yep. I do rember that.
It was the same jump that Tixier crashed on, wasn't it?
Yes, exactly. It was 10 qualifying, and I was like quadding over this thing, and then it had a bit of a lip on the landing, and I don't know, I got no pop. Anyways, crashed, and my hip was dislocated for 3.5 hours, and I was laying on the dislocated side, and it was broken as well. So, like, we're in the ambulance, and, like, I had them stop the ambulance, like, 3 times because, like, I was, like, dying in pain. Like, I couldn't get comfy. Like, my legs all twisted. And then we finally got to the hospital. It took so long to get there. And then, like, it was just a process. And then, like, they had to do x-rays. And I just wanted to, like, it was the worst pain of my entire life.
Oh, I can
ever.
imagine.
Like, it was so bad. And then I'm laying there, and I'm just trying to breathe. And, like, they're giving me, like, whatever drugs they're giving me, and it's literally just running through my system like it's doing nothing at this point. And then the doctors, they just leave me in the room, and I'm like, there's no way. And it's been like 3.5 hours at this point. So I just start screaming at the top of my lungs till someone comes.
Jeez.
Finally, they come walking in with a syringe with ketamine, fucking filled to the top. And I said, put me out my misery now. Like, I don't even care if I die. Just put me out my misery. And then they go, boom. They inject me. And I tell you what, that's when I went down the K-hole, which I've never experienced. I left. I went to the afterlife. It's an illusion. I'm telling you, it was the trippiest, gnarliest experience I've ever had in my life. And then I woke up, and when I was waking up, I thought I actually died, and I went to the afterlife. So when I was waking up, I was so happy, I couldn't believe I was alive, and my hip was back in place, and I wasn't in pain, and holy shit.
Jesus, dude.
It was a gnarly experience. So anyways, worst injury was dislocated broken hip.
Damn. We got
It's the worst thing you can have as an injury.
Yeah, McGrath told me his was horrible. He didn't break his. He just put it out, right? And he had to lay there with it.
Yeah.
KTM days. And he told me it was unbearable.
That's how it is, because all your muscles, are just stretching, and it's awful. Now, obviously, I've done a bunch of knees.
Yeah.
And the worst thing about the knees is, it's 5 months at a time. So I've done, 5 knees. So it's damn near 3 years of my career,
I was thinking it was the foot peg in the butt,
Yeah, did you see that other video on social media of the kid getting the...
Dude, is that real? Is that real?
Bum?
I don't know if that was real.
I don't know what
No, that was real.
A guy crashed a kid and got the clutch lever up the butthole.
From someone else's bike, he connected with someone.
And there's a photo of this.
Yes, there's a photo. There's
X-ray
an X-ray
and everything. Yeah.
Everything.
Okay.
You guys saw this? Yeah.
I saw it. Yeah.
Yeah, I thought, honestly, I was like, is this real or not?
And on the X-ray, the clutch is still in there.
Yes.
Okay.
So it broke off in him.
Yeah. Yeah. You guys never saw this?
No.
But is it real?
I'm not on the dark web.
No, it's
Dark
definitely real.
Oh, it's insane. We got a call for you, Dino, from Evan here on 1. Go ahead, Evan. What's your question for Dean Wilson?
What up, Dino? So I got a 2011 plate of yours, and I'm pretty sure that was, if I'm not mistaken, your first year that you were running the number 15. So I was curious if there was any way if somehow I could send it to you or something to see if I can get that thing signed.
Yeah, for sure. Well, I don't know. We'll make Steve be the coordinator of this, because he seems to be my agent these days. So we'll figure it out. We'll get that thing signed. Where do you live at?
Simi Valley, California, Ventura.
Oh, you're in California. Okay.
Okay,
Yeah,
Evan.
we should make that happen.
I'll put you on hold, Evan. Tallon will give you his address. Ship it to Tallon. And then Tallon, you give it to me. I'll get it to Dean and back to Evan.
How about I just give him your address?
No,
he can ship it
I
here.
would prefer that not happen.
All right. Well, I'm the guy with the phone, so
Can you give him Mark's address?
sure.
Anybody's but mine, but we'll make it happen. Evan.
We'll send Nick's. He's a new guy.
Evan, stay on hold, okay? Stay on hold, Evan.
Hey, I know that Dino's looking for a bike, and I know that he's trying to run down Chiz. I got Chiz's 2017 450. If you want to run down Chiz and his old bike, you can borrow it.
That would be awesome.
That's funny. That's funny.
Evan, stay on hold, okay?
Appreciate it.
All right, we'll get that figured out. We'll get that plate signed by Dean Wilson. Brought to you by the folks at Renegade Race Fuels, by the way.
Dino, I had a question about your 450 career, because you talked about being through the ringer with injuries and being on one leg for the last 7 years. Do you have a moment in your 450 career where you felt like, okay, this is it. I'm back. I'm good. I can start battling for podiums and winning races, even if it was short-lived? What was that one moment where it kind of was all coming together finally?
I think 2017, I started that year as privateer, and then Bobby hired me on the Husky. And then I got a couple outdoor podiums, and it was just a really, really good year, and I built some momentum. And then I went to Destinations, podiums with Max and Tommy at Martley Basin, and then I went to Monster Cup, podium there, and then I went to Paris, podium there, and then I was just on a good roll. And then so I had off season and rode with Jason all off season. came in 2018, super strong, and that's where like I mad scaled in the heat race and just destroyed my shoulder. And so I wish it would have been cool to see how that year would have went. I still got a second in one race, but that year was kind of disappointment. And then 2019, I feel like that was a year that like I felt like it was starting to click really good. I almost won A1, was pretty good in points, and then got two or three podiums that year. So that was also going really good. And then unfortunately, my ECU, like I seat bounced to jump out of a corner, and my subframe snapped, which pulled out my ECU, and it just went boom, and I dislocated my shoulder at Colorado, Denver, and that was the end of that season. But that season was actually really good. That's when like Cooper won, and him and Marv were like really getting into it. So I just felt really good on the bike then, and yeah, it was pretty good.
Lewis, what is the Team UK Max?
What, this year?
Yeah, like what should it be?
I don't know where Max.
Ben.
I don't know what bike Max is going to be riding,
Okay.
but I would imagine that he will now be available.
Okay, so
for the
Max,
MX2 spot.
Ben, but not
Ben's
Ben.
out.
Yeah. So then what?
Well, Gilbert.
Gilbert. Okay, Josh Gilbert. Sure.
And then I would pick Dean over Conrad personally.
Right.
But it sounds like Dean isn't there.
Okay.
So I guess Conrad.
Okay.
But maybe Tommy. I would go. Maybe.
Good vlogs. We'd have good vlogs.
Run it back year 15.
Dean's interested in money. Well, Tommy's also interested in money, but also vlogs. But vlogs equal money. Vlogs equal money, so it's a roundabout game.
No, it's just a possibility. It just depends how. Let's see how we do in these nationals. You know, I don't want to waste anyone's time. Obviously, it's an honor to ride for the country, and would probably be my last time ever. And it's back at Matterley. And if I put in a proper effort, it could be cool, but there's just a lot of details that you need to figure out for that, you know?
Yeah. No, true. It's a lot of work. All right, that's Dean Wilson. Everybody on the show. Anything else for Dino? Friend of the show.
I'm good. I've got one deep question, but it'll probably take a while.
Oh,
have we got time?
Sure. Yeah, I mean, you're holding up JT.
Oh,
Lord.
Well, I guess it can be answered in a word. I was just going to say another career one. Any contracts you were offered that you wish you'd taken or you should have taken in hindsight?
That's a great one. 2012. So I won my championship 2011. 2012 was battling Tomac, injured my shoulder, so I was kind of out that summer. And so I was getting ready for 2013, or I wanted to go 450 2013. And I had offers from Roger DeCoster at KTM, Joe Gibbs, Yamaha, and then Jeff Ward Racing. And it was funny, I went and rode the KTM with Roger at like 6 a.m. at the KTM Supercross track, which is funny. And then, so I rode there, they really wanted me, and then, dude, I'm not kidding when I say this, Joe Gibbs called me 3 times a day, and I wouldn't answer a lot of them, and it was like the same voicemail every time. Hey, Dean, Joe Gibbs here. Hey, man, I really want you on the team. It was the funniest thing ever. And then he flew in his PJ to me and took me out for like a nice steakhouse. And I feel like I should have signed either one of those teams.
Yeah.
I mean, they really wanted me, but I just like really liked my Cowie, and I was supposed to have like factory parts, and I had a really good. Well, I guess I could just say it because it don't matter. But I got a $750,000 contract, so I was like, "Oh, this is good."
Yeah.
So I was supposed to have factory parts and stuff like that, and so I signed with that team. And 2 weeks later, it folded.
It folded. Wasn't great. Wasn't great.
Mitch, KTM, they already got their guy. Joe Gibbs got their guy, and then, hey Mitch, mate, this was not a good idea. I need to come back. And Mitch was obviously
you and
cool
Paul.
enough.
You and Paul got mad at each other for a while in there too.
Yeah. Me and Paul didn't talk for a couple of years.
Right.
And,
I heard that you told JGR, I don't want to ride your bike. I don't want to ride your bike. Is that not true?
No.
Okay.
Definitely.
All right. Okay. Yeah.
But that was when Bubba was ruining the Yamaha.
Well, that's what I mean. Yeah, that's what I was saying. So that's what I heard. You were like, I don't want that bike.
I was a little spooked from it, but I did not say,
okay,
I don't want to ride your bike. Hell no. That's not even like something I would say.
Okay, all right.
So if Jeff Ward was that much money, I'm guessing KTM and Joe Gibbs was like half or like significantly less?
It was quite close, but that was definitely the highest. But it wasn't, and I want to like make it put it out there that it wasn't like Jeff Ward himself. So his per name was
Myrtle.
His per name was part of it, but it was just sponsors didn't pan out, and I guess that I got told there was sponsors and then there wasn't, and da 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 da. But
it was Myrtle. It was Myrtle's fault. Well, also too, you could do your own gear too, right? Whereas, well, you could do your gear at KTM too. Joe Gibbs, you couldn't, but I think
it was. So those were some good offers, and that was one thing I wish I maybe could have changed. But
yeah,
it's just.
Well, listen, you got some money from me from Paula to make up some of that $750.
Yeah, sure did, mate. Sure did. You were a little shy on the.
You guys hear that part of it?
Good, mate.
He offered me a deal. I said, how about this much money? I don't quite want to do that much money. I'll do this much money. He said, sure. So we did that much money. But then Dean just wrote Pulp on his helmet, not the MX, because it wasn't the full amount.
He's like Caroli.
Yeah. He prorated the Pulp MX to the.
It was good though. Look at what I did. I got like Team Fried involved.
Yeah, I love that.
Yeah, and I put it on Instagram in a story and attached Jason and said, "Look at us!" Like, and then it never even reached the red part. He never even read it. He just it just expired.
Hate to see it.
Yeah, real tough. All right, Dino. As always, thank you for the time. Appreciate it.
I have an idea for my next national. I should do a pitch to Jets and Donuts and do a pitch to Team Fried.
There you go. There we go. Get those two to work in together.
Bridges, Dean Wilson.
Yeah, I mean, certainly with the way Jason rode in that second moto, should be easy to. It should be no problem. So
you could collab it to Jetson Fried or something similar.
Yeah, fried jet.
That would be funny. All right, guys. Well, thanks for having me. I appreciate it.
As always, Dean. Thanks, buddy. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
That's Dean Wilson, everybody. Brought to you by the folks at Renegade and then.
That Anderson thing. Honestly, I was cracking up.
I want to talk to JT about that.
Yeah.
We're going to get JT on. I do want to talk to him about that. Nate's on one. What's up, Nate?
Hey, I like to think I'm a somewhat, avid listener, but I've noticed there's a pretty big gaping hole in your content lately.
Okay.
And I was wondering if you have had any good cock recently.
It's great stuff, Nate. Great stuff. We'll see you at Yuck Yucks. 702-586-PULP if you want to call in.
How long was he on hold for?
A little while.
Wow.
Is he talking about the shrimp cocktail, maybe?
I don't know.
I just feel like next time come with better material.
Yeah, just the cock they have there is just amazing. Jason Thomas coming up next there. Michelin, by the way, our buddy Randy made Loretta's. Did you guys happen to see that?
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm sorry, I'm just stuck on the terrible joke.
Yeah.
I can't get past the terrible joke.
FMIP.
Now I'm talking shit on the great Tim Ferry.
We'll follow up the cock with the Michelin. Starcross 6 at MichelinMan.com/motorcycles. Learn more about the complete offering. You all right? Mm-hmm. Complete offering of Michelin motorcycle tires. Starcross 6. These are on Randy Richardson's bike that he will be at Loretta's racing plus 70 B, I believe, is what he's racing. And the new Michelin Starcross 6, it's not new anymore, but please check them out. Michelin E-Wild mountain bike tires also are amazing.
Wait.
What?
Plus 70B.
I'm kidding.
Oh, I was going to say. I had many questions.
Marks, did you see that? Edmonton with the empty net. He was 6 inches from the net, and the Edmonton guy hit the post. So if Florida
breaking news,
here,
hockey podcast now.
That guy's joke was actually better than this content.
Yeah, seriously.
I had to tell Marks he's a cat on the computer right now. All right, let's get right into our next guest. Fly Racing, 25 years of Fly. You want to talk about Max Anstey? Well, he's not on Fly anymore, but he did win races at Fly Racing. Chance Hymas is the story right now of the Nationals, and he wears Fly Racing. RJ Hampshire was the story of Supercross. He wears Fly Racing also.
And our VIP passes were the story of Majora, thanks to Fly Racing.
Thanks to Fly Racing for the Gold Pass. What's up, JT?
Not too much. What's happening over there?
Do you have any questions about Majora for Lewis and I, the MXGP experts?
I would probably defer to Lewis for those types of questions.
Do you have any questions for Lewis about Majora?
What was the sentiment around Prado and his, because when I was over there, I was under the impression that he was definitely leaving and everyone knew it, but
this is
I
spicy.
was talking to people and it wasn't that.
This is
so
great.
Has that changed?
Go ahead, Lewis. Yeah.
There is a theory in the paddock that if he wins the world title, there is a clause in his contract which says that he cannot leave Gas. But, and that comes from someone in KTM colours, but...
Right.
Just probably Jeffrey Hurlings. Probably Jeffrey.
Another source, very close to the situation, told me that he is coming and he's looking at houses and etc., etc. And this other source, which is close to the situation, is an extremely good source.
Yeah, it's done. I mean, he's wearing Fox. He's riding a Cowie. I don't...
Listen, I know.
Yeah, right.
I understand your point, Steve. I got it. But I was also there, and I was being told, hold your horses. And I'm like,
yeah.
I think those horses are already out of the stable and galloping down the road.
Someone shot that horse.
I can't hold the horse, sir. It's gone. Right.
Yeah, there's definitely like an idea of it must exist in the contract because people wouldn't have made this up. Surely?
No, yeah, and my sources are extremely good with the information I was getting at the time. I think it was just hoping against hope, but I think that hope was futile in the end.
Yeah.
Well, so maybe he paid Guillaume to move over to knock him down so he doesn't win the world title and he goes to America.
Or maybe he paid Guillaume,
whatever.
No one knows who Guillaume is.
I think Guillaume was in Superman 2.
What? Is he Swiss?
Guillaume?
Yeah, Guillaume Swiss?
Yeah.
That's why he's always on the Swiss team every year. For
yeah, I know. That's why. I mean, I remember him. I think I remember him being on the Swiss team. He's got to be on the Swiss team this year with his comeback. Right.
He's on the Swiss team every year.
No, but I mean,
always on their team.
Yeah. No, but like I feel like he wasn't always on the team.
No, he's I don't know if you know this.
We got fucking
Sewer, Guillaume, and Tonus for like 15 years
Tonus,
straight.
I was gonna say Tonus and Sewer are locks.
And Guillaume.
Always.
Yes.
Always.
Okay.
Alberson like one time.
Oh, there we go. Alberson.
No, but Guillaume hasn't you seem to think that Guillaume went to like the deepest, darkest hole.
It seemed like he was literally getting no results.
No, he just had a few off years where he was like 5 positions further back.
I would see him at Paris all the time, in Supercross.
Yep.
Like I would see
It's a
him there
different sport.
and do okay.
Okay.
And then I would never notice him in GPs. And now I feel
That's
like
because you haven't been to a GP in 8 years.
Still look at the results. JT, can we talk about the gold passes? So they got this restaurant, and every MXGP. Is it even at the overseas ones?
No.
No.
But there is sometimes like a
Some
different
of them.
makeshift one,
Okay.
like from the
Yeah,
promoter.
some of
They got this restaurant. You got to have a special pass to get in. But JT, I'm going to complain a little bit about this passes and this thing.
Shocking.
What's wrong, Lewis?
Sorry,
There's
I just
literally
choked.
no way you can complain
It's
about
emotional.
those passes. They're amazing.
Okay, they are. Two things. Two problems. We walk in, they give us wristbands, and then the lady promptly tells us, "You're okay now, but there will be no tables tomorrow. Nowhere to go." We're like, "What? No place to eat." And we're like, "Okay." But we eat on Saturday. It's all good. But then, yes, we go in Sunday, JT, and every table has a reserved for a company on it. So, like, there is nowhere to sit. Now,
Right.
I went in twice and just sat at Dunlop one time and Monster because no one was there. But literally, like, there's nowhere to sit if you have these things on a Sunday.
Yeah, and I think that's probably just because you aren't necessarily fly racing employees, right? So when I go, we have a table, right? It's all established. But, yeah, I think these were extenuating circumstances. They knew that they were trying to help out as a favor to myself and the brand. So, yeah, I'm sure it was just a very popular event. They probably didn't have enough tables, so they were fitting you in where they could.
So then
that's my guess.
I'm sitting there like some sort of like I don't know, some sort of like
lonely loser,
some sort of raccoon, just scavenging for food real quickly while I sit at the Dunlop table, because I don't want to get kicked out, and I'm using their napkins and their silverware. But I'm like, oh well.
They replace all that. I think the main thing, this is my guess, the main thing is that like when you have a reserved table, like you can leave your bag there, you can leave stuff there.
Yeah.
They probably didn't have enough room for you to be able to do that. So it's not so much that you can't come and eat. It's just that's not going to be your table anytime you want it to be your table all day long.
I don't want to stand there and eat. Like I don't. I
understand.
Yeah.
I understand.
To
But,
JT's point,
it's not full all day long. You know what I mean?
Yeah. No. I got in. Yeah.
To JT's point, she did say to us, because you are guests, there may not be a table for you.
Where did you sit when you went back to
the monster table as well.
Oh, okay. All right. Yeah, like I don't know. I felt awkward and weird.
No, I get it. I think that's exactly like to Lewis's point. That's probably the reason. But yeah.
I think we just walked in at first and expected to be treated like royalty, and then we were told we wouldn't have a table.
There was no table. And there was a media dinner on Friday night.
The speech was great.
You want to be? If you want to be treated like Meghan Markle, we can do that.
I don't know what this means. Okay. Second complaint, and nothing to do with fly racing or the gold pass, but my friend Lewis here.
Oh.
He doesn't like. He's weird with his food. So I had.
Otherwise known as a fussy eater.
I had the meat and the pasta and the salad and some donuts for dessert. I took advantage of the cappuccino machine. Lady had to show me how to work it because I was just pushing a button like an idiot. And she's like, "What are you doing?" And there's no pod in there. There was no like coffee pod. I didn't know that. Anyways, Lewis got this gold pass and decided to drink water and eat like a minuscule amount of pasta, and that's all he had. He never ate.
That's a very polite guest.
Yep.
Just happy to be there.
Yep. Yeah. Just soaks it in. Didn't want to take up too many of the resources. There were more important people than me in there.
All right. Fair enough.
Looked out for those around me.
I just felt like you were so weird. And he would get up, and he would walk up to the buffet with his plate.
Like,
and
I'm going to get something.
Yeah, and hover over the food, and the ladies are like, do you want anything? And he just like scurry away, like a little rabbit. He just scurry away, run away. And they were like looking at each other like, what the fuck? And he did that 2 or 3 times where he went up there like he was going to get something and got scared and ran away.
No, I just needed to see if I liked the food. But can we talk about the fact that you went to 4 different teams and complained about the cappuccinos on each team? Basically told every team their cappuccino wasn't good enough. You complained
Which
to
is
Kawasaki.
Terrible. That is so untrue because they're always amazing.
And then he complained to Kawasaki that they didn't have flavored milk.
Yeah. Auntie gives me coffee that is like tar. And I'm like, do you have anything to spice this up? And he's like, no, just milk. And I'm like, no, like hazelnut or. He's like, no.
Hazelnut? Do you know where you are?
I don't know, man.
Hazelnut.
And then the cappuccino, like I like cappuccinos. At Paris, I drink cappuccinos for the most part because you can't find all the Starbucks.
Yeah, you go to Starbucks.
Yeah, but if you can't find that, then you got to drink these cappuccinos, and they're good. And every team had garbage cappuccinos.
And you weren't afraid to tell them that either.
No, I wasn't.
Oh, man.
Okay. Well, thanks for the fly racing gold passes.
First world problems. It's amazing.
Thank you to the fly racing gold passes. It was great.
Wait until you hear about his biggest problem. He was delivered some news that really rocked his world.
We'll get into that later. I'll text you about it, JT. But all right, talking about High Point, Jason Anderson. What do you think? Jet is just like, hey, bro, enough's enough.
Yeah.
Like, what are you
all
doing?
The expletives. He's thinking all the expletives.
Like,
is what he's thinking.
And even Jason, like, what are you doing, dude?
Well, yes.
Yeah.
Agreed. But like you saw the quote, right, where Jet said something about like popping him in the mouth or whatever.
No, I didn't see
back.
that.
Yeah, he said that at some point.
It was after Salt Lake.
Yeah. Salt Lake,
After Salt Lake. Oh.
Yeah. So like
Hunter or Jet said that about Jason?
No, Jet said it about Anderson.
Okay.
Right.
Yep.
So like, yeah, it's going back and forth, right? And like, I understand Jet's sentiment. They probably hate each other, right? And Jet's probably really frustrated with Anderson playing games. My only point would be like, Anderson's not the type of guy to take a comment like that and not respond to it. You know what I mean? So, yeah, I don't know that there's an easy way to fix anything, but at the same time, if you're on Anderson, like he thinks he's right in whatever frame of mind he's in, so when he reads that, he's like, oh, okay, what's on then? You know what I mean? Like I'm gonna mess with you every chance I get. And if you're Jet and Hunter, you're just like, dude, enough already, right? So,
I mean, Jason was like, I don't even care about my race.
Better.
Jason's like, I don't even care about my race
Pretty
right
much.
now. Yeah, we're just gonna go out to the banners.
Yep.
Hey, look at the fence. You know, like.
But that's Jason's personality, right?
Yeah.
Like he's not going to take that type of comment laying down, and I don't blame Jet for saying it, and I don't blame Jason for responding the way he did. You know, it's none of this is going to get resolved. Like the feelings are way too deep and embedded now for this to just go away.
The issue I have a little bit with Jason is he doesn't do many media. I don't care about me. Like he doesn't really like me, so I don't care about coming on the show or talking to Steve Mathis. But like I don't feel like I see any interviews with him on Vital or Swap.
Well, Do you know what's weird?
What?
It's like we know that he doesn't like doing interviews.
Yeah.
So I rarely approach him because like if they're not into it, it's a terrible interview.
Yeah.
And then after Philly this year, I like walked up to him and was like, do you want to do an interview? And he was like, yeah, sure, I'm happy to. And I was like, he acted like it was weird that I suggested he wouldn't want to do it.
Right.
So who knows?
Yeah, I wish like he would answer for more of the stuff he does.
Yeah.
He seems to like just be like, yeah, I don't care. You know?
I mean, whenever
it's part of his image.
I think that's
I was gonna say,
I don't think he's apologetic.
Yeah,
yeah.
Every time I talk to him, he never shies away from stuff like that, and will answer questions and all that. So I think he does maybe stay away from it a little bit and just shows it on the track. But I also don't like Jet's in front of us all the time because he's winning all the time. So there's always gonna be a microphone in front of him about it. But I don't think Jason necessarily shies away from it either.
I was honestly watching that today and laughing. I'm like, look what he's doing. Like, look at this.
Yeah.
And he's just like, you know how slow he's going right there, too?
I mean, the whole time it was coming up, I'm just rubbing my hands like, here we go. And then I was cracking up, too.
Hunter's probably like, yeah, fucking asshole, but I got the lead.
Well, it's Chase that took the lead.
Chase.
But,
Oh, Chase, sorry. Yeah, it's Chase. Chase is like, oh, that idiot, but I got the lead. You know, like, I don't know. I just, it was something else.
No, if I was racing, I would hate racing Jason Anderson. Hate it. I would hate everything about it. But the one thing I will say for him is you know exactly what you're getting. He doesn't try to say one thing and be someone else, right? Like if you're gonna do it, and that was the problem I had with Barsha for so long. Not personally, but what I didn't like was that he would try to like deny it or like justify it or say I didn't do. Just own it. If you're gonna be that guy, no problem. At least everybody knows, and just be that guy then, right? Like be the heel.
Yep.
Let everybody know you're just gonna there are gonna be no free passes today, and you're gonna get it every time. And that's why I hated so long the way Vince approached it too, because he would try to like say he wasn't doing it. And I'm like, you got to be kidding me, dude! Just at least just own it, and at least I'll have respect for you. Then I may not like it, but I'll at least respect that you're willing to man up and say, yeah, this is just how it's gonna be.
Yeah, no, I agree. Jason Thomas here, flyracing.com. Actually, speaking of Jet and Deegs, although we weren't speaking of Deegs, but Ryan is on one. Ryan, what's up, man? What's your question tonight?
Hey, just to preface, just want to ask a quick question on the interviews. Now, obviously, I'm pretty sure the riders don't even really listen to these interviews, don't care at all. But I'm wondering, especially from JT's perspective as a former racer, what would be more annoying for you? Hearing Jet just kill the opponents with kindness, just say like, oh, Chase would have beaten me, even though we all know it probably wasn't going to happen either way. Or the alternative approach, instead of killing them with kindness, go Deacon's route, just straight up insult the guy.
I think Jet was being sincere. I think he didn't really feel like he could kind of push, like he's still not 100%, and Chase was starting to pull away. I don't think that Jet was kind of just being nice. I think he was being honest, which Australians typically are. They really don't pull punches, right? They kind of shoot you straight, right or wrong. Sometimes it hurts your feelings, but other times you get a real snapshot of what they're thinking at the time, and I think that's what that was. On the other hand, if that was Negan, I would hate it, right? Like, I would hate those comments, and I think the further he climbs up the ladder and has to deal with people like an Anderson or a Barsha or someone that can do something about it or is willing to do something about it, he will most likely regret saying things like that. Someone will make him regret saying that at some point. It's just not yet. These guys, he's racing 250 guys, which they can do it too, but he's not dealing with the level of talent or experience that he will eventually. So I think he'll probably have to change those ways eventually.
JT, I brought up the fact of Kehoe talking to Barsha back in the day and being like, hey, dude, you're just making a lot of enemies, and down the road, like whether you're lapping these guys or passing them in a heat race or whatever, you're going to need help, and these guys are not going to give a fuck about the race, and they could ruin yours. So can you just be a little better? And I think, like, if you're Deegs, he's not head and shoulders, but he's better than everybody in his class. He's showing that.
Right.
And now Chance Hymas might be like, screw you, or whatever. Yeah. Tom Vial might be like, screw you, like down. Just there's no real need, but it is what he is.
Well,
who he
and
is.
those guys we're talking about, somebody like Barsha, you say something like that about Barsha, really offend someone, he's just going to end your race. 100% just going to end your race.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And that's the most penalizing thing that can happen to you. You know what I mean? So I don't know. I get it. Like, I think they're playing into the crowd. They're creating a brand around him. I just don't know that that's going to work forever, or else you're going to pay a really hefty penalty because you're going to offend people that are too skilled at making you regret it.
Sure.
JT
Ryan, thanks for the call. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Yep, thank you.
JT, why do you think it is that in the 250 class compared to the 450 class, there's never, it doesn't seem at least like there's that kind of vendetta stuff, like where Jason and Jet have it out for each other a little bit, and sometimes
For
it's
years,
Barsha with
right?
other
Or
guys.
for
Yeah.
years.
I guess is it just the history element, because like Deegan's saying all these comments and he hasn't really gotten it back to him yet. Why does that not happen in the 250 class more?
I don't know if it's just the fact that they can't necessarily do something about it all the time. I'll give you an example. Ricky, when we used to practice together, he would just torture me. I mean, knock me down, mess with me, but I couldn't do much about it because he was so much better than me. He was so much faster. I really couldn't find a way to get to him. And I think that's some of it for Deegan, is he's just a lot better than these guys right now in this moment. Now, if it was Supercross, I don't think that's necessarily always the case. Like, people will be able to tee him up. I just think as you rise up the talent scale and the experience scale, you're not going to be able to escape those guys. They're going to be guys that will be like, okay, keep it up. And you're going to go outside one time, and they're going to be like, okay, time to cash this check, and you go flipping over the side of the track.
Yeah, I mean, Ricky, early in Ricky's career, he was kind of a dick to guys in 125s. He really was. But
to me all the time.
Yeah, but I mean, even at the races,
I couldn't do anything about it.
Yeah.
But it's the same thing. They couldn't do much about it either.
Yeah,
that was a problem.
No, for sure. Wesley has a rant about the broadcast, so perfect to have JT on here. What's up, Wesley? What's your rant about the broadcast that JT controls? He's a big part of the.
Well, I just think it's ridiculous that 5 minutes into the race we got to go back to the start where we have a battle for the lead going on. Everybody's bunched up. Like, wait 10 or 15 minutes when it's not fresh on our mind and everything's kind of spread out and calmed down, and then show us the replay of the start.
So does the double box where you can't look at the other box to follow that? Is that?
Oh, I can, but
bad
if I'm paying $5.99 a month, I want the whole race to be like as big as possible with all the action. Yeah.
Yep.
Oh, I was gonna throw JT a compliment too, but now he wants to like be all sassy.
Yeah.
I was gonna say he's been looking pretty swole on the TV, man. Like looking good. The gains are kicking in, but now I don't know.
Though, right? I'm not being sassy, sir. I'm asking you a question. Like they don't go away from the racing. They're like that double box.
Oh no.
I'm asking
They still show it, but it just seems like it
not
does
working.
take away from what's actually going on because they want to show you that something that's still fresh in your mind.
It is a sponsored feature too, though, Wesley, and I can certainly relate to that, right? So, it's a motorsport.
I guess so.
Whole shot. So
the one thing I would say, Wesley, is I do appreciate your point. You're never going to please everybody. Never are you going to please everybody. And I think they're very aware of that. Like, they want to make the best show possible. That's what their jobs rely on. They just know, like, no matter what they do, someone's going to not like it, no matter what.
And
I hear you.
Thanks, Wesley. Thanks, man.
All right, you have a good
Appreciate
one.
it. Thank you. There we go. God damn.
He got mad at me.
He did.
Yeah, that was uncomfortable.
Just came right back at JT.
Well, I always thought the double boxes helped,
maybe
right? Because they're not going away from the racing completely.
Maybe when I said that you are in
maybe
charge
not.
of the broadcast, totally, he really thought that you were.
I saw.
I have like literally less than 0% control over any of that.
I saw someone
mathematically less than 0.
Yeah.
I saw someone tweet last weekend that F1 used the double box for a replay for the first time ever, and F1 fans seem to think it was the best thing that they've ever seen. So,
well, what's funny is that like right now IndyCar is going through this weird crossover from NBC to Fox, and so many people are complaining about how terrible Fox is and all this stuff like that. And then NASCAR is going to be on NBC, and people are saying NBC's great. And then if you look at Moto, everyone just talks shit on the broadcast relentlessly about NBC's production quality and all this stuff like that. And it's like, you'll never win.
I read
any facet.
I read a lot of sports media coverage, like on The Athletic or on Twitter, things will pop up or whatever. And honestly, I mean, maybe because I'm deep in our sport, we have so many fucking complainers. Like, I mean, is it perfect? No, there's a lot of things that I don't like, but like none of it's a deal breaker. And a lot of it, like JT said, is just like personal preference. Maybe some people like the box and you don't or whatever, but like they don't do any like egregious things, and it is hard to cover a motocross race like we just said all the time. You're covering all the passes and it's not following a ball around a screen. But I read lots of sports coverage and I don't like our fans just rip the broadcast. I mean, some of the stuff like some of the DMs I get about like Will Christian, like, who's a very nice person and she's trying hard at her job, like, just like, fuck, man.
Maybe I should do my rant from before the show.
Oh.
No?
Yeah. You can. Yeah, if you'd like.
I personally think that the double box solves so many problems because we want to be able to show crashes that we weren't necessarily following. We want to show replays of crashes, but we don't ever have to go away from the action, right? So it allows for all that to kind of happen. And if you don't care about any of that, you don't want to see the start again. You could care less that Phil got the whole shot or why or any of that. No problem. Just keep your eye on the other screen and the racing's going on. You know what I mean? Like I don't know. I just thought it's like I remember the days where we couldn't dream of having something like that.
Yeah.
We'd go to a replay, and for the next 30 seconds, you have no idea what's going on in the race. You know, we get to avoid all that now.
Yeah, for sure. No, I agree. Is it perfect? No, but it's pretty good. And
it's never going to be perfect.
The shit that I don't like, I just kind of shrug off.
Yeah.
Like I'm like, well, whatever.
I think the only thing that really like kind of caught me out this weekend, because it's the first time I watched from home in a while, is you could see Vial crash in the second moto on one of the boxes that they had open.
Yeah.
And I immediately was like, Vial's down. And I'm like, they're going to show it in any second. And it took like maybe 90 seconds to say he's down and all that stuff
90
like that.
seconds.
I just was surprised. Like, I thought that it would have popped up sooner. Like, hey, the leader's down.
The GP guy went down, so Kellen's
mad. In the gaming broadcast, Kellen is on that.
Yes.
I'm just saying.
Start your systems, Kellen Brauer. JT, thanks for the call. Appreciate it. Anything else for JT?
Yeah.
Oh, anything else, boys?
What do you got? No?
Just another thank you for the gold passes.
Yes, thank you for the gold passes.
You're good.
Yeah.
I wish you had eaten more. I'm glad you
he didn't eat anything.
it more than Steve.
No, I appreciate it. I totally do. Thank you. We had a nice meeting with David Luongo for like 30 minutes. Very nice. Yeah.
He believes that Steve flew in from Canada.
Okay, he wasn't perfect in that point, but hey, I am Canadian. He knows I'm Canadian at least.
Yeah, sure.
Well, I don't think he has your home address.
No,
so.
no. Yeah, no, it was great. It was fun to be there, to go back to a GP. Malin, I also said to Malin, like, have they found you anybody yet, or are you just still in there alone? And
he wants to be alone.
Yes.
Yeah, he really did not answer that.
No.
He was like,
he likes to be alone, 100%.
He does.
Yeah.
For sure he does.
Yeah.
He's very patient with me. Like, I think he's okay with me in there, but make no mistake, like, I think he enjoys the dynamic of doing it by himself, which is as good as a job he's doing. I get it.
That would drive me. I would absolutely go crazy by myself. EMX2, women's. You know what I mean? You're just in this trailer.
It's a lot. Yeah. It's a lot. But I think just overall, not having to placate to anybody, he can kind of steer the show however he wants.
Yeah.
I think he just has a rhythm with it, and he likes it.
And now we think he may be a little upset at Lewis.
Yeah, sad.
We're not sure.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Well, I feel like if I repeat it on here, he'll get madder.
Yeah, okay, so just text JT.
Just
text JT.
I don't think it's a big deal.
Okay.
But
this goes into my rant about you up in your head.
Well, I can say what it's about, but I'll just make people more mad, won't I?
So that's what I'm saying.
Don't offend Malin, that's for sure.
Yeah, don't offend Malin.
No, I didn't. I don't think I did in the first place.
Now he's offending Malin again.
I repeated something that he said on the broadcast, and I don't think he was happy that I drew attention to what he said on the broadcast because maybe he regretted it. No, not a mistake.
Brought it up again.
Not a mistake. It was kind of like a joke, and I said on my podcast, I can't believe he made that joke. And
well, I'm mocking him a little bit.
Yep.
I'm just a guy who's.
And he got a hug from Hurlings.
I got a hug from everyone.
Hug from Hurlings.
Hug from Hurlings, though. Really great.
Yamaha guys? Did you get a hug from the Yamaha guys?
No, but I was welcomed into the hospitality. Shook hands. They're going to come to America. They're going to message me so we can go for dinner. I am back.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yep. I'm back.
It was a big weekend for Lewis. Like, we may lose him back to that scene because
Steve was very amazed by my popularity.
I don't know if I go that far.
Okay.
Did you see James Burfield?
No. That's a hard no. No.
Okay.
Nope.
Did not.
No.
Got it.
Nicest hospitality might have been the Triumph one.
Honestly, that was
that
unbelievable.
So nice, right?
It is really nice.
Did you notice the food they had as well? It was like a carvery.
No, I did not.
It was like a hog.
I was going to ask our guy for a cappuccino to test that one, but
he did say we could take whatever we wanted.
Oh, he did?
Yeah.
Oh, I missed that part.
Yeah, he said come back and eat whenever you want.
Taking Harup's 250. What is our feelings on the fishbowl setup?
Oh boy.
Oh,
good, bad, and different.
Not good. So we did the math, and it turns out, who knew that I've never been to a race with the fish bowls.
Never.
Yeah.
No, because
amazing this is.
No,
Motocross
because
of Nations?
Lewis said they weren't at the Motocross of Nations.
Because he only went. He only went to Redbud.
Yeah, Redbud. They weren't there.
No. They had, like, for sure, at least one of the teams would have had him at, like, Assen.
He said
No, the first one was Ice 1 in 2020, round 1.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay. So, don't like them. I got a tour of all of them. Well, Cowie, Honda, Triumph. Well, not Triumph. No, just Hotelli. Cowie, Honda. Cowie,
How
Honda.
much is the Honda one?
Oh, did you see my photo of the inside of their super
I've been
secret
inside
one?
it. Yeah, I've been inside it.
Unbelievable. They have a hospitality rig, but then that wasn't good enough, so they got a super secret one, even nicer than the other one. It's bizarre, and it's like the inside of like a Asian massage parlor. It's beautiful. Yeah.
I don't think that's a compliment.
I was going to say, do you know those well or something?
I don't know. I guess I don't. Yeah, it's really nice, but no. As a mechanic, I would love those things, but aren't we trying to like entertain fans?
It sucks for the fans.
And
It
like
sucks for the fans.
it sucks bad for the fans.
Yeah, it does.
You see their feet. That's it. You don't even know what's going on in there.
Well, it's better if they don't have
Maybe
the stickers.
OnlyFans. It would be great for
Yeah.
OnlyFans if you could only see their feet.
Yeah,
But
true.
real fans,
Yeah.
it sucks.
That could be an option for your team.
It could be, yeah. Maybe the fun team.
Yeah.
Update JT on
The fun foot team.
Update JT on the funding
now on the team
for the cool team. Is there any update?
No, we're still searching for funding.
Okay,
I
all right.
have direct access to the budget, but we're still searching for funding.
Okay,
Not to speak for JT, but I would think that they are more interested in getting like a real team or a good team.
No, it'll be the cool team, man.
Yeah, no one cares about the cool team.
Well,
If we do it, you have to have a fishbowl.
will those make it to America? Do you think we see that?
No, we are on this show. We asked Lars, and he said no for reasons that I forget.
Oh, okay. I don't remember that.
Yeah, he said no because there was actually like a legitimate
Right.
reason that made
So
sense.
you guys were saying that like logistically they can't even store anything in those, right? So
Yeah,
it's
they
kind
have to
of
have
a
another
hassle.
truck for storage.
Right, it's a
Yeah,
hassle to
sure.
travel with them.
It's all
so
for show.
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, and I mean, again, as a mechanic, I would love that. That would have been amazing. But, yeah, man, I don't know. Listen, I
mean, that's what makes our sport so cool is the interaction with the stars.
Yeah.
We have the only real sport that does that.
When I worked for Chaparral, Randy Lawrence would be signing autographs while he's working on his bike. How is anybody going to sign autographs while they're working on their bike in a fishbowl?
They won't.
Yeah. What I do hope we get are the hospitality trailers that like Transformers that build out. Those things are amazing.
Yeah.
We actually, WPS, I was a part of gaming out that whole thing, like how much it's going to cost. Should we do it? Should we not? It's pretty expensive.
Yeah.
But man, they're amazing.
Oh, that
they're
was,
really, really cool.
It's impressive. That whole thing is impressive
Yeah.
for sure.
Probably like $2.5 million to do it, something like that.
And even David's office and all, and the compound, all that up there.
Yeah,
You know?
the paddock is impressive in MXGP.
Yeah. The restaurant.
Yeah, like if you took a corporate sponsor there
Yes.
and it was dry, like it
Yeah.
would have that wow factor.
And you wouldn't have a swamp everywhere in the pits.
No, but maybe you die.
Yeah, maybe. But like they have, again, taking a sponsor around the pits. Oh, sorry, Mr. Apple. Sorry about those shoes.
Tim Apple.
That's just HBI with their tuxedo gear washing.
Well, but Adam Wheeler in the podcast this week said, yeah, you're never going to have real sponsors coming to this sport because you got to walk 20 minutes from a car park.
He was upset about
the. He was very upset about the
Majora.
I was also hungry. He was also very hungry.
Very hungry, yeah.
Yeah. Final thoughts, Adam. I'm hungry. Thank you.
Like a kid. Just help.
Thank you, Adam. Thank you for that deep introspective of Majora. All right, JT. Thanks, man. Thanks for the time.
All right.
See
you guys.
See you, JT.
Fly Racing, flyracing.com. It's Jason Thomas, everybody. Calvin Vlaanderen coming up, too, as well. What's up, Turbo?
Hey, what's going on, man?
What's up?
Long-time listener, first-time caller.
Welcome.
Just want to say that love the pod. You guys are great. JT's amazing. He gets way too much crap on the internet. The only thing that I have an issue with is this super professional podcast is that you just have jerseys hanging on the wall with, like, just hangers. Somebody needs to get Steve some shadow boxes to put jerseys in.
No, I got. Well, listen, you can't. The shadow boxes take up too much room. I have jerseys in shadow boxes, like I got Ken Roxon's over there, and
it's like 5 right behind.
I guess that I can't see Ken Roxon's on the YouTube.
Yeah,
thing. All I can see is like Brayton's envelopes on the wall.
Yeah, but you see, because that's on a door, So that's the only way to display them on that door. And the ones behind me, the shadow boxes would take up too much room. So I want to display as much as I can, right?
Yeah, I guess that makes sense. I don't know, man. You got all these tall ceilings and stuff. There's got to be a way.
Didn't you do some of that for soundproofing too? A little bit of like
Yeah.
muffling the
Yeah,
noise,
yeah, I had
because those would just bounce sound
Right.
off of them. So.
Yeah, no, that does help the noise.
Yeah.
I guess that makes a lot of sense too.
Yeah. Sorry, Turbo.
All right, that was the only thing. We just need to see more of the podcast studio.
Okay. I'll get Lewis on that.
Yeah.
All right. Thanks.
Sounded very disappointed with that.
I'll get Lewis on that.
He wanted you to turn the cameras right now and give a tour of everything in here.
Nick, how's it going over there without Marks? How are we doing? Good?
Yeah, we're hanging in here, I think. I mean,
Figuring it out?
Yeah.
Listen, Jagger Craig, dude. Jagger Craig. All right, everybody. X-Brand goggle tear-offs. Let's do this.
It's the X-Brand Tear-Off segment. 15-second rapid-fire
Rapid fire. X-Brand goggles, the choice of champions everywhere. EKSbrand.com. Use Pulp Show 24 to save. Great company. Grusid goggles are fantastic. Thank you to X-Brand goggles for all that they do. And use the code to save. Again, Hunter Lawrence's goggles, they look a lot like the Lucid. Phil's goggles, a lot like the Lucid goggle. What are you laughing at?
You just say this every week, and I'm just like,
Well,
I can't wait till somebody says something back.
No one's going to say nothing.
Are there any X-Brand riders in MXGP now? No.
I didn't see any. We had De Dijker.
Yeah,
at
who
one
can forget?
point. Who can forget? We had Boutron forever.
Kevin Strybos.
Strybos, yeah.
Yep.
All right. These questions submitted by Corey Moser. Are you guys familiar?
Yeah.
Nope.
Okay. And Nick reads them out.
All right, here we go. Steve, besides the wash bays, what was something that impressed you about the pits or track at MXGP and something you found odd or disliked?
Well, the hospitality, the restaurant with the Fly Gold passes I spoke of there, that impressed me. I've been in there before. What I didn't like was it's too many bikes and classes. There's too much going on. It's like a nonstop like I'm at a motocross track. I understand it, but can I just relax for a little bit? Nope. And just like you're walking from the media tent to the restaurant, or media tent to the pits, or media tent, and you're dodging bikes and carts and mechanics and 125s and 250s and women and guys with unibrows, and you're just like, it's a lot. Like they're jamming a lot of bikes in there. So that's what I didn't like. Like no peace and quiet. At no time were things calm.
Maybe you don't know this, but in like 2013, they had every single support class on one weekend. So like 8 classes.
Yeah.
And it was like ridiculous overkill.
I bet.
Veterans, women's, 85s, 65s. It was like, stop.
Yeah.
Stop, Dan. Stop.
All right, Lewis, what training or changes to your routine have you made to combat your heat stroke?
I drink like 12 gallons of water a day.
He does.
But you need the electrolytes.
Yeah, well, I didn't know this until I found out last week that the reason they have Gatorades at the races is because that's good for you.
Yeah.
So come
Alden,
Southwick.
Alden says they're bad.
Oh.
So.
Well, come Southwick, I will be adding that into the program.
Okay. There's people who tell you Gatorade is horrible for you, trainer-wise. You know, to drink to be.
Well, I guess there's another way to get electrolytes.
There's Pedialyte, which is like a baby hydration drink.
So probably not ideal.
No, that's really good.
Oh,
Pedialyte's really
baby
good.
hydration.
Yes.
To hydrate a baby?
No, to hydrate. Well, yes, but they work for adults too.
Okay.
They're better than Gatorade.
Okay.
Pedialyte.
You'll be fine with Gatorade.
Yeah, I feel like Lewis isn't racing moto, so
no.
He
drinks monsters.
You don't know
Gatorade will be fine.
You don't know what I do in my spare time.
Good point. Oh, Lewis is talking to somebody at the race at the GP, and then and I'm standing there. He never introduces me, never says a word. I just stand there like, right? The guy walks away, and Lewis is like, "Oh, I raced with him." So another mystery, like
that's why I didn't want to introduce you, because the guy would have probably been like, "Yeah, he was dog shit."
Or he never rode at all.
Yeah,
or he's a
he's just
loser.
lying, yeah.
And like, so we don't know about Lewis and the riding still, and he could have backed it up with this guy, but conveniently chose not to.
I pointed out my lines around Majora to you many times.
Yeah.
All right, Kellen, Darkside mentioned your home is larger than Steve's. is there a drug ring you're a part of, or is this YouTube money, or is your wife on OnlyFans?
None of the above, but my wife definitely is the breadwinner of the house. I don't like. She has a master's degree. She's a tax accountant. She works high up at a pretty large company. So,
are you upset at Darkside for unveiling this?
Not really. I don't care. Whatever.
Okay. 16 seconds.
All right, Steve. Does Lewis act any different in his natural habitat?
Oh boy.
He was just giddy like a schoolgirl all weekend long. So happy, spring in his step. Got a hug from Jeffrey. Jeremy and him talked. There was a contentious meeting that he still was happy even after that.
Because I won.
Okay. Yes, just unbelievably happy.
Yep.
And I have to say, when Lewis came to America last year, I don't know if it was Paula or Lakewood, but it's one of the American Nationals. Maybe it was Hangdown. He just looked at me and said, "I thought this would be bigger. I thought this would be, bigger." And I'm like, "I don't know, man. It's fucking Lakewood. Like, what do you want?" So, American Nationals maybe didn't meet his expectations, and MXGPs are where he is beloved. So, yeah.
It's nice to be liked.
Okay.
All right, Lewis. Did Mathis do anything embarrassing at the MXGP, or did he have a hot take that was ridiculous?
There was one stupid thing that you said, but I can't remember what it was.
It was?
Futures?
Yeah, something. It was one that I replied with that, but I can't remember what the.
Yeah.
What the.
Okay, I don't remember either.
It was quite embarrassing having you tell everyone how bad their cappuccinos were.
Yeah.
I was like, like, hey, Steve,
let's be honest. I do look at life glass half empty. Not like Phil, but similar.
Right.
Never quite happy.
Right, yeah.
Yeah. All right.
All right, Kellen, describe Darkside as a house guest in one word.
Neat. He was really nice afterwards
wow.
we made him a nice bed and he folded it all up nicely and laid it out on our couch
wow.
really
Have
nice.
you talked to Kiefer at all?
Why? Is it a shit show there or something?
Have you talked to Kiefer?
No, well,
Okay.
not about Darkside.
Okay.
No.
All right.
Okay.
Moving
No dicks out either.
Moving on. Yeah. Dicks are down.
Dicks down.
Tits up. Tits up. Yeah.
Don't eat that dick.
Yeah.
All right, Steve. Eye test. Who was a rider that impressed you in both classes last weekend?
Say it.
What?
In the 450 class, number 84.
Oh my god.
Fuck. Yeah. The shine has worn off his championships for sure.
Wow. That'll help.
The fucking the unibrow kid.
Valerio Lotta.
Lotta.
Yeah.
And obviously he's Italian, so he's from track or home crowd, so maybe that helped a little bit. But I mean, EMX guy just running the pace.
Well, so did
just
this
beating Everett's?
not to get off topic, but
Okay.
did it genuinely impress you that he was that good?
No, because we've seen loads of EMX. I mean, yeah, I didn't expect podium, but we've seen loads of EMX
Yeah, I
riders
mean-
won top 5.
It's pretty impressive.
Yeah, impressive, but we have seen. It's not like a complete outlier.
Right,
We've
okay.
seen EMX guys run top
Okay.
5 around the podium.
And then 450s. Dude, that was kind of like. It's been hurt by injuries. There's 6 guys out. We counted, right?
Yeah.
Pauls, Ferrado, Renault,
Febra.
Ben. Jonas.
I said Pauls.
Oh.
That's 5. I thought there was-
Gertz.
6 guys out that would be top 10-ish. So it's a little not that deep. So
84.
I would probably go. No, I know. Yep, Bogers. I guess Bogers is just good again. He wrecked his wrist for a couple of years. He was out of it. You said only when he rides Hondas?
Only when he rides Honda.
I don't know, but yeah, Bogers is good again. So, Bogers.
Catch the fever.
Yep.
All right, Lewis. A baked potato sounds like a very Euro meal. What would you say is a quintessential English dish?
Fish and chips.
Huh.
Easy.
Yeah.
Bangers and mash.
All that. Roast dinner.
Okay.
Any of the above.
All right, Kellen. What would be your dream job in the industry, and where are we headed?
Oh boy.
Where are we headed?
wow.
That's deep. Dream job,
We already know what it is.
What?
Do we?
Yes. It's promoting Start Your Systems to be a Goliath in the industry.
No, my dream job growing up was to basically like be Art Ekman, like be the play-by-play guy for Supercross and Motocross.
Bring the Vaseline, they're coming through.
Yeah, turn on a dime and left a nickel change.
Okay, all right, dream job. X-Brand Goggles, choice of champions everywhere. Thank you to X-Brand. Really appreciate that. All right, let's talk Majora.
Okay.
Let's go.
Are we doing racing or?
No.
Okay.
No racing.
Should I pull up my list?
I think we pull out a list. So
Okay.
Lewis and I, we had a very eventful time. Roommates, track mates,
car mates.
Car mates. Somehow I rented the car, and I got the car. Vital got the hotel. Right? We split expenses. I rented the car. I drove us to Majora and the hotel. And then after that, Lewis just decided to drive everywhere, which I was fine with, but it was odd.
No, it was weird. I just went onto autopilot. I always drive when I'm at races,
Yeah.
especially GPs.
Yeah.
So I just went into like.
And truth be told, you kind of knew where you were going anyways.
You were impressed. That's on the list.
Right. So
Maybe a dumb question, but isn't that like against rental agreement?
that's what I thought, except when I was renting it, they said, do you want another driver? It's free. And I'm like, yeah,
so you
that
added
guy.
him.
Yeah,
Okay, I gotcha.
But yes, it was in America. You can't really do that.
Not unless
Yeah,
it's
you
a
can-
spouse.
You can add an additional driver, can't you?
Can you?
But it's usually
Anywhere?
at a price,
You
I
pay-
think.
pay
Yeah,
more
a
money?
price. Yeah, he got it as an offer.
That's my rant. That's one of my rants, by the way. Race Tech rant.
What?
Thank you to Race Tech. Pulp 24.
That I drove?
No. Fucking you guys in Europe, man. You got to figure it out. Like, I like Europe. I like the history. I could never live there. I could never go there for a long time. It's just like you show up. I show up at Pittsburgh. I fly into Pittsburgh. I walk out of the airport. I go right to my car. I get to turn the keys, and I drive off. And I'm on my way to the race or the hotel or whatever. I land in Milan. I got to wait in line to get my car. Then I do all of that, and the lady fills out everything, and I got to check everything. And I already did this online if I was in America.
Yeah, yep.
She gives me a slip of paper. Now I walk to the garage. Now I wait in line at another counter to give them my slip of paper to take me to the rental car. Now she takes me to the rental car. I don't get my keys and gets drive off. Oh, no. Oh, no. Now we got to walk around the car and explaining me how to put diesel in and telling me the scratches that are already there and what scratches I'm allowed. Lady, I could have been in a fucking DoubleTree already if I was in Pittsburgh. Like, the whole process is so long and inconvenient. And then you got tunnels, you're driving, and then you turn a corner, stop! One-way tunnel, and there's traffic coming this way.
Oh, that one, yeah.
So we'll just wait for the traffic to come. Why didn't you build the tunnel wider? Like, listen, I know, like, it's one carriage wide. If you go back to the fucking carriage days, there was two carriages back in the day. Like, you could have made this tunnel 2 carriages wide. It would have still been fine, but nope. Now you got to wait. Like,
Yep.
it's just so inconvenient. Everything. McDonald's, no lids, no ice. Like, can I get
paper straws?
Yeah, that's fine, whatever.
Okay.
I mean, they're stupid, but they're over here too. But it's just like, it's so inconvenient. Have you been over there much?
Yeah, I mean, every time I go, it's and we've been the last 2 times we've been with our daughter, our child, and it's just a fucking hassle every time. Always like so many steps of this and this and this and this and this.
Everything's
Okay,
so
we wanna
slow
go.
and everything's so it's just like, stop it.
Yeah.
Help
I
me
agree.
out.
That's
one rant.
The rental car woman was preparing us as if we were about to drive to Africa.
Yeah.
She showed us where the spare tire was.
Yeah. Yeah, the spare tire.
She said about chains on the tires. Like, she seemed to think we were going on an expedition. Funny lady.
My other rant is the fishbowl trucks. I talked about that already. Don't like them. Super cool for mechanics and team. Super shitty for fans, and we are there for the fans, right? Except for Bertle, who ran away from the fan with the camera. Like he was Roadrunner with the legs. And gone.
Wait, someone wanted a picture with him, and he's like, I'm out.
Yeah, he's out.
Interesting.
Yeah, interesting. So
What's he hiding?
My other rant is Lewis. I don't know.
Is this going to make me cringe?
No.
Okay.
But you're a friend of mine, and I get that you're here in this new country covering this series, and there's some people who don't like you because you're associated with Vital over here. You're trying to get to know people. They don't know you. And so sometimes over here, I'm like, dude, you got to just get out of your head. You got to get out of your head. Like, you are a nice guy.
Oh, thank you.
You're trying to talk to people. That you got to meet people. You just can't go from zero to knowing everybody in the pits like I do in 1 year, right?
I want it too much. I want it too fast.
And then, but okay, so I understood that. You understood your behavior over here. I understood.
Okay.
Stranger in a strange land. Like,
I don't know where this is going. There's a butt coming.
But
I don't know where this is going.
He's the same way in GPs. Like, he's right up here because Hurling's hugged him and, misses him and wants him back. And then he's down here when he's getting ready for, like, a discussion, a contentious discussion, and he wants to do all these things, and he's preparing like he's Rocky going into a war, and he's down here, and then, over here, and then he's up, he's back up, and he's like, wait, what did this guy mean? What did he say? He thinks too much.
Yeah.
Do you agree?
Well, every time we start LVK, I reach down to my seat and buckle my seatbelt because I'm ready for the roller coaster ride.
Yeah, okay, so it's
every
the same
single
thing
week,
then,
so.
yeah.
But, I mean, that's what makes great content with him.
Yeah.
But he is
I'm not a 5.
up
He's
and down.
yeah.
I'm not a 5.
Well, you may be a 5 on your way up and down.
You pass it.
You pass 5, yeah. But you are so
I
emotional.
see 5 for a moment.
You're all up.
No, I want it too much. I'm too, analytical of everything that happens.
Yes, you think too much about it, and then, hold on, I want to stop at McDonald's. Well, then if I stop at McDonald's, then we might miss this.
Wait, when did this happen?
No, this is just an example.
Oh,
This is just
okay.
an example. Just get the fucking McDonald's. Stop thinking about it. Stop thinking about what this guy said to you 10 steps down the road. You're too much in your head.
When we finish LVK sometimes, too, I'll hit end record and we'll stand up and he'll be like, I don't really like what I said there. I think maybe we should record that or something like
I
that.
don't think that's okay.
You've done that a couple times.
Yeah, because I have said some outlandish things. I'm like,
On our pod, we reviewed the pod, Adam Wheeler, myself, and Lewis on the Vital MX pod. Check it out. I put it on my feed also. He's like, for reals though, honestly, Jeffrey Hurlings was the fastest rider.
He had the fastest lap of the race day.
It's like, what?
The second I heard
But what does that have to do with this?
He got third in Moto 1, couldn't catch the top 2, and in Moto 2, he only won because Geyser washed his front end out, and Jorge Prado was in a massive first turn accident. You could say he was good, and he was fast. He had a good day. You can't just be like, seriously though, he was the fastest rider.
That was
of the
not
day.
the approach. I said, I feel. But I was open to discussion. He had the fastest lap, and my point behind it was, late in the first motor, he was all over Prado, couldn't make the move, but I felt like if he passed Prado, maybe he could have got on the back of Tim.
But if he was faster, he just would have passed Prado.
But no one passed anyone.
Okay, well.
I guess
Calvin Vlaanderen did.
I guess I was subscribing to the hypothetical because I was thinking, although Hurling's starts were good, he started behind Prado and Geyser each time. So I was thinking if he'd started ahead, he probably would have held on. But that's true for both of them.
But that doesn't mean he was the fastest guy.
Well,
That just means he got a better start.
I did play around with the wording.
There was no clear fastest guy.
That's fair.
Can I ask seriously, give me a honest Geyser opinion this year because they have gone toe to toe, and
A
he's
safe,
still
reliable
the
pair of hands.
Yeah, and he's the championship leader by 24
Yeah, he's going to win the
points.
championship most likely because he's not going to make a mistake. I don't know where this. I've said this many times.
Because he's been balls fast all year.
Yes, he's probably going to win the championship.
Okay.
Unless something goes wrong, like an injury.
I just figured that you would rebuttal with me with, well, wait till Jeffrey figures it out and we go to
you're
Womble
all
next
crazy.
week.
You're all crazy. But no, back to the rant. Yeah, you're right.
He's all over the place. So it's a lot. It's a lot to take in.
You know, in The Lion King, when Mufasa is dead and he's in the sky, and he says to Simba, "Remember who you are." That was what this weekend did for me.
Remembered who you are.
I remember, Mufasa was in the sky above Majora.
Oh,
and he said,
pop culture.
Yep, and he said,
who's your Mufasa?
I don't know, but he was like, "Lewis, remember who you are." And I was like, "I remember." So now I've come back to America remembering what I can do.
Okay.
So now we're
It's just,
ready to get to work.
You gotta be more of a 5.
I didn't expect such a positive reaction to my return. Did not expect it. So caught me off guard.
Okay.
Made me feel a bit good.
Last rant for me.
There's another one.
Yes. Race Tech rant.
Oh, please tell me it's a dinner.
Pulp 24 is supposed to say. Our buddy Adam Wheeler. Great guy. Best journalist in the sport.
Hands up.
We say...
He's hardly in the sport, but fair.
Yeah. He likes street bike racing now. It is ironic that all three of us were at our first GP.
Yeah, I messaged him yesterday and said I'm glad it worked out how it did.
I thought that happened because you said like you were going to Majority. He's like, oh, I'll come too, and then Steve decided to go too. No?
It was It wasn't a coincidence, a complete coincidence. Yes.
So Adam's like, let's go for dinner on Saturday night. I have a pizza place that we can go to. Sounds good. Love to go with Adam. We go to a pizza place. Okay, first of all, it's late. I don't know why we're there for so long. What happened?
We were waiting to interview Vlaanderen, but the rain.
Oh, the rain came, so we had to wait it out. We never did talk to Vlaanderen that night. We did it tonight. And so we got out there super late, jet lagged like hell. I slept the worst I ever did on Friday night. That was the worst night for me for sleeping. So we're there super late. I'm tired, really hungry, and I just want to grab food and go to bed. And we pull up to this pizza place. Adam's there. Adam got there first. It was too busy. And all of a sudden, he leans into a car, and he tells some other people. And now I'm thinking to myself, like, this place is right by the hotel. I don't really want to go any farther. I'll just go to McDonald's, or I'll eat nothing, or whatever. But just get me to bed. And so we go to this other pizza place further away from the hotel. We
like
show up.
2 minutes further away.
We show up. It's Adam. It's Ray Archer, who's a good guy. It's 4 other guys. 3 other guys? 4?
3.
3 other guys. Don't know who these men are.
No one introduced you.
No one introduced me. And you know how that goes when you're trying to get a place to eat and a reservation and everything else. We get seated. One guy speaks no English. One guy speaks English but doesn't talk. Like literally says 2 words.
Liz is tickled by that.
All day. And Ray is upset because someone owes him $12,000 for some photos. I think you know who they are.
Yep, aware of the company.
The guy to my 2 things to my left has something to do with the company, but not really. And they kind of get into on who owes the $12,000. And Ray's angry, and it's getting odd and uncomfortable.
Wait, is this the Dutch guy?
No, who's the Dutch guy?
And then the 2 other guys that don't speak are just not speaking. And they're just
the guy who
there.
bought the company.
No, it was JP.
Oh, okay.
And they're getting into it. We're not getting any service.
We literally couldn't have got served any faster.
We did not get served right away. No, not at first. Adam had to call her over.
Yeah, after like 2 minutes of us sat there.
No. More than that.
We'll have to check the tape.
Not getting served. Finally, we get served. Everybody just gets margarita pizzas and like whatever. And it's getting contentious. It's getting late. It's getting tired. I don't know these people.
It's getting tired.
I'm getting tireder. And then we eat. Service wasn't quick. That service was pretty quick for the food. I don't know what's going on with these people. I don't know who they are. I just want to go to my hotel. And then they want dessert. So we got to fucking wait for dessert. Everybody gets dessert. Out of protest, I got no dessert. Just hoping that they would get the notice that I got no dessert, and that means let's go. But nope, they got dessert. And there's Lewis eating ice cream. This is great. It's worse. One of the worst dinners I've ever had. Now, Adam paid. Thank you, Adam. But it was so much of a production. It didn't need to be guys who don't speak English, guys who are fighting. Then Ray tells a story about getting Legionnaire's disease and almost dying. And you know how he got them? From the wash base.
No, he didn't. He didn't. He got it from a hotel aircon. He said you can't. He said you can't.
Oh my god.
He said you
I don't know.
You guys are so jet lagged, dude. You guys are so jet lagged.
Okay.
He said he got it from hotel aircon. He got it from hotel aircon. But then he went into this long speech.
Right.
Which ultimately ended up with
okay,
the wash base can kill you.
Oh my god.
And then you should walk past the wash base
right.
with your mouth closed.
He said you get Legionnaire's disease. No, he got it from the hotel shower.
Yeah.
Dude, you guys are dying.
He got it from the hotel shower, but you can also get it from the wash base.
So then we sat at the dinner table, and I just turned to Steve, who is finding out that his beloved wash base
I'm like,
killed him.
I'm like, what? And he's like, yeah, you can get it from the wash base. Legionnaire's disease. And this is while we're eating dinner.
Oh, God.
And he's talking about, like, it was a disgusting disease, right? Google Legionnaire's disease. It's not good. Ray had it. What
Doesn't have it anymore, but
no, what country was he in? What country was he in?
Indonesia or Thailand?
Yeah,
Or
and then he says, you can get it from the wash base. And I don't want to hear it at this point. I love wash base. And I'm upset.
because he was explaining how there's a pond at Majora, and they pull the water from the pond for the wash base, and the water is dirty, so the water vapor can
And the
give
water
you...
vapor from the wash base can kill you.
So then the mechanics would have to
I don't
wash
know.
the bikes with goggles
But
and
Ray's
gear.
advice was to walk past the wash base with your hand over your mouth. And that's not what he signed up for.
Yeah, I love wash bays. I love wash bays. And now they're gonna kill me. They got Legionnaire's disease in them. And I don't. And we're trying to eat. We're trying to eat and get out of there. And we got ice cream and Legionnaire's disease and wash bays. It was a horrible dinner. I never want to go through that again. I love Adam Wheeler. I'm glad he paid. I'm glad he paid. But
That's not a compliment.
it was
I'm
horrible.
glad he came as a compliment. Not I'm glad he paid. That's not...
I am glad he paid.
Yeah, but that's not a compliment.
But, like, it was a bizarre dinner. Kellen doesn't even find this funny.
No, I find you guys laughing about this funny, but
I just got the vibe as
I'm
soon
trying
as...
to picture this conversation.
As soon
and
as
it's
we
making
sat
me
in the
laugh a little
car,
bit, for
as soon
sure.
as we sat in the car, I turned to him and I went, "You're not happy, are you?" And then he just went.
I just
broke down.
Just tired, hungry, not hungry anymore, but now the wash bays can kill you. And it was 10:30. It's 10:30, and we got to get up at 7 or whatever.
Yeah.
I mean, it's too much. It was too much.
My side, I had a nice dinner catching up with old friends. End of story.
End of story, period. Done.
And it was free.
So you didn't think that, like, Ray's discussion was contentious?
No, it's Ray. Ray always has something.
He's always
no,
out
but
of
like
voice
I'm just
like
like, holy fuck, as he's like describing the symptoms in the
Oh,
hospitals
and quarantine.
and the quarantine and the nurse is like, if you have anything to say to your husband, he could die. Like if you need to say something right now. And then he wraps it up with like, the fucking wash bees can kill you. And I'm like, what the fuck? Like
the impression is great.
Yeah, I'm just like, no.
Literally, the PulpMX empire has been built on this wash bay rant, and it's just been taken
tearing
away.
you down.
Like, without that, what does he have?
Oh, man.
Nothing.
This is like Tim Ferry being arrested for some sort of outrageous crime that he's been committing for years under the radar. Like,
some sort of like pedophilia.
that's
or
what I was going to
something.
say, but I didn't want to go there.
Right. It's just horrible. So I didn't like the dinner.
Oh,
that was my
God.
race tech rant.
That took a turn.
Race tech, Pulp 24.
We also were chased out of the hotel for breakfast because a woman was adamant.
I don't know.
We went down and we said, right, let's see if hotel breakfast is any good before we go to the track. We walked in, it wasn't that good. And the lady went, if you want something, I'll serve you. And we went, no, we're fine. And she went, I can make you coffee. And we went, no, we're fine. And we walked out, and then she's chasing us.
She grabs Lewis and goes, no, I make you anything. I make you anything. We're like,
she literally chased us to the door.
Yeah, we're like, oh my God. Like, no, we're good. Very insistent.
Begging to give you food.
Like we had to eat or we had to drink.
Yeah. Lewis, or Kellen, roundabouts.
Yeah.
How do you take a roundabout?
What do you mean? Like,
how do you drive in a roundabout?
You enter and wait for not to get chopped off by another
Right,
person.
and you just
into the
merge,
roundabout.
right? You just merge.
Merge in,
Right.
and then
Right.
you exit the roundabout.
Yeah,
When
whenever
do you
need to.
indicate?
Yeah, usually.
You have to. So Steve thinks that you sit there and wait for there to be a gap.
Yeah.
You sit there. You read people's indicators. If someone's indicating,
they're turning out of the.
If they're turning towards you, like you wait. If they haven't got an indicator on, they're going straight, which means you can just go.
No.
What? Going
Lewis
straight.
is trusting the signals, and we almost got killed because someone didn't have their signal on.
Yeah.
Which
and
was
just
their
kept
fault.
going.
I don't trust signals
No,
anyway. Like even
no.
if someoone's saying I'm turning
Yeah,
off
yeah.
right here, no,
No,
I'm gonna
no.
wait till you're turning.
There's
so.
no universal indicator used in roundabouts that you should trust.
If you don't have an indicator on, it means you're going straight on second exit, which means that if you're coming the opposite direction, it's safe to go.
You're going to trust that.
Yes, because
But
that's
we almost got T-boned.
by one person who wasn't supposed to be driving.
So you're saying that in that situation, if they're going past 3 exits of the roundabout, turning left, they're going to have their left indicator on, and you'll see that as you're coming. They're going to go left through the roundabout.
I'm not going to lie to you. I'm too jet lagged to follow that.
Okay, then never mind.
Big debate. I said, Lewis, you can't trust the signals. You just merge when it's your turn, get in when you can, and get out when you can.
Yeah.
And Lewis is like, no. They'll tell you the signals, and you just go. And I'm like, I don't know, man.
Yeah, so carry my momentum.
So someone's coming. They got no signal. Lewis figures they're going straight. Lewis
Was this like closest to the track or?
Well, there's roundabouts everywhere.
Yeah,
It's
No, I know,
It's
but I'm
Europe.
saying I remember leaving Mantova in 21, and it was just like no rules at all.
Yeah,
Just
no. Yeah, right. You can't
everywhere,
trust
so.
it. And this man is trusting the signals.
Yeah.
Yeah, because roundabouts have a system. That's why they work. They're not a four-way stop. He treats them like they're a four-way stop.
No, I don't. But you have to. If there's room, you can slow down and merge. But if there's not,
But
you
they're
gotta
one
stop.
lane for the most part.
You
I
gotta
mean, in
stop.
Italy they were.
You got to stop. You can't trust the signals.
Yeah.
You can trust the signals.
Well, we almost got T-boned.
But did we?
No.
So we're fine.
Okay. I don't trust him.
You can trust them more than
But I
wash
do
base.
wish we had. You can die from the wash base.
Apparently, can.
Imagine if he got killed by wash base. He doesn't come back. He's just stood there, ogling the wash base for so long. But the water vapor causes him to pass out
Can you
in
guys?
the wash base.
Can you guys?
And they have to drag his corpse out of a wash base.
Can you guys put that on my tombstone?
Killed by wash base.
Killed by what he loved. Killed doing what he loved. He died doing what he loved.
At the glorious wash base.
We
sucked him in.
He loved wash base, and that's how he went out.
He was stood watching the wash bays. Ray Archer saw this and tackled him out of the way.
Dives in. It's too late.
I told you. I told you
you're gonna die.
Cover
Water
your mouth.
vapors.
Cover your mouth.
And Google Legionnaire's disease. It doesn't sound fun. Water vapor from wash
man.
base.
Shower update.
Oh, shower update. Yeah, I did get a lot of people asking me about that. So closed-in shower. About the size of this Red Bull fridge, though.
Yep.
You know, but closed in 4 ways. So that was good. But you had to it's one of those ones where you can't avoid the water. So when you turn it on, you got to withstand the cold for 10 seconds.
Yeah.
You know.
But it was like a good shower.
Yeah.
It had the overhead.
I had one.
Yeah.
I had one similar to that in Paris, but there was no ventilation. Like you have a
Yeah.
fan sometimes.
Yeah,
or whatever.
no, this one didn't either.
But this one, the only ventilation was to open a window that was in the back of the shower that was from your thighs up.
Oh,
so you just hello world.
Oh, yeah.
I'm showering.
Right.
Here's all my shower vapors coming out, and me standing
and
in
water
the shower.
water vapors that can kill.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's again going back to inconvenience of Europe. You're
Yeah.
just why would you put a door here that shows my cock and balls? Why? Just go waist up.
Yep.
You know what? Is that a problem?
Apparently not.
Right.
I mean, it should be, but
And I mean, we know it's thumbs up to tits, so that's fine. Titties are good.
yeah, waist up.
So shower was fine, and then the last night we stayed at the Sheraton at the airport, and that had a 3/4 wall, but it was fine because it was really deep. Water
Yeah, it was
didn't
like a
get in.
modern shower.
Yeah, it was a modern shower. So no shower issues. Beds were pretty tight together. Luckily,
push them apart?
We pushed them apart. Yep. Because again, I don't know why Europe does that. No idea. What would be wrong with putting a nightstand in the middle and the beds on each side of the nightstand?
The room was barely big enough for 2 beds.
Yeah.
It was probably too small for a single room.
Yeah. Yeah.
But you were impressed with my local knowledge?
Yep. Lewis at one point was like, I think we should be coming back via this winding road by the hotel because we didn't.
Mm-hmm.
And then the way home, we did come down that road, so he remembered it. And then at some point, he was like, I remember there's a McDonald's up here, there's a Western restaurant. We went to a Western restaurant.
We went to a Western. We went to a Western restaurant that was all American themed, and there was just a sign.
What?
That said Indian people.
Yeah.
Indian people.
With no context.
It was an American.
It was just a massive sign.
It just.
It was English. It wasn't
Yeah.
like
It just
Italian.
said
No.
Indian
No.
people.
It was like an old. It had Western like wooden doors and a wooden bar, and it was a Western-themed American restaurant.
Indian people.
And it just said Indian people.
It was like someone went and observed it and went, "Yeah, you've nailed it. You just forgot the Indian element." And they're like, "We can fix that."
Yeah.
It's Indian
Done and done. Indian
Done.
people.
You were unhappy that I didn't introduce you.
Yeah. So, but you said this is your thing.
If Darkside is listening, he will vouch for this. I'm
Okay.
not very good at the introductions, but also, we haven't even got onto the weight thing. But that's next.
Yeah. So we would walk around like I knew a lot of these people, but I didn't know all of them. And Lewis would just have full conversations like with the guy that he apparently raced with.
Yeah.
And never introduce me. And I'm just like standing there like,
No.
and he would never introduce me to these people. Like even Haruf, the Danish kid.
Haruf.
Haruf? What is it?
Sounds like a dog.
Haruf.
Harrup.
Harrup. Harrah.
H-A-A-R-U-P.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Introduce me to him. Never introduced me to him. We walk in. He knows who I am, just from PulpMX or whatever.
Yeah.
And Lewis never says, "Oh, you've never met Steve," or "You know who he is," or "How do you know this guy?" Never says a word of it. We just pick up, but the guy knows who I am, and we start talking. Like nice kid. And he did that all weekend long. Like all weekend long. Never. And I feel like in America, I'm like, "Hey, do you know Lewis Phillips?"
Yeah, but it's
Do
an
you know
issue
Lewis
I
Phillips?
have. Like, I'm not very good at that.
Well, if I could vouch for you, I would assume that Steve knows a lot of these people,
Well,
so I would feel weird introducing.
Yes, I felt I didn't know who he knew.
Well,
who
you
didn't
just
know.
say, "Do you know Steve?" That's all you say.
Yeah, that's fair. But again,
Do you know him?
On the flip side, you know a hell of a lot more people here than we do. So
Okay,
we
for
expect
example,
them,
when Nick came over today, I was getting ready for the show.
Yeah.
And I assumed you guys had met Nick, right?
Well, we
'Cause-
introduced ourselves. It
Yeah,
wasn't-
because I wasn't around.
Right.
But when I came upstairs, I said, "You guys met Nick." Obviously, I knew
Yes,
you did,
yeah, yep.
but just trying to get
Yeah.
the vibe right. You guys know Nick. Obviously, I knew you guys. Nobody just sat there and didn't stay a word.
I'll take VL. I'm
Okay.
not very good at that.
Okay.
But in my defense, like with Harrop, he started talking to you immediately. So it's weird for me to then interrupt an in-progress conversation to say, "Do you know each other?" Because the conversation flowed immediately.
No, I feel like it went you and him for the first minute.
I can't remember.
Okay, convenient again.
But
So never introduced me. Yeah, not to Jeffrey. Never got introduced to Jeffrey or anybody.
Did you actually talk to Jeffrey this weekend?
I did not.
Of course he didn't.
Well, I don't know.
I talked to my
didn't
friend
hear
Tim,
all the
though.
escapades, so
I talked to my friend Tim.
your friend Tim. How's his dad?
If Jeffrey,
That's what I said so many times.
there's a few of those, too many of those jokes for my liking. Listen, no one's perfect, okay? If Jeffrey can agree to half his win total from MX2, I will talk to him.
You're never going to talk to him. then.
Okay.
But kudos to our friend Steve. He has lost so much weight.
Yeah. Very noticeable, allegedly.
But you would
This is ridiculous.
every single, I would say 95% of the people who we approached,
85.
same difference. Instead of, they'd say, "Hi, Lewis," blah, blah, blah. Instead of saying, "Hi, Steve," they would go, "Oh my God, Steve, you've lost so much weight." And he was getting so
That's
angry.
like honestly brutal putting it that way.
It is.
It was like,
oh my God, Steve.
That's the first thing you say?
Yeah.
like, honestly, Harrop, who's never met him.
Yeah. Harrop's like, "You've lost a lot of weight. I've never met the guy."
That's fucked. Like you could start off by saying like, "Looking really fit today, Steve."
No,
or, like,
you know what
that
it
kind of
is?
thing or
It's a
whatever.
Euro thing. The Euros are
They're
look,
blunt.
They're blunt.
Yeah.
Euros are blunt.
Me. Hello.
You're English.
Yeah, but I'm also blunt. That's part of my issue here.
Okay.
English isn't Europe anymore.
Yeah.
Oh, who knows?
Brexit. So
If in doubt, keep
what
them out.
makes the Euro rider interviews good a lot of times is they're pretty blunt.
Yeah.
For sure. But yeah, it got to be fucking weird. Like first of all, I've been lighter than this not that long ago. COVID years, lighter than this. I was cycling a lot, wasn't going to the races, right? Remember we had no racing for a while. And I was in Salt Lake just fucking Tour de Francing my mountain bike every single day. So I've been lighter than this, A. B, I'm not that skinny now. I am skinnier. I've lost 40 pounds, okay, from earlier. Not that crazy, though. 40 ain't 100.
Yeah.
It's like what Lewis said. It was like the last time these people saw you, you couldn't walk, and you
He
were
was on a
getting-
mobility scooter.
Yeah, they were just driving you around in a forklift. because you couldn't walk. Like literally, that's what
like the last time they saw him, he was on the outside of the awning because he couldn't fit through the door.
Well, you said 2017 was your last GP?
Yeah, but I've done Nations. I've done Nations. I've seen these
He's
people.
on video every week.
I've seen Nations with these people. The video I don't count. But
no, but you're on Instagram. Like, it's not like you're hidden. You
right.
know?
And it got to a point where he was just like,
he was so angry. Like, he was low-key pissed.
I wasn't pissed.
Low-key pissed.
Just well, Pookie has told me, like, I don't know. She just, one of her Pookie's pet peeves in life is like anything, big nose, fat, long hair, whatever you got going on, don't bring it to someone's attention.
Yeah.
Like that's her sort of her like rule of like being like nice in a nice human being.
Yep.
Right? And I get it. I understand it. Not in Majoria.
I know you guys are really holding true to that with Unibrow too.
Okay. Fair. But Lewis, I said, who is this fucking Tata guy?
Tata.
And like, seriously, the kid was so fast. I'd never heard of him before.
But he's not called Tata.
I know he's not.
He's been all over the place with names tonight. Harif, Conan.
You should look on when he promoted his post-race podcast. He spelled Vlaanderen like he just chucked letters at a wall. I'm just like, that'll do.
Listen, I'm fucking tired. I'm jet lagged. I'm old. I'm getting dumber. Okay, give me a break.
He basically went on a keyboard and went, that's close enough.
Are you kidding me?
Okay, so, all right.
So you said to me, who's the Lotta kid?
Yeah, who's this Lotta kid? Like, I don't know who he is. And Lewis is like, EMX, Italian, which I got that because he had a big Italian flag on the back of his jersey.
Yeah.
You should see his unibrow. And I'm like, what? And like, but then I'm like, okay, like, haha, like, whatever. I don't care. I'm in the press tent. He's in there. I turn around, and it's there.
Face.
And it's there. And it's noticeable.
That was such a good reaction.
So, my bad on contradicting ourselves, but this gentleman, it's there. It's there. It's big.
Oh, my gosh.
Another fun note, deep into Pulp history, people will know that on your Caroli jersey, he signed it to PulpMX.
Yeah. And my flag.
And your flag.
I have a flag and it says to Pulp.
So back in the day, it was unknown if he knew your name or if he just presumed you were Pulp.
Right.
We have the answer.
Yeah, so Tony, who's a dear friend.
Yep.
On a semi-first name basis.
He's a dear friend of mine. I saw Jill, his wonderful wife. And I said, is Tony here? She's like, yeah, he's here, but he's low key, trying to be like, under the radar a little bit. He's got some signings. So I text him. I said, hey man, I'm here. Like, love to see you or whatever, or you got time to chat or something. And no reply. A couple hours after the event, he said, hey Pulp, just seeing this now. Sorry.
Hey Pulp.
And he got a big kick out of that.
Yeah, we got his confirmation. Yeah. We now know he thinks
Pulp.
your name is Pulp.
Yeah. So, that was odd, but what else?
Well, there was a race that happened.
There was a race that happened. Yeah,
we haven't even talked about that really. So,
yeah, the race honestly, like,
it wasn't the reason or the banner outcome of the weekend.
Like, first of all, Wheeler wanted to go watch the MXGP qualifying race on Saturday, and I'm like, okay, that sounds fine, and I walked up in this muddy ass hill, and I got my shoes so destroyed to watch the most boring MXGP qualifying race in the history of the sport. I don't think the riders reached their heart rate above 130. Like, because the track was super slippery and this one line and like whatever. So I ruined my shoes for that. Then the next day I went up, and like the first MXGP moto was great. The three of them were really close, and they were. Did you watch it or saw highlights of it?
Yeah, most of it. Yeah,
but no passing, and not even they got close a couple times. Prado got close to Tim. Hurley's got close to Prado, and then the race itself. I mean, the first turn crash in Moto 2 was like, wow, holy shit. Mm-hmm. And then watching Vlaanderen come through the pack was pretty cool. But wasn't a whole lot of thrilling stuff going on, right?
Yeah. So I watched a GoPro from your dear friend Mikkel Harif, as you put it.
Harif.
Yeah. And, it looked like it was just follow the leader everywhere. I mean, like he would try to go outside to like size up Everts on something, and then they would just come back to the same lines.
Yeah, exactly. Like almost like the historic track is too small for these bikes nowadays. The bikes.
I mean, if it is prepped well, it would
I did
help,
find it really funny that Mr. Seward told us on Saturday, like, he can't turn the bike. It's not turning well. He can't get into corners with it. It's blah, blah, blah. And then he throws away the lead instantly.
Couldn't turn.
Because he couldn't turn. And my friend Lewis is like, see? He can't turn. So, yeah.
It was okay, though. I mean, the racing wasn't great, but...
Yeah.
Who was the one person who you didn't talk to who you would have hoped to talk to?
My
Not
friend
Jeffrey.
Tony.
Okay.
My friend Tony.
To Pulp.
Yeah.
Not Jeffrey.
I mean, if you would... have you ever actually asked him if he wanted to talk to me?
No.
Oh.
Why would I?
You don't want to like put yourself out there for your friend?
I think I know the answer.
Okay.
We have discussed you, not in that context, but we have discussed you,
Okay.
and
Hard no.
And
well,
he's
no, it was just more
disgusted.
like, what is his problem? And I was like, I don't know. A lot of people are asking that, including Horror and Tim's dad
and Tata.
Yeah.
Tell Jeffrey to stay away from the wash base.
Imagine if he wakes up tomorrow and he gets an email that says Tim Geyser out of MXGP wash bay incident. Dad comments. It's been what?
Dad comments.
Unbelievable. By the way, I want to get too far into this. I want to thank the folks at Luxon for coming on the show. You know who uses Luxon clamps? Phil Nicoletti.
Oh, filthy.
And Finnis and Shock and all those guys. Thanks to the Luxon guys. When it comes to triple clamp, suspension, and chassis parts, there's no comparison. Luxon MX makes the best parts you can buy. Luxon uses advanced engineering techniques to develop products that are unlike the rest. Lighter and stronger with optimized stiffness to improve your riding comfort. Lots of clamps for models, offsets, changing all of that. They got the split clamps as well. LuxonMX.com. All orders $100 or more ship free within the U.S., and you can save 10% with the code PULP2024. PULP2024 at LuxonMX.com. Check those guys out, and they're bringing you Kellen Brauer tonight as well. So thank you to folks at Luxon for
thanks.
bringing us Kellen. And don't let concerns about shifts in the market disrupt your long-term financial goals. Lewis.
Okay.
Edward Jones financial advisor Brian Stone used to race. Main event guy back in the day, Brian Stone. Good privateer rider. He's now working at Edward Jones. He's a financial advisor. He can help you focus on what you control. Give him a call at 816-761-4066. Edward Jones, member SIPC.
Where is he based out of, or is it remote?
Missouri.
Oh, Missouri.
Yeah, Missouri. So thank you to folks. Thanks to Brian Stone for coming on board for that. And motorcycleindustryjobs.com, job of the week as well. Marketing and communication specialist wanted. Full-time job for Rabaconda. Tallon, don't you know what Rabaconda is?
Yeah, they use them in ISD to change mooses and everything.
They're the global leader in portable tire tools.
Yeah.
They're looking for a marketing and communication specialist, Tallon.
There we go. We're in.
But you're still a dedicated gearhead, right?
Still a dedicated gearhead, correct.
Okay.
But maybe they can do a, I don't know, side job.
Full-time job. It's remote, so you can be anywhere and do this.
In the wash base.
You can be in the wash base. Rabaconda, negotiable salary. Reporting to the global marketing manager, the individual will be a part of both the marketing and customer service teams at Rabaconda. This individual will be responsible for the day-to-day operations involved with the Rabaconda social media and email platforms. Sounds cool. Sounds like a good job for like Roto or like a kid or a social media guy. Not me. I can't make these graphics.
Okay.
I can't do the graphics. I'm out.
I love when we were, I think in Salt Lake City, and I was like putting a graphic together, and you're like, "Oh, that's really cool," and Lewis is like, "Yeah, it's nothing."
Yeah, yeah, I didn't know you could do it that quick.
Yeah,
you guys got it down to a
Technology is mad now. It's really moved on.
Mr. Side is saying, "Do you understand that talking about a people's appearances is not nice?"
Wow.
Is this about Unibrow?
But is he defending you for the?
No, he's saying I'm shouldn't have said anything about his pony.
Oh. That's a shame.
I don't think a pony is the same as...
He doesn't call in anymore, does he?
He doesn't.
Sad.
Yeah.
Is it Vital MX rules or...
I don't know. He was here last week.
But from calling in.
Yeah, mate. I don't know.
I noticed how he put his pod on Monday.
You zig, he zags.
Yeah. Yep. I tried to schedule ours for Tuesday to take his audience.
What?
Not successful.
What if he now permanently sits on Mondays?
Oof.
We're gonna have to brawl. Yeah. It'll be like Anchorman brawl.
Yep.
MotorcycleIndustryJobs.com, job of the week. Upload your resume for free today. First and only job board built specifically for the motorcycle industry. Thank you to those guys for coming on board. All right. Calvin Vlaanderen. We talked to him earlier, of course, from the time change. He had a great race. He sits fourth in the points. He's the only Monster Yamaha rider out there right now. He's doing a good job. Nations champion in 2019.
Almost lost his eye in 2018.
Mm-hmm.
Wait, 19 was Assen?
Yeah.
18.
17 was Majora?
Matterly.
When was
16.
Majora? 16 was Majora. Okay, got that figured out. Anyways, nice guy. And he rode really well, coming from dead last. Basically, he ran over Prado to get to 5th place in the moto. Got 5th? Yeah, he got 5th on the last lap. He got gifting.
Yeah.
Boger's got 4th?
He got a gift.
He got a gift from gifting. Really nice guy. We tried to do this at the race. It was a monsoon, so we couldn't do it there. So we called him up today and did this. So here's a little short interview we pre-taped with Kellen Vlaanderen, brought to you by the folks at Cherby's USA. So please enjoy this while you can, and we'll be back after this with tweet at Tallon segment. Or do you want to talk a little bit more about 450s? What else we got?
I feel like we got a lot.
Did we talk everything about Majora?
I feel like there's more, but we'll
we went over it a little bit. JT.
Yeah. Okay.
Dean.
All right. Listen to this interview with Calvin. We'll talk about it amongst ourselves, and we'll be right back after this. All right, everybody. Welcome to the PulpMX show again, back, and brought to you by the folks at Cherby's USA. They've got a whole bike builder on their website. You can punch in the model of your bike, punch in what color plastic you want, and you'll show you what it looks like. So thanks to the folks at Cherby's USA bringing us a MXGP rider. He's off to a great start this year. Well, halfway through, sits 4th in the points right now from Monster Yamaha. Kellen Vlaanderen. What's up, Calvin? How are you, man?
Hey guys, how's it going? I'm good, thanks. Good. Thanks for having me on the show.
Yeah, thank you. Appreciate it. Nice to chat with you this weekend in Majora. And overall, as I said to you in our post-race interview, you had to work really hard that second moto coming from that crash. So good job on that one.
Yeah, thanks. It obviously didn't really go to plan. Obviously, you go for the whole shot, and that didn't work out. Three guys were in front of me, and obviously Prado got taken out, or he caused the crash. I'm not sure what happened, but I got ran into in the back. I tried to brake, but I couldn't brake in time, and had some people run into the back of me. But yeah, to come back to 5th was a pretty good ride. I was happy to pass so many guys on such a one-line track. So yeah, I was stoked on it.
Yeah, we were talking about the first 450, the first MXGP moto was really good, but all day long, not much passing, not much going on out there because of the track. I'm guessing though, in either class.
I think so. I think because of the rain that we had, the track was really one line, especially on Saturday. And I mean, Saturday night we had so much rain again, so Sunday morning was also really one line.
Mm-hmm.
They tried to rip it a little bit for the motos, but it didn't really come around so well. I mean, it wasn't too bad, but it wasn't great. But yeah, I think I haven't watched the racing back, but I think it was pretty boring to watch. Not many passing happening, and especially at the front three, you know.
Well, like I said to you also after the race, when you were way back and gifting was up there, I said to Phillips, do you think Vlaanderen's going to get him? And he said, yeah, I think he does. And I'm like, I don't think so. Last lap, though, you did it for Lewis, Calvin. You did it for Lewis.
Nice. Thanks for believing in me, Lewis.
It wasn't even really a question. To be honest, I would have thought that it would happen a lot sooner than the last lap.
I mean, he was really far back, Lewis. Okay, all right.
Good rider.
I mean, I must have been maybe 20, 30 seconds back.
Oh, for sure. Yeah. So, it was a great last lap pass on him. And as you told me, you had one spot out there that you were making it happen. It was unfortunately not the side of the track that we were watching, but.
Yeah, literally one spot. I sat behind Koldenhoff for, I think, 3 or 4 laps trying to find one spot to pass. And I found it on the back of the track. I kind of had to set it up well, a few corners before. So every lap when the rider was in front, I was just really trying to get on the back wheel in that section so I could make it happen. But yeah, it was fun actually. I enjoyed that motor. It was cool.
I had one rider tell me off record that the track is a piece of shit and not worthy of GPs, and this is why MXGP isn't so good, because these are the tracks we race on. Did you feel like it was really that bad?
Was Jeffrey that rider?
No, actually it wasn't. He said something to me, but not that extreme.
Okay. I mean, Steve asked me this question on the weekend, and what can we do to make it better to pass? I mean, I like going to Majora. It's a really nice place, nice history there. The crowd is always good. So I think going back there is cool, but they need to do something with the track to make it wider or make some passing opportunities. I think they've left the track the same the last couple of years. It's, for my feeling, it's even gotten narrower. Like there's not many, like a lot of the outsides we don't even use. The whole day, we don't even go close to outside, you know? So I like the track. I like racing there. A couple of years ago, it was good to race. I mean, if you think about the nations there was pretty good racing, right?
Yep.
Yeah, it is weird. I feel like it's gotten. I do feel like it's gotten narrower too. Like it just looks smaller every year.
Yeah, that's as racing. It seems like, especially this year. And I mean, coming from Latvia the weekend before was the same shit. So 2 weekends in a row, we had pretty one-line track.
Yeah, it's one of those things where you want to look. I'm the first guy to be critical of like a purpose-made track in some weirdo country that isn't great for racing. I'm critical of those. So I'd be a hypocrite to sit here and be like, oh, the 450s have outgrown Majora, and it's no longer a track that can hold 450s. So I don't want to be a hypocrite, but it is almost like you want to keep the historic tracks on the circuit. You want to keep them going. But yeah, there comes a point too, Calvin, where like, hey, a 450 just has outgrown this place that was built in the 80s, you know?
True. I get what you're saying, but I feel like we still need to go to these places because of the history there.
Yeah, I'm with you. Yep.
I just feel like we're missing someone on the MXGP team that is an old rider that can maybe help with this situation. You know, someone that has experience. Because at the moment, the guys that are working on the tracks, they don't have any experience, like racing experience. That's the problem.
Right.
I feel like I know the answer to this question, but remember after the strike, they did that like rider liaison, like it was one of you each week. Whatever happened to that? Like, is it even mentioned nowadays?
Yeah, we still have that. Like
really?
one rider each weekend. Yeah, we still have it, but nothing really gets said or gets done. Like, especially this year. Last year was pretty good. Like we had a WhatsApp group, all the riders in. We were chatting about the any dangerous spots on the track. Actually, every weekend there were a few sections that we were chatting about. But this year, nothing's been said and nothing's really been done.
Who's the most active in the WhatsApp group?
I mean, it was last year. Jeremy. Last year, Jeremy was quite active. Jorge was active as well.
That's not the Jeremy I know.
Walter was like not talking about the lines. He was just talking about random stuff.
Oh, that's my guy. That's my guy.
That is on brand.
Yeah, it's very on brand.
Like, Jeremy is like, hey guys, this jump is going to kill us.
Yeah.
And Ferrato's like, what's everyone doing for dinner?
Basically, yeah. Basically.
By the way, when you mention Lewis is off the record, it's either Jeremy or Hurlings. It's one of the
Actually,
two.
it was neither of those.
I don't believe you, and I don't think anybody else
also
does.
don't believe him.
Exactly. Hey, listen, 4th overall, Calvin, as we sit in this halfway through the series, and again, you're riding really well. You're progressing nicely in the MXGP series the last few years. I guess just take us through sort of your gradual improvement. You know, you won a GP a couple years ago, and like I said, you're getting so close to standing on the podium each week. What's been the reason for the improvement? What's been happening? And take us through that a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, it's a combination of things. I think this year, going up to the factory team has always been, my goal for the last 4 years since coming into MXGP to get back on the factory team. I won a Grand Prix with a privateer team, but to really go for a title is almost impossible on a privateer team. I think you have to have the backing of a factory with the bike and the material and the whole team structure. So that's definitely been helping this year. I think in the beginning of the season, I had a small injury, so I did miss a couple of weeks off the bike, which I was a little bit on the back foot coming in, and also coming to a new team, new people. It was a little bit all new for me, so it was a bit difficult the first couple of GPs, but I've settled in quite nicely, and I've kind of found my flow with the bike. Haven't changed anything the last couple of months, and this is really showing with my riding. Like, I really trust my bike, and just kind of putting the puzzle pieces together on a Sunday to get that first podium this year.
Yeah.
Now that you've actually been a factory rider on a 450, are you even more surprised what you managed to do with Gebbon? Like, is the gap between where you were and where you are now even bigger than you imagined?
Yeah, it's huge. It's really big. I finished 6th in the championship last year with them, and I'm quite surprised with that, actually. Like, that's pretty good on the material that I had and the team around me that was there. Obviously, I was doing whatever I could to get back on a factory team, and it worked. So I'm looking back now, I am quite surprised, but when you're in that position, you're just kind of giving it all, to get back on a factory spot. So, yeah, basically that.
Is it also frustrating, though, where you're like, shit, like, if I had gotten this opportunity sooner, I would be X amount of steps ahead of where I am now? Like, do you also look at it from that point of view?
Not really. I think I had like 1 or 2 maybe opportunities to go to a factory team, but I wasn't going to ride for nothing, and I can't. I mean, I have a house to pay off. I have expenses, I can't ride for no money. So that was the one thing. I had a little bit of safety with Gebbon, and I wasn't going to jump onto a factory team for nothing. I also didn't want to beg for a ride. I wanted a team to really want me, and thankfully that's all worked out.
When you're as good as you are on Gebbon and you won a GP and you're improving like that, like in America, if that happens, you'll have factory Yamaha coming by and being like, what do you need? What can we do? Hey, maybe try this. That type of stuff. I mean, I was there as a mechanic for Nick way back in the day, and he was really doing well, and Yamaha came and dropped off a frame and a cylinder head and a swing arm, things like that. Were you getting that from factory guys? Like, were you getting sort of like, what's going on? How can we help you? Or what's it like over there?
Yeah, it's quite political.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
It's always a little bit of a gray area. I had my contract always with Yamaha, so it was never with Gebbon. It was always with Yamaha that they kind of put me there. So one thing that I did get was a hydraulic clutch last year.
Okay.
But for the rest, like the factory Yamaha is obviously quite private, and we can't have anything to do with that on a privateer team, So other than the hydraulic clutch, I didn't really get any information. Right. I think we were struggling. We were struggling with 1 or 2 small things. And I had to call Yamaha myself to find out. And I think they did reach out to the team and help the team with those 2 small things that we were dealing with the bike. But nothing, like no parts, nothing like that.
Well, let's remember, too, you could buy the hydraulic clutch through GYTR, so it wasn't like it was that special of a part, right?
Exactly, but at that time it was still new, so you couldn't really buy it.
Sure. It does, and this could be a dumb question. Again, I'm not an MXGP insider like my friend Lewis, but does Michele Rinaldi still have some input, some help, some technical end of things with Yamaha?
He's like fully involved still.
Oh, okay. All right.
Yeah. Like I was testing last week and he was there. I mean, he kind of runs it.
Oh shit. Okay.
He runs the show.
All right. I didn't know that. Yeah, I dealt with him when I was at Yamaha way back in the day. Obviously, they were the team, right? And smart guy, and in making his own parts and his own improvements, and it's pretty impressive the operation they had for just an independent team.
Yeah, he's so passionate. He's so passionate for sport. Like at his age to be doing what he's doing, still like every day working his ass off. Like you should see, like, I arrived Tuesday morning at the track we were testing at, and he was there on the like the builder, like ripping the start,
Jeez,
watering the start. Like, it's so cool to see at that age to be so passionate about sport. Yeah, it's nice.
Oh, that's awesome. Calvin Vlaanderen, brought to you by the folks at Cherby's here on the PulpMX show. Thank you for listening and watching. Appreciate it. Look, we at the expense of Lewis and I had a great meeting with David Luongo at the race, and he's going to maybe be doing something to help us at the expense of, hopefully he doesn't listen to this. I think these Saturday heat races for points are so dumb, and I know what he's doing. He wants to get fans there. It's more money. I understand it. I didn't even like racing for gate pick in the first place. And then, now he added these points, so you guys have to actually really try hard. I'm not a fan of this. There's no extra money in it. You're the most dangerous part of a race is the start, and you're doing one more. All of that, I don't like it, but I'm just a guy, sitting up on a hill by myself watching the races. What do you think of them, Calvin?
I'm not a fan of it either.
Right.
Already from the beginning, like even the years before, I was never really a fan of qualifying race.
Yep.
Even when we didn't do points. I was one of the strikers that we had in France.
Oh boy!
We didn't.
When Lewis started all that, right? When Lewis started all that.
Yeah, Lewis started it all. But I think I completely agree with you. I think they should put the EMX, the European classes, on Saturday.
Yeah.
All cool. If the fans want to go watch that, they can. And Sunday is the main day with the MX2 and MXGP. They have more time to work on the track.
Yep.
They can really put their effort into us, and we can come, show up. We qualifying on the morning. We do 2 motos and we go home. That's basically. I think they should just do that. Like, it's such a long weekend, especially now on Friday we have start practice. We have to be there on Thursday already. It's a really long weekend. Like, by the time Sunday evening comes, it's like I'm really tired.
Yeah, considering we have a one-day format here in America. You guys have a start practice this year on Friday. Someone told me that. I'm like, what? Like, they got to gear up and go. It's just more work for riders and teams and mechanics. And why the start practice, Lewis? Why?
I'm surprised everyone's taking it as seriously as they do, to be honest. Like, I presumed that by round 4, no one would be showing up for start practice. But from what I've seen, it's everyone every week, isn't it? Pretty much. Yeah,
it is a lot more serious than I thought as well. At the first round, it was kind of like a tester to see how it is.
Mm-hmm.
But every track is different. Like, you at always at different altitude. You always need to ride maybe a different sprocket or different mapping or things like that. So there's always 1 or 2 things you can always try, especially this year. Like, do you ride scoop tire? Do you ride normal tire? So on a Saturday and a Sunday, we're not allowed to do starts anymore. So we do all the testing with starts on the Friday, which is quite a... Yeah, like I said, it's a long weekend, and it is quite serious. It is helpful. Like, it is nice to do the starts on Friday and get it done with, because I don't know, before if I think about last year, like, the test track before the races was just a mess. Like, all the guys were going to do the start before the race, and there was the starts doing in opposite direction. It was just it was a nightmare. So it is good, a little bit more safe this year, but it is quite a long weekend. Yeah.
You can ask Rinaldi about doing practice starts in the wrong way and all that. Neither one of you probably know what I'm talking about.
No, I have no idea.
You have no idea?
Nope.
Calvin, do you?
What do you mean?
So in '84,
oh boy,
the guy who was winning the 125 world title over Rinaldi was doing a practice start the morning of the GP, and a guy going the wrong way hit him and broke his leg in practice. And Rinaldi won the world championship because of that.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Didn't know that.
Yeah. Corrado Matti. Yeah, that's how.
Runs the Ducati team.
Yeah, that's how he lost the world title.
Damn.
To Rinaldi.
Wow.
So, a practice start. Anyways, why no practice starts on Saturday? Like, what happened to take that away to make you guys have the Friday practice starts? Did anything go on, or?
No, it was just dangerous at the test track.
Okay.
There was no, like, it was just not anyone can go there at any time, and it was just not there was no order. Some people starting going this direction, other people were starting going the other direction, because everyone would bring their own mesh, for the starts.
But I meant, like, why didn't they let you guys do practice starts on the gate?
They were doing them after time practice in front of the gate. So off dirt.
Yeah,
dirt.
But were they ever letting you do it on the grate, the real gate?
No. That's also. I think that's something that the teams pushed for, was to do the normal 5-10 minute time, after time practice, the start practice, but on the proper mesh.
Okay, weird why they wouldn't let you do that.
It's going to be a 5-day event soon.
Well, one of the things I'm talking about tonight on the show is that, like with EMX and women and 120, there's just bikes and people everywhere all over the paddock. Is like absolutely. It seemed like there was no quiet at any point in the weekend.
Yeah, this is where I get in trouble, because I feel like by the time you get to the MX2 and MXGP races on Sunday, you're over it. You've seen 20 starts. there's no oh, it's a race. You're like, oh, here we go again.
Right.
Like it takes away some of the
from a fan's point of view,
the goosebumps. Goosebumps for like, well, how's the first turn going to work? You're like, fucking hell, we've done this.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree. I mean, who really goes to watch Europeans and women's? No one really goes there to watch those, right?
Not really.
Like
no.
the fans.
No, I wouldn't think so.
Yeah, maybe EMX 250 a little bit, but that's it.
Maybe like 10 or 20, maybe 10, 15% of the crowd.
I thought you were going to say 10 or 20 people then.
No, 10 or 15% of the fans, they go watch that, like go for that. But if you think about it, everyone goes for MX2 and MXGP. That's the main classes.
Right. Calvin, I know you've covered this a bunch, but for our listeners who may be wondering, so you won the Motocross of Nations for Team Netherlands a few years back. You've been riding for them for a long time, but you're South African. And so take us through what happened there, how you went from South Africa to Netherlands and all of that, just so fans have a an understanding of this. And I know you've talked about this a bunch.
A little bit of a rundown. So I was born and raised in South Africa until I was 15. Raced South African Championship basically since I was 5 years old. Won a couple titles, and then obviously you can't make a living from motocross in South Africa. It's like not big enough.
Yep.
So my parents said, like, look, you either got to go to Europe or you got to go to the US. And we had some contacts in Europe, so that helped us a bit. So I came over to race some European Championship on 1 to 5, and I did quite well. So the next year, one team got in contact with my dad, and I basically just left home to race the European Championship and never went back, basically. So I signed my first professional contract in 2015 when I turned 18, and I moved to the Netherlands. So that's basically it. And to be honest, I have a Dutch passport because of my dad's side.
Oh,
His
okay.
parents are
I was wondering.
from the Netherlands.
Got it. That's how it
So
came
I have
together.
a Dutch passport my whole life. And a lot of the Dutch fans won't like this, but I mean, I still am South African. I truly, like, if I see a South African flag, it means a lot more to me than if I see a Dutch flag. But because I had a little bit of drama with South African Federation. 2018, when I won my first Grand Prix, I had the South African flag. And then the day after, they sent an email to FIM to say that I haven't asked them for permission because I was riding with a Dutch. I was riding with a Dutch license at the time, not the South African license.
Yeah, right.
So I haven't asked them for permission to ride with the South African flag. So I need to change that. So since that day, I went to the Dutch flag, and I haven't gone back. But you never know what will happen in the future.
That's pretty ridiculous. Like Dean, I'm Canadian. Dean rode for Canada, right, years ago at the Des Nations because he lived there and he grew up there. He moved to Canada when he was like 6 or something. And then he rode for Canada, but then like we kind of sucked and our teams are shit show many years. So he defected back to his UK team. Now he gets, at that time, it's been a long time, but at that time he got shit from the Canadian fans who were pissed that he went to the UK, and then he got shit from the UK fans when he first rode for Canada, but he wanted to do the Des Nations on a team. Did you find yourself getting shit from both sides?
A lot, still today.
Oh, okay.
Like
all right.
I get called the non-Dutchman, you know, like especially the first couple of years. I was like, everyone was like, no, he's not Dutch.
Yeah.
Why is he riding with our flag? He's not Dutch. But now I think after a couple of years, they've
everybody's okay with it.
Everyone's fine with it. Yeah. Everyone's fine. And I mean, the South African fans also, they know a bit of the drama that went down and the federation, how they can be sometimes. So they do still support me, and I still have a lot of South African fans reaching out to me, and they all want me to race for South Africa still now.
Sure. Yeah.
So
Dean,
like I said, you never know what can happen one day. I still really would like to race for South Africa one day. It is quite a touchy subject, but we'll see. Maybe at the end of my career.
I was talking to Dean about doing that a few years later, And he actually texted me or told me at a race or something. He's like, hey, man, can you cool it on that, like, for real? Because, like, every time you bring it up, and I don't give a shit, I'm just joking, but he's like, every time you bring it up, like, I get shit, and I just, people don't understand it. I'm like, yeah, okay, I won't make jokes about it anymore. Like, I had to actually stop making jokes because Dean was getting it from both sides, So
yeah. Some people, are proud for their country,
Yeah. So winning the nations for you, where does that stand for career highlights? Like again, like you mentioned, like South African flag is kind of your real roots, but was that a career highlight for you?
For sure. It was one of the like a day I'll never forget. Winning the Motocross of Nations in your home country.
Yeah.
With the Dutch fans there, it was really cool. It was really special.
And on the flip side, I don't want to bring up bad memories, but wasn't it kind of your injury at Redbud that stopped you guys from winning that one?
Yeah.
I mean,
exactly.
basically, right?
That made it even more sweet. Like, just because coming back with Redemption, same team.
Yep.
I felt like I let the team down in 2018 with my eye, and coming back and doing well for them in 2019, and that we could win the nations was in front of the Dutch fans was just it was so sick.
I mean, wasn't it basically right? Like, if you would have got any kind of result,
they almost won it anyway with two riders.
That's what I feel like, if I remember right.
Yeah.
If I would have just finished one race, we would have won.
Right. Calvin almost lost his eye, so
so there we go.
We can let him off.
I wanted to race. Like, people don't realize I wanted to race the second moto, but there was so much blood going inside of my eye, and so the medic crew there rushed me to hospital because I was there was a chance that I could lose my sight, like the end of my career. So a lot of people are like, oh, why didn't he not just race? Like, I wanted to race, like I couldn't.
Right.
Did that cost you a lot of money having that happen in America, like hospital fees and all of that stuff?
No, not at all, actually.
Oh. Lewis, okay. Well, Lewis just had to go to wherever you went. Urgent care.
Yes, I'm trying to figure out how to do medical in this country.
It's a bizarre thing we have here.
It's different because we I think insured from the FIM with having an FIM license. So if something happens at an event, we are fully insured.
Do you have anything more?
I'm such an idiot that when Calvin got his first podium in Latvia in 2017, I looked at the results. Never spoken to him.
Okay.
Saw Dutch next to his name. And I was like, first podium, only just turned pro. Probably doesn't speak
That's a lie, because it was South African flag.
No, well, on the results it says Netherlands.
Oh, on the results, yes, but on the podium it was South African flag.
Well, so I was very confused.
So
and
Lewis didn't see that, obviously.
And I was like, probably doesn't speak very good English.
Oh, yeah.
So probably not worth an interview. And then a couple of weeks later, actually met Calvin, and as everyone can hear, quite a stupid assumption from my side.
Not the first you've made. Not the first stupid assumption you've made.
I'm quite dumb, generally.
But that is always an issue in Europe. Like, coming here when I was 15, like you're not sure who speaks English and who not. Also with the riders, you never know. You never know.
Yeah, I know. It's a good point. Well, that's one of the things Lewis has said about being a journalist over there. Like, sometimes everyone speaks English, but when you talk to a rider who's not English isn't their first language, Lewis, they give you a very basic interview, which is fine, but it's not exactly thrilling to listen to if you're a fan.
Yeah, so you just end up in the same circle every week.
Yeah. Calvin, how much do you follow American Nationals? How much do you watch Supercross, Motocross? And do you want to race a U.S. National one day?
I would love to. I would love to race a National. I follow basically everything. I would say everything. Mm-hmm. Like, even this weekend on Saturday night, I was watching the races live.
Okay.
I normally watch the first motos and then I go sleep because the second motos are sometimes too late.
Yep.
You were watching the races live because who hooked you up?
Yeah, thanks, Lewis. Thanks.
Yep. I got him the pass.
Oh.
The video, the Super Motocross video pass.
Like for free?
Yep. I hooked him up.
From somebody.
I went to Feld.
Oh, you did?
And I got Calvin, Ben, obviously, and Jonas, free passes.
Look at you.
Yep. Nice guy.
Yeah, thanks very much. That's coming clutch this year, really.
You gave the millionaire rider a free
Calvin
pass.
was being paid millions from Kevin.
Right, millions.
Good one.
So you,
but really, I watched Supercross man, I love it.
Yep.
Like, especially Anaheim 1, first round, so exciting.
Yeah.
So good to watch.
Man, we had Jonas on, I don't know, a couple months ago, and he was as plugged in as you could get with watching them all. Same thing. Like he loved it, watched them all and everything, you know?
Yeah.
So when you've been in California, you've ridden a little bit. What are your thoughts on, I don't know, Glen Helen or Cahuilla or Paula or wherever the hell you went practicing?
Yeah, I mean, I raced a couple GPs in Glen Helen.
Yep.
And I hated it. Honestly, hated it. The speed was so high.
Yeah.
I remember Swanee came to me and he was like, "Man, you just have to be, what did he say? You have to be comfortable being uncomfortable," or something like that.
Yeah.
And I remember those words. And then we went to Charlotte. We had a GP.
Yeah.
I had a really good GP there. I finished 4th or 5th. And where else did we have a Grand Prix?
WW.
Oh, yeah, WW, yeah.
Yeah, WW. But I rode, last year I came to the States to watch Anaheim 1.
Uh-huh.
I got a bike from Yamaha to ride a little bit, which was really cool. I rode, I think it's Parla, Paris, one of those two, one of the two there. And I went to the Heels one day. I really enjoy it there.
Yeah.
I feel like the riders get treated more like superstars than they do here in Europe. Like the riders get spoiled in the US.
Yep.
But the tracks are cool. Tracks are nice to ride. Really fun.
Oh, nice. And how much do you know about what, Eli, Webb, and those guys are doing to their bikes? Do you have any communication with anybody about, hey, Eli tried this, we're going to do this? I mean, obviously Rinaldi's plugged in around the world. So do you get much of that?
Honestly, not.
No.
Like, we don't really know. Nothing. I think maybe I've had a couple issues with one or two parts on the bike.
Uh-huh.
And I know that they have been in contact with the guys at Star to see what they're doing.
Yep.
And it has helped.
Okay.
Definitely helped.
Yep.
But like setting wise, especially with the chassis, like you guys can't really do anything different. You have to ride the standard one, right?
Yeah. Standard cases, engine cases, cylinder head, and frame and swing arm and all that. Although
Exactly. So
they've been running older swing arms. Everyone over here runs the older swing arms. I don't know if you guys tried that.
No, we run like a factory swing arm.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think they're running here. Most teams, and I think the Star guys run 2017 ones because they're longer, so you can get your wheel back a little bit and get some better stability a little bit.
Yeah.
It does seem like the Yamahas enjoy long wheelbases, drop the forks, rake the offset out. Do you find that? Like most guys over here do that?
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, exactly.
It's almost like a sand setup, but then the guys tell me everywhere it works better for the Yamaha.
Yeah.
So.
I mean, if you watch like Tomac's bike, the rear is so high.
Yeah.
Like he really likes his bike so high with the rear.
Yep.
And Webb is the same. Like how he cuts down in corners, you really need to have the rear really high. And I'm a little bit the same. Like especially Supercross. I mean, Supercross is different to motocross and how you need to set up a bike.
Mm-hmm.
But if you still see like Tomac's bike 2 years ago in outdoors, like the rear was so high, like so high.
Yeah, Tomac was telling Wygant one time that if you see me struggling, it's because my rear is too low and I get arm pump, and that's why. It's always a rear set height of issues for Tomac, which is super weird, but that's what he said. So.
Yeah, I mean, I have a pretty similar issue. Like coming out of corners, if the bike is squatting too much and going away from me, like because there's so much power, I do tend to hang on too tight, which gives me arm pump. So I try also to have like the bike quite high up in the rear, and just to have a little bit more less squat out the corners.
Okay.
Calvin actually had a Star engine on his Gebbon bike.
Oh.
So he's had kind of like best of both worlds, like deep in Europe factory, but also some
I thought that was an
influence
MX2
from Star.
thing only.
And Calvin.
Oh,
but Calvin was obviously privateer, so he the team did it their own thing. Like it was separate from Yamaha, which is why he was allowed to do it.
Huh.
Complete separate deal from Yamaha. Like the team got in contact with Star and
paid for the motor. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
And how'd that work? How'd you like it?
I mean, I won the Grand Prix with it, so
well,
it was obviously good.
There we go.
I swear I remember you telling me that at some point there were meant to be Star people coming to GPs to like help and observe, but that never happened, did it?
I think that was the plan in the beginning, or they were going to send me there to test.
Oh, yeah, I remember you telling me about that as well.
But that never really came about.
Yeah, if you think about it, Star is so successful, they could hire a guy and set up a engine program, to sell to teams.
Yeah, I mean, they were so busy. I mean, they still are so busy with their own team and everything. So I think the last thing on their mind is to try and send someone to the GPs to.
Yeah.
Help.
Cherubies USA bringing you Calvin Vlaanderen here on the PulpMX show. Last question for me. Do you want Lewis back? Do you want him back? We'll just send him over. We'll just send him back.
I mean, you guys can keep him, but he can come more often. Like, it's cool when he comes.
Oh, okay.
So like shared custody.
Yeah. Yeah. No one wants to live with him, but you can see him once in a while.
Very emotional weekend for Lewis.
It's cool to have him around occasionally, but if he's there every weekend, maybe it's a little bit too much.
Right.
Yeah. I could imagine that. I can see that.
I can imagine that.
No, it was nice. It was nice to see you again, Lewis. Nice to see you again.
It was good to be back.
We definitely missed you in the paddock.
Yeah, it tugs at my heartstrings, I have to say. Tough weekend for Lewis. Tough weekend.
Yeah.
A lot of questions. Did I do the right thing? Look how liked I am here. Lot going on. A lot of ins and outs. A lot of ins and outs.
I can imagine. It's a shame Ben's injured. He wasn't there.
No, honestly, it's a good thing that Ben wasn't there, because if Ben and Jonas were there as well, I would have been even more I would have had even more people to talk to. I would have had an even better time, and it would have I would have been even more of a head case.
I mean, you wouldn't have come interview me if Ben and Jonas were there.
No, come on.
No, absolutely. Thank you for telling us the truth.
Come on.
Here. I'm guessing your contract is up, Calvin, but you're looking to re-sign, right?
I have, Yamaha. I have an option. For next year. It's kind of like a one year option thing. So we'll see what happens.
Sure, because I listened to Lewis pitch Ben and Paul's to just about everybody out there about
their contracts are up.
Yeah, their contracts are up, and I listened to this guy just basically pitch them to anybody around about I was doing
the same with Calvin the last couple of years. I was peddling the Calvin train in the paddock.
Okay.
Yeah. Thanks, Lewis.
Yeah. See, look where he is now.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm happy. I'm happy with where I'm at. I'll be happy if I can re-sign.
If you look at it, if I hadn't been doing those interviews with Sewer, which kind of made the Yamaha relationship a little then maybe Calvin wouldn't have been able to take Sewer's bike. It's all me.
It's all because of you, Lewis.
That's what I'm thinking.
Sewer is very candid about his teams and bikes over the years.
It's just a good discussion.
He's very candid. So
did you do that Friday with Jeremy or whatever it's called?
Saturdays with Sewer. No, we didn't because it's not the ideal time for him to talk honestly.
I would like to hear an honest Sewer.
But we did do an interview on Sunday night where he was not full Sewer, but he was on the borderline of saying too much.
Okay.
I'll text you the ins and outs though.
Yeah. Hey, thanks for the time tonight on the show, Calvin. I appreciate it. Lots of fun to see you this weekend and go to the race. And good job, man. Yeah, you are absolutely doing a great job this year, 4th in points, like we said. And man, thanks and keep it up. Thanks for coming on.
Yeah, no worries. Thanks for having me on, and hopefully I can see you guys soon that side. I'll actually come and race a national.
That'd be great. If you need help with that, let us know. All right, thanks, man.
Cool.
See ya.
Cheers.
Calvin Vlaanderen, everybody, on the PulpMX show, presented by Cherubies out of Cherubies USA. Good dude, nice guy. You've talked to him ever, Kellen?
Very briefly, a couple times, yeah.
Yeah, really, really nice guy. So, and he crushed it this weekend. So, by the way, thanks for listening. That was a pre-taped interview, in case you want. We were up here discussing the wash bays, Legionnaire's disease, and all of that. We've worked it out, we think.
Yes.
Right?
I'm going to laugh again.
I can see Lewis's nostrils flaring again.
Pulp 20, the code to save at Maxima and Pro Filter. Thank you to Maxima and Pro Filter. MaximaUSA.com. Lewis, your favorite Maxima product?
SC1.
Kellen?
Chain lube.
Pulp 20 is code to save at Maxima and Pro Filter as well. Get a pre-oiled, ready-to-use air and oil filter. Drop it in there. Pulp 20 is the code to save with those guys. Thank you to the folks at MTX Braking. Great bikes. Great bike pads over there. MTX Braking, they got an introductory pulp deal. Is PulpMX code. Simple code PulpMX. Get the gold pads, get the red pads. I prefer the red ones. Available for road bikes as well. Inspired by motocross and power sports, they brought better braking tech into brake pads for mountain and road bikes. Make your mountain bikes better, brakes better. Tallon, this is for you, and you're mountain biking now.
All right, my brakes?
Yeah.
I don't go very fast or very hard, so I mean they could probably give me the weakest brakes they have, and I'll still be doing stoppies.
That's what she said. Hey, by the way, before we finish this thing up, we got this motorsport tweet at Tallon segment. I do want to talk about the 450 class a little bit from High Point as well, but there was a dedicated PulpMX fan from Lewis's home country of the United Kingdom. I've met him a few times over the years. Paul Spagnola. Spagnola? How do you say his name?
Spagna?
Spagina?
Spagina.
Off course Spags on Twitter.
Okay.
He passed away suddenly, unexpectedly.
I heard about this, yeah.
Yeah. And there was another guy named Spenny. They were buddies. I met him at the races a few times. Off course Spags was a huge Pulp fan and a really good guy and really funny, like funny on Twitter, funny in real life. They were the prototypical like drunk Brits at the destinations all the time. And I don't know what happened. I have no idea, but it really sucks for him and his family. I'm going to miss him on social media. And, again, he was a huge Pulp fan. So, yeah, R.I.P. Off-course Spags. And, Lewis, you kind of knew him, right?
Yeah, he raced with my dad.
Okay,
so
yeah.
I met him a few times at races, and
Yeah.
he would tell me stuff about that.
Yeah,
So-
yeah. And, man, yeah, bummer deal. Great guy. Again, only met him a few times, but he loved Pulp, too. So, R.I.P. Off-course Spags. Thank you to those guys. Motorsport.com, tweet a Tallon segment. Let's do this. No, that's my mom.
It's the motorsport.com tweets at Tallon segment.
Motorsport.com, OEM and aftermarket parts, great prices, dedicated team of gearheads there, except for one. And, yeah, great return policy as well. Hard parts, OEM parts, aftermarket parts. Tallon, I'm getting people asking about the purple Rentals.
They're coming. They
Yeah.
got to be patient. Paul said they shipped them out, so we should be receiving them if we haven't already, and then we just got to process them into inventory. But
And I'm all out of them for giveaways. So people are wanting these purple Rental bars that are still limited edition. Call Tallon at motorsport.com, and he'll process all your orders.
I was told end of June, so this week, next week, just they're coming.
All right.
Just check daily.
All right, motorsport.com. Great prices, great guys. These, of course, are submitted at PulpMX Show on Twitter, and the guy in the corner picks the best ones.
All right, KTM 321. Would Zacho have done as well as Masterpool? Also, please don't let Lewis talk too much. He is ruining the sport.
Oh, wow.
Wow. What a great tweet to start with. This is going to be a fun segment.
Matt Osborne, as much as we love Zacho, no.
No, I don't think so.
No.
No. And thoughts on me ruining the sport?
Zacho told me he thought he could be a 5 to 10 guy. I kind of agree with that.
Do you or Joey range, right?
I thought
With
Joey.
Zacho?
I think Joey's better than Zacho.
Right now.
Joey
Yeah.
just hasn't shown it yet.
Okay.
But
Yeah, like Zacho would beat or be around Pierce, Juju.
Sure.
Like that's no problem.
Don't- right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'd say beat.
Okay.
So yeah.
Kellen and thoughts about Lewis talking too much.
And ruining the sport.
You're fine.
Okay.
Quite an accomplishment.
By the way, LVK Pod. Thanks to the guys at EVS. I didn't even promote it. I meant to do it off the top of the show and I forgot.
Sad.
Are we doing one this week?
I would love to. I
'Cause
would
somebody-
love to do one last week too.
One of you guys had heat stroke issues last week.
Can we stop saying I'm not involved in this?
I don't want to out anybody.
But
Notice how last week I was on my deathbed and he's sassy that I didn't do the podcast. I was literally on the verge of dying, like I'd come into contact with a wash bay.
Right.
And he's sassy.
All right, so we'll do one this week.
Okay.
And then we'll do one next week too.
So stay tuned, everybody. It's a great pod. It's getting rave reviews. It's winning awards everywhere.
Mhm.
EVS LVK, more than Motopod. Subscribe to it.
It's
Tell a friend.
the by far the thing that fans in the pits come up to me about the most now.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah, same for me.
Really? More than Start Your Systems now.
Wow,
Yeah,
that's
finally changed
yeah.
over.
Allow me to just sit back and light a cigarette.
But also I'm ruining
I
the
saw
sport.
the potential. I saw the potential in you two jerkies. Put you together. Little known fact too, EVS was a sponsor of this show, and was happy. Everything was going well, and I took that money and moved it to your show. Gave up money for myself to help you two.
I know, and we thank you for
I know.
it.
I'm just telling the audience here.
Okay.
Like, I believed in this pod. I believed in you two idiots, where I, putting money where my mouth is type of deal, being like, let's grow this pod. So
I'm glad we could deliver.
Yes.
But I'm ruining the sport, so.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's also that. Yeah.
You know, some good, some bad.
Yeah, what are you going to do? All right.
Cody Shields 92. Whose ride impressed you more, Ty or Deegs?
Ooh, I would say Deegs.
Deegs,
yeah. Deegs.
I mean, great for Ty, but yeah. Deegs.
Jimmy G, what European riders have the best chance at succeeding if they come over to the U.S.?
I feel like we can be done with this. Do we not have enough proof now that kind of like you can drop any European in here?
Any top European.
And they will do Supercross, fine. Maybe they won't win titles, but not everyone can win titles.
Yes, the old adage of like Everett's or even Jeffrey and Caroli who can't ride Supercross. I think it's kind of done.
Yeah. Like Vial had no experience.
Right.
And he was fine.
The Coonan brothers, fine, right?
Yeah, they should. Like, I don't see why not. Like, all of the MX2 riders have American style. Right. They've grown up watching it.
Big meetings in Europe this week. Merch is over there.
Yep.
He represents the brothers.
As well as every other rider.
80 other riders. He doesn't like it when I tell him I wouldn't side with him. He doesn't like that, but I stand by that. I'm going to debate with him on the show one time, I think. Anyways, so their future should be decided, right?
Yeah.
Merch is there for this. Like whatever which way we figure out.
Yeah.
I mean, they're coming here 26 at the latest.
Yeah, for sure.
Right. And so.
And yeah, they were 1-2 at the GP before last. Maybe in the not too distant future, we have Lawrence Brothers 1-2 in the 450 class and Coonan Brothers 1-2 in the 250 class.
Yep.
If you had to go based on technique alone and you take both Coonan Brothers and DeWolf and just drop them on a Supercross track right now, who beats who?
Lucas.
Lucas is the top.
Sasha maybe has the fastest lap time but crashes.
Okay.
DeWolf, I saw him at Netherlands, Nations.
No, you didn't.
That was Moose Dyke.
Yep.
No, that was Vlaanderen.
On a 250?
Yeah.
Oh, you're right. Yeah, it was Vlaanderen.
You saw him at Redbud.
Redbud, yes. Thank you. A lot of body English. He's a big guy.
Yep.
But I felt like in Redbud, like, kind of sandy, hanging off the back, like he's Dutch. It's not that dissimilar to Sand, right?
Yep.
And he was good. He was really good. This weekend, seeing him on the hard pack, and obviously he's the red plate. He's a points leader in MX2. Still impressive with how much he can get the bike underneath him, and he puts the rear wheel down, like forces it down, gets traction, he's I think technically he's a very good rider.
That's kind of why I ask. Like the Coonans, I think, are both very talented, but I
Yeah.
would almost think that DeWolf has more technique.
The one kid is really small, Sasha.
Yeah.
He's small. What does he weigh?
I don't know. I haven't put him on a scale myself.
Okay.
But
Well, if you can you put him on a scale?
yeah, I can try.
Okay. The Wolf looks to me like, first of all, Kai DeWolf is an awesome name.
Yeah.
Fucking great name. I wish I was named Steve DeWolf.
There's still time.
Yeah. To me, DeWolf looks special. Now, maybe that's just because he rides so different. Lucas Coonan just looks good and like he looks like Vial or any fast MX2
Is it
guy.
like the red plate effect though? Like, would you be saying
Okay,
this
sure,
last
yeah,
year if he was a fourth in the championship?
Yeah. Like at Redbud, I'm like, yeah, look at him. He hauls ass in the sand. Like he's way off the back
Yeah.
and he's aggressive. But I'm like, he's Dutch. Like whatever. Like
And as I said,
if you're not Dutch, you ain't much.
Okay.
You tell Jeffrey I said that.
Okay. As I said on our MXGP podcast show, I would bet all of the money in the world that DeWolf will be here in 2026.
Yeah, you did say that.
Yep.
All of the money in the world.
And maybe not on an Austrian bike.
Okay. All right.
From VH Excellent. Steve, did you talk to Adam Wheeler about the new MotoGP rules that ban
Yes.
start devices and slow the bikes down?
So, no, but I did bring in some street bike knowledge to Adam about Marquez, and I think he was a little impressed.
Yeah, that was the lowest point in my weekend. It's probably the only point in my entire weekend where I was bored.
Yeah, you were not into it.
No. I don't need to be. I was at MXGP and not MotoGP.
Yeah, so me, I don't really like street bike racing. I don't really follow it, but I got some little nuggies
From what?
of info
From what?
from people,
People,
and I brought those nuggies up to Adam and confirmed all of it.
a.k.a. JT.
I'm not saying. So, anyways, yeah, I think Adam was impressed. Look for me on the latest MotoGP.
I don't think Adam was impressed with your attitude to the dinner, but maybe he was impressed
I
with...
hope he doesn't listen.
Do you think...
Because I feel bad.
If you went to a MotoGP in person, do you...
I'm glad he paid.
It's not a compliment. I've just had a text that says Sasha is 55 kg.
What the
I don't know if that's a joke
fuck
or...
does that mean?
I don't know if that's a joke or
What's
what.
the Google of that?
The Google?
Yeah.
What's that?
What's the Google?
121 pounds.
There you go.
What?
55
I can't believe
kg.
that.
He's 120 pounds?
He's tiny.
I know, but 120?
I mean, even Marv at one point when he first came here, I thought it was like 125 soaking wet. So
Really?
Yeah, he was.
First mention of Marv, but he brought it in. Good job.
I just can't get past what's the Google of that.
Who texted you that?
A guy.
Can you translate
A
that to
Europe
American?
guy?
Yeah. It's now...
What time is it?
7 a.m. Should we call some guys?
What's the 120 pounds? I mean, honestly, Alessi probably was 130 when he started too. Actually, when you think about Alessi on a 450, think about Mike when he.
Remember AC when he was on a 250 in 2012.
So maybe 120 is not crazy.
He is. You could fit him in your pocket.
Yeah.
Like, did you see there was a KTM team photo from Sunday night with
Yep.
Jeffrey stood next to him? It looks like Jeffrey is a giant, and like it looks
Yeah.
superimposed. It's
Right.
bizarre.
Well, that's what they did for the Ewoks, right? They got the little people in the Ewoks.
I don't know.
Okay. All right. All right. So both brothers are here next year. If you had to put money on it,
Yes.
and the Wolf 26, all
Yes.
the money in the world.
Yes.
Wow.
Yep. The Wolf's under contract for
How
next
is KTM going to make all this work? Because they're downsizing Husqvarna, they're downsizing Gas from the word we hear.
Well, I guess there's a spot of gas because it's just Rider D.
Yeah, but they're downsizing, combining, apparently.
True. Well, I don't know. We don't know. I feel like the American side is more confusing than the Euro side, isn't it? Because Rockstar is still around next year. So that contract's in place until the end of 2025, I think.
Husqvarna's pulling out of MXGPs, though, right?
I would bet a lot of money that there
Again,
will not be
all the money.
Husqvarna. Yes, I would bet a lot of money that there will not be a Husqvarna in MXGP or MX2 next year.
In relation to this in the U.S. side, if you had to put any money on it at all, would you put money on Hampshire going straight to 450 Supercross next year?
No.
He says not. But
I'm
I
just
bet
saying.
he does. I bet he is the second 450 rider, but he does what he said and is
Defends
250
and then moves
opposite coast.
I'm just saying
So
because
they're
then
not
that
gonna
could clear
hire
a 250
anybody,
spot.
yeah.
And then 450 outdoors. That's what I would. But yeah, it makes sense. Why would you hire a Ferrandis? There's no need to have a Ferrandis in that case, is there?
But yeah, you have a second 450 Supercross rider.
But that's going to be Hampshire for half of the rounds. Chances are one of your riders are going to get hurt anyway.
I don't see any way that Hampshire rides 450 half the rounds and 250s the other half.
Well, that's what he said he wants to do.
I know, but they're going to be like, hey, man, you can win the title again. You can't risk it on the 450.
No, but
even though McGrath and Lamson and Chad and Burner and everybody
But
used to ride 450s.
my point with the downsizing is they may just say like, hey man, like 450 now, and here's the guy coming in behind you.
Maybe.
But his exact quote was, that's what I want to do, and I think it will happen.
Right.
Crucial second part.
Exactly. Yeah.
Okay.
While we're on topic, Mondi Fokker asks, are the KTM groups announced cuts somewhat forced by sponsors, Red Bull cutting sponsor budgets?
Robert Jonas said to me in an interview that will be out on Vital MX soon that they will be restructuring, and it's because of the current economic situation, not to do with MotoGP or anything like that.
And I got a quote from someone else that said they have a shit ton of new bikes they can't sell.
Yep, I've heard that too.
So economy or shit ton of new
I like
bikes.
how my quote was very professional.
Yeah.
Yours was
Yeah,
loose.
That's how we do it at Pulp. They've got a shit ton of new bikes that aren't selling that well, and they're cutting back.
It is I do wonder, and you'll never find it out, will you? But I wonder if they could go back in time if they would never do the Husqvarna gas
Right.
thing.
Yeah.
I would think there's a chance. Yes.
Yes. I mean, it was weird when they did it.
Well, it's like I said at the weekend. They brought Husqvarna.
Hey, we're gonna put different color plastic on. Hey.
Well, the plan
Like,
was for
you
them
know.
to be very different bikes.
Was it?
Yeah. The plan was for the Husqvarna to be technically very different. Like,
Yeah, you're right. I think they said a couple years, just like KTM, and then
but
new bike.
I asked Robert this on record as well, and he said that eventually they realised that you can only make the best bike once.
Right.
Which is perfectly
Okay.
sound.
No, yeah.
Almost makes you wonder why they didn't realise that in the planning.
Yes. All right.
Kenny G, 1969. At what point does someone tell a rider like Austin Forkner, your long-term health isn't worth the risk anymore? That guy is unbelievably talented, no doubt, but damn, dude.
Well, with this brain injury, from what people I talked to, it may have been there. This blood on his brain that he got operated on for, it may have been there from birth. He's just never had an MRI before to look at it.
Well, he said in the post that he did, he said that they found it in 2017 after like a concussion.
Yeah, but that could have been from birth.
Right, but that's what I'm saying is like.
Yeah, so they're not like, it got bigger with this crash.
Right, exactly.
So they went in and fixed it. But this is a normal surgery done by lots of people, and everybody they talk to say this is a normal surgery. He'll be back to 100%, no risk of injury, complications and all that stuff. And it may have been there from birth. So,
with Forkner, is it not a little bit like the Kennard syndrome? I think where he comes back and he immediately goes like as fast as ever, over and over again until he crashes. Like that's kind of what Trey would do over and over again. Like, would it be better for Forkner to like have 1 year of just let me tame it down, get fifths or whatever? You know what I mean?
Yeah, but this year was his first win since
he won 2 years ago.
2023 Foxborough.
Yeah, but that win was the first one in 4 years.
Yeah, so it's not like
he's won twice in 6 years or something.
Yeah, so my point is he is
a lot in that span
he is
too.
being like he isn't.
And Kennard's has a national championship at 450 Supercross.
No, I know, but I'm saying it's just the same effect.
Yeah, you're right. How do you tell a guy to take a fifth?
I get it,
right.
but
But where does Faulkner's career go to from here? That's interesting.
Great question, yeah.
Especially like, say he doesn't make it through all of the rounds next year, then especially like because we are at that like we've seen a lot of riders have injury problems. This may be the longest run of
a guy who keeps going.
Yeah.
All right.
Joe 27 for Kellen. Why did you stop streaming MXGPs on Mondays for MX Sim? What would it take to stream them again?
I stopped just because it was a time consumption type of thing. Like if I fly to a race on Thursday evening, be there Friday, Saturday, come home Sunday, I maybe get Sunday night with my family. Then I work all day Monday, stream GPs Monday night, work all day Tuesday, get a little bit of time with the family. Wednesday, stream Wednesday night, and then I'm back on a plane again. So I'd only get like 2 nights with my wife and kids, and I just needed to take a break. So, but maybe I'll start doing them again soon. Sorry.
What? This is the Sim MXGP series. Oh.
It's not. We don't know this. We're out.
Okay.
Yeah.
Volan's there.
Yeah.
That's all we know.
Boland and Jeremy Smith.
Not anymore.
Okay.
Oh.
And Harlan, there was some controversy with Harlan at some point. I don't know. All right.
Aiden Irvin 1 for you, Steve. No context, just pick one. Zoo or aquarium?
Aquarium.
How does that make you guys feel?
I can't remember what I picked. I think I said both are shit.
Oh, was this an LVK thing?
Oh, yeah, it was. Big one.
This is a big controversy.
Oh, I've always been aquarium guy. Well, I've always been SeaWorld over zoo guy. SeaWorld's not quite aquarium, but...
Lewis's opinion was basically, fuck both of them. They're useless.
Yeah, what are you going to do? Like, hey! Like, oh, there's a monkey there. Brilliant. Moving on. I'm not gonna stand there and watch the monkey for 5 minutes.
At the aquarium, you can buy the dead fish and feed the walruses and feed the seals.
Yeah, I don't need to do that. I'm good.
Okay, but that's an interactive thing. It's not just, hey, there's a monkey. There's an interaction with an animal. So it's kind of cool.
I don't need to... I can feed ducks at the park.
Okay.
Like, yeah, Kellen... I remember...
Is this like a hot or cold thing that you brought up? And he
No, this was a fan topic.
This was a fan topic that, yeah.
He said... But if someone said to you that there was a rare polar bear at San Diego Zoo, wouldn't you want to go and see it? And I said, no, just show me it on fucking YouTube. Same thing.
Yeah,
I'm looking at it.
I'm not going there for a rare or anything. But if I... And the question was I had to go, so...
Kellen leaked. He had a season pass to the zoo.
Jesus, Kellen.
San Diego Zoo...
He's got a kid.
No. Before, yeah. San Diego Zoo was like a 5-minute drive from my college.
Yeah.
And so it was just a thing to do. We had season passes to the Padres. We had season passes to the zoo.
I've been to the San Diego Zoo 3 or 4 times in my life.
The same way that in Italy, McDonald's is a thing to do.
Yeah.
Kellen was at the zoo.
Now, I shouldn't admit this, but when I was younger, I couldn't get enough of the aquariums with the ice flow halfway up the aquarium and then the penguins going in and out of the ice flow.
When you say you couldn't get enough?
Yeah.
Like you were there every day, or
No, but when I went, stare at them for a long time. Like you see the penguins go up, and then they're like, ooh, and they're in the water.
How young?
Love it. Old.
Oh.
20.
Oh, oh wow.
Yeah, I loved it.
I was thinking like 8.
No, I loved it.
Okay. Don't know where we go from here.
We like the finer things in life.
Love
Lewis.
the ice flows.
Just don't see the point. Waste of time.
Okay.
Just waste of time. Absolutely. Like, walk around, look at some stuff, leave. What am I getting out of that? What am I gaining?
Nothing.
No.
Nothing. Yeah.
Waste of time.
Right.
I told him like, and you've been to San Diego Zoo, like you go walk around, have some good food. They serve beer there. You go walk around with beer, like it's nice. So
yeah, it's good times.
No.
Okay.
Hard no.
Now I would prefer I would love a Bassettown Zoo if there was such a thing. I would really love that, but there's not. So
sad.
Well,
okay.
Business opportunity.
Yep.
Christoph Tomaschek. Steve, you've spent a lot of time with Lewis recently.
Oh, yeah.
What's his hottest take during the MXGP trip?
There's a lot. Like
I don't feel like there was any.
He's up. He's down.
I feel like I was
like everything you say. Like just now, even right now, the Herlings is the fastest guy today. I would bet all the money in the world. I would bet all my money. Like everything is just extreme.
Very extreme.
Right? Like
Yeah.
he doesn't just say like, oh yeah, I think it's gonna happen. Everything's got to be like extreme.
I'm trying to get my point across.
So yeah, there's a lot of that kind of hot takes.
But I don't feel like I had any. I felt like I was very mellow across the weekend.
Yeah. As far as that goes, I mean, yeah.
Just kind of did my thing.
Honestly, the racing, we were up on that hill. And I was kind of like, eh.
That was the worst part of the weekend.
Yeah.
The racing the worst part of the weekend.
The start was cool in the first couple of laps, and then you're like, eh. So.
Yeah, but I feel like
I don't like pit lane anymore. I'm down with pit lane.
Okay.
I'm never going to
That
pit lane
one's kind
again.
of shitty there, though. You can't really see much, huh?
Well, but you have TVs and
Yeah,
live
yeah,
timing
I'm
and
just
everything. But I'm done. It's too packed. I thought it would be better at a GP. Destinations is a shit show. I thought it would be better at a GP, and this one was as
Yeah, but
packed
that's
as
because
ever.
everyone piled on the left side to see the start. On the right side, it was empty because everyone was.
Nope, not true. I walked down there. On the right side, it was still packed.
Okay, no. Packed, come on.
Now, here's the thing. Teams had ropes. I could have just went under the rope if
Yep.
I knew the team, which you know.
No, you don't.
Oh.
You just go anywhere. The ropes are a loose program.
You can go underneath the ropes and just be like, whatever, I'm just standing here?
Yeah.
Okay.
They just it's just like a weird flex that teams do.
Okay.
Yeah.
But it's actually open to anybody who has a pass.
Well, no, not really, but
okay.
they don't have a jurisdiction over the area.
Oh, okay.
Adam Bury 4 for Kellen. Does playing MX for CTV Legends in first person hinder speed potential? It makes the game a lot more fun, but I feel like no one does it.
I mean, yes and no. I mean, it seems like the meta of playing the game is having the FOV as wide as you possibly can get it, and then just wide open everywhere and clearing big jumps. I don't know if that really does affect the speed, but maybe it does.
That isn't helping jet lag.
Olart Casey.
He gets so into it. He's so into it.
It's what I know.
I know. It's.
I zoned out.
He takes the question seriously, Steve.
Yeah.
This is what you want. Olart Casey, any rumors of other brands developing a 350 anytime in the future?
Nobody says anything. Nope. And even KTM says no racing it.
Yep.
Where did I ask that?
Ian Harrison, you asked him, and
yeah.
he basically just said like it's not worth their development time.
God, I've known Ian for a long time, and I've done a pod with him, and I've talked to him a lot, and I got so many compliments of that interview on the show, and I thought it was fine. Like, it was fine.
Well, I don't think you've had him on the show, maybe.
I think I have, but not for a long time.
He's a nice dude.
He was honest, and he was nice,
Yeah.
and it was a good interview. What did I put it in the top, 20% of my interviews? No, but apparently it was.
I think it was just because we interview the same people over and over so much.
Yeah.
But when you get someone good who is rare,
Yeah.
it feels like a novelty.
Sure.
Right.
Yeah.
Dr. Lock 69. Just how random are these random drug tests? Any coincidence that Jet gets tested while he's injured and likely taking antibiotics or pain meds?
No, they're random.
Yeah, it seems like it's every 4 or 5 rounds.
Yeah.
Is kind of
Yeah, it seems like
on
that.
a schedule. Seeming like.
DJ KT 115
DJ
has
KO?
their.
Where is he?
I don't know. What's he doing in the office?
He disappeared after the after party in Salt Lake City. Just
Gone.
into the bushes.
Yeah.
Hope he's okay. Please come home. We miss you.
I don't think Sean likes making fun of DJ KO.
Let's call him up.
Real quick on the Jet topic, though. Kind of bad look that he wins the race and then because of a drug test can't do the press conference? No?
Well, I think sometimes these guys can't pee. So if you pee, you're fine. Sometimes you can't pee because you're dehydrated.
I know,
so
but
then
it's
you have to
just-
wait.
Like, can you imagine, like, oh, Max Verstappen wins the Canadian Grand Prix. We'll see him next week.
When this happens in MXGP, they have doctors, whatever you want to call them, assigned to each person. So like Jet would do the press conference, but his guy is stood right there making sure he's not doing any funny business.
Yeah.
Right.
Like I've interviewed riders with their guy just like right there. It's like in case I'm not fucking around.
Right.
Solution to the problem.
DJ KT 115. Has there ever been a fill-in rider other than Master Pool to win a main event or overall?
Yes, Matt Gerke. Yamaha, Southwick. 09?
09, yeah.
And then Davey found Bowers won Vegas as a fill-in rider for PC. And we couldn't think of any other ones. We're kind of debating Kenny Keelan. Keelan got a factory bike. I don't think he was on the team. I think he just got a bike. Just like Down Dowd in 94. So
Is the rebuttal to does this get Master Pool a ride the fact that this did not get Gerke a ride?
No.
Okay.
Levon Eric, what in the hell is a Fantic? I know it's a Yamaha, but can a regular person buy one? Is Fantic a hop-up shop? I'm confused.
Okay. Turns out it's $1,000 more to buy than a Yamaha.
What?
Yes.
That seems like a terrible business model.
I know, but it's like a boutique bike.
Does it come with like added cool shit on it?
No,
or-
I don't think it does.
Really?
Well, apparently the two-strokes do.
Yeah, I think the
come with-
two-strokes are trick.
Yeah, they come with cooler stuff, but I don't know. That's what I was told by Adam Wheeler,
But they're
my street bike racing friend.
they are Yamahas.
Yes.
But for whatever reason, the deal is that they cannot bring them into America.
And what happened to Coldenhoff? Like, what's happened to Coldenhoff?
He's been fine.
Has he?
Yeah, I mean, not amazing, but he's been
You think he's been his career standard?
slightly less, but not like dramatically less.
Okay.
Like
I feel
Majora
like,
was.
I feel like it's been dramatically less, but okay.
Well, if you want to compare it to the Red Bud Nations, yes.
No, I'm not. No,
Okay.
I'm just saying.
No,
The Desnations rides came out of nowhere. They really did.
yeah.
He wasn't that good of a rider.
And then, yep.
He's not that good.
But he did win GPs after that.
He's probably
so-
won 3 GPs in his life.
Yeah, 3, I think.
2.
I'd say more like 5, 6,
Okay.
Oh, yeah, he did win a couple in like 22, 21.
Okay.
Something like that.
19.
Anyways,
18.
yeah.
Well, he won at the end of
I feel like it's
18.
not been good, but you say it's just mildly.
I mean, he is
opposite.
getting old now.
Yeah.
He cashed in big time with that Fantic deal.
Okay.
2-year deal.
I'm just glad you're talking to him now.
Yeah, and actually, missing out because we had a big old laugh at the end of the race. He said some nice things to me. We had lots of laughs. Yeah. Really wish I'd had like 6 years of that.
That continued your day. Just your the high of your day.
Honestly, Koldenoff gave me a really big compliment. And he's the guy I've had beef with.
Yeah. Yeah.
Mufasa.
Welcome Jason Anderson to the show.
Mufasa.
Yeah,
Remember who
Mufasa.
you are.
Yep.
Jimmy G, your MXDN USA team if you had to pick today.
Chase Sexton. Can Jet be American or no? No?
Probably not.
You could try.
Okay. Chase Sexton, Aaron Plessinger, and Deegs.
I think that you still just go Sexton, Deegan, and Tomac.
I don't think. First of all, the team has to be named before SMX.
It wasn't last year.
It wasn't?
No. No, remember last year it went on and on and on.
Oh,
This-
yeah.
Yeah,
Right, 'cause
they
couldn't
announced it
find
at the
anybody.
second SMX right before Chicago.
And say Tomac comes back at Unadilla or Buds.
He's not. I don't think.
I think that's that's the earliest possible.
Yeah.
Or say he comes back in the first SMX. That's still a month before the Nations.
He wasn't that good this year. He only won 1 race.
Oh, dang, okay.
If I said that, I would be getting some calls. Steve's number is...
I don't think coming off an injury with his season that he's an auto pick.
I think
you need to see something.
Yeah, but I feel like outdoors specifically, you'd have to say he's more of a likely good pick than AP, probably.
But then again, rebuttal to that, if he doesn't race outdoors this year, the Nations would be his first motocross race since 2022.
Yeah.
That sounds scary.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But
AP, he's a cowboy.
let's be honest.
He's an American.
Let's be honest. That's logical about Tomac. But
Maybe AP can do the anthem.
is he going to wear cowboy gear?
Yeah.
Okay.
He's out.
Yeah.
I don't know, man. I don't think Tomac's an automatic pick like Lewis thinks.
But I think that logically you're right, and all of the facts we just said, first outdoor since 2022, blah blah blah, all of that counts against Tomac. But I think that rather than think logically about this,
yeah, why would you want to think logically?
the thought process more leans on like, what would be the accepted opinion? What is the safest option? What I think what I'm getting at is I think that it would be too controversial to turn your back on Tomac.
Okay. I do not think that. Kellen, what's your team?
I think I would need to see him race again before.
In Super Motocross or
in motocross?
Outdoors?
If he doesn't make it back before SMX, no. Pick somebody else.
He's a monster rider?
That team, basically. Chase, Deegan, and AP otherwise.
Okay.
Is after Tomac, is AP the other top American right now?
I mean, it's Anderson's mixing it up there, but Cowie won't send him. So.
Justin Cooper? Over AP?
Eh.
I think I would.
It'd be a coin flip for me. The good thing about J Coop, I think, over AP is he'd probably start better. But
Phil?
Solid.
He would to Kellen's point, he would start better.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Are you kidding me?
That's horrible.
Motorsport.com. Tweet at Talent Segment. Thanks to Motorsport.com. Guys, all right. We're going to talk 450s, but, like, whatever. Jet 1. Hunter still got the
review
red
show
plate.
tomorrow?
Yeah.
Latest review show, maybe.
Anderson rode like a dick, but whatever.
Wow.
I loved it.
Hunter's really good.
Hunter's really good. Hunter's broken away from the pack.
I think Hunter had already broken away after round 1, to be honest.
Okay.
Also, I feel like, in hindsight, it's really shocking that Hunter didn't run away with Hangtown Moto 2. Like, the level that Hunter is on, he should have been too far gone for Chase to catch him. It's weird that in that moto, he was just a guy.
You know what was weird is I asked him, I was like, so last week it didn't go exactly how you wanted it, but still a very good week. And he's like, what do you mean it didn't go how I wanted it? It was fine. And I was like, this is the only time he didn't finish on the podium in a moto yet so far. I don't know.
Hunter's got that chip, man.
Yeah.
He's got that chip on his shoulder.
Lewis and I debated this on the pod, whether or not Hunter being in a championship fight with Jet changes the relationship between the two of them on a 450. And he's out. Like, nothing's going to ever change between them.
No, I agree. Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah,
Okay.
I think Dazzy keeps it real.
And also, I feel like they're so, like my point on the pod was, I feel like Hunter is so comfortable in his position of, like, underdog. And, like, if he gets beat by Jet, he'll say, Jet's amazing. Like, what? I can't expect to beat him. And if he beats him, he'll say, I beat the most incredible rider. I'm like, how amazing, you know?
Yeah.
Like, I don't think ego will get in the way, is essentially what I'm saying.
What else from 450s?
I feel like the Ferrandis Phoenix Honda ship is sinking.
Yeah, I mean, I was never on board. Privateer bike.
Did you see Barsha's story with both of his knees?
Yes.
But it was just one knee? So what happened to the second knee?
No, he hurt his other knee at the race.
At High Point?
Yeah,
right.
Point. Yeah.
I feel like there's a high chance he's got a torn ACL, right?
Yeah.
I feel like he should just get surgery.
Yeah.
Waiting to the end of the year and then jeopardizing Supercross
right.
is a bad decision, IMO.
McElrath had his best race of the season.
Yeah, definitely. I noticed his name on the leaderboard, and I'm like, man, they made big strides this week or something.
You're
because
like, oh, okay, goddamn.
Well, yeah, just like we saw him at Thunder Valley. It was not
it hasn't
good.
Been good all year.
Hasn't been good all year, but yeah, 8-10, pretty good.
All right. That's been the 450 recap, everybody.
Cade came back.
Cade's
rough
back.
day. Yeah. Okay. Best interview tonight.
This is nice to hear from Phil again.
Dean, Vlaanderen, Drew Adams. You didn't hear Vlaanderen, but
it was nice to hear from Phil again.
Okay.
Dean.
I'll go Drew Adams. Nick, what do you think?
I'll go Dean.
Wow. Tallon?
Phil's always my favorite.
Yeah, Phil's tough to beat, for sure. Rocky Ridge Trucks, by the way, your ultimate off-road vehicle. GMC, Ford, Jeep, Nissan, Ram, Chevy, Lewis. Each
Chevy?
vehicle is easily financed through your local dealership, and best of all, retains the factory warranty, Lewis.
Praise the Lord.
Say goodbye to the hassles of do-it-yourself customization. No more waiting. Drive the vehicle you've always dreamed of. RockyRidgeTrucks.com. I saw a truck in Vegas with Rocky Ridge across the hood, Rocky Ridge logos on the side. There's a Rocky Ridge.
They're in this area, Rocky Ridge?
I think they're everywhere.
Oh, okay. I didn't know if it was like a local.
No. It's all dealerships can sell Rocky Ridge trucks.
Will there be a giveaway anytime soon?
Yes, caller 9.
Okay, I'll try my best.
I think it might be already done.
Chris Matt's on the line.
RockyRidgeTrucks.com. Thank you to those guys. Atlas braces. Don't forget. Dylan Wright using Atlas out there, coming back to racing this weekend. Works Connection, PulpMX 20 is the code to save. WUSA, Get Data, Wiseco, Factory Chassis Parts, MTX Braking, Ethica, Troll Training. Thank you to Troll Training for all that they do. Tell them Pulp sent you if you want to do that and get on that program. FMF, Guts Racing, OGO, Maxima, Firepower, Pro Filter, Acerbis, Renthal, Michelin, Race Tech, X Brand, Decal Works, Fly Racing, Motorsport.com, all on board with us. Kellen, thank you.
Yeah, thanks for having me, man.
Start
Appreciate
Your Systems, Moto Online. Thanks for coming up.
Yeah, appreciate it, dude.
I'll get you back up here at some point.
Hopefully, yeah.
And then Lewis.
Hi.
Great to hang out with you the last 7 days, it seems like.
You say it seems like a bad thing, but okay.
Good times. We had a good time.
Yeah, we did.
You know? I
Wash
feel like we were good roomies.
Yeah, no issues.
No issues.
It was calm.
It was calm. We ate. We both were hungry at the same time. You know,
there was no debate.
No debating.
We were both 5s.
Yeah, we went to bed at the same time. Like no one was like, "Hey, I want to sleep." The other guy was like, "Fuck you."
So is Lewis's ups and downs then? It's only related to being at the track.
Yeah,
he's
it's
a
just
5 all the time, and then gets to the track.
Yeah, it's the moto stuff that he's over analyzing things people say. What should he do? This guy didn't look at him, so does that mean he
Wait, no, that did not happen.
No, but things like that. Like
I mean, that's a bit extreme.
You're too much in your head. You got to have more confidence.
Well, I do now because Mufasa came to me and told me to remember who I am.
Fuck my ass.
No, it was a bit of a head fuck of a weekend. Let's put it that way. But yeah.
Okay. Well, yeah, it was great to hang out with you.
Yes, we had very good times.
And you may go back to MXGP. You may be back.
No.
This year.
Oh, you mean to one? I thought you meant permanently.
Yeah, no.
Like, I'll do the last round for sure.
Yeah, okay.
Sounded like UNC were working out a sick deal on the podcast.
Yeah, if that money comes off, that'd be great.
That'd be great, yeah.
Probably that negotiation probably took too much of the interview, but hey ho.
Yeah.
There was also he took a call, so it was very it was a very fluid situation.
No, it was good good to hang out with you. It was fun.
Yeah, it was honestly like a much better weekend than I imagined.
He was so happy. He was just in his element.
I more meant like hanging out and good times, but yeah.
Wait, quickly.
Oh,
quickly.
What could this be? This could be
porta potties.
Oh.
So, yes, in Europe, also no lock the doors. Also, Euros, dicks out, peeing, like no problem. Okay, so we got a problem.
They have that thing in Europe too, where it's like a 4-sided urinal thing that's just like a stand or
But
whatever.
they didn't have those in.
That's fucking next level.
See, I use that and I feel fine.
You're just pissing.
And you're kind of just standing amongst people with yourself out.
The walls are big enough.
What about like little girls and women that walk by and you see the men pissing?
The fact that I use that, does that make me like proper Euro?
Yes.
Oh, wow.
You kind of are proper Euro, though.
Okay. So I said we got a problem in America. No, we got a problem in the world. Because
the world.
Still not locking porta potties in Europe. Second of all, I want to import these porta potties because they're brilliant. I've never seen one before in my life like this. There's a stainless steel tray that sits 4 to 5 inches below the hole. And when you poop or pee, it just slides off the stainless steel. You never see
splash.
it. You never get splashed. You don't look down a hole with like poop and toilet paper and everything. You don't see any of that. And you say these are common, Lewis. These are
across Europe.
Across Europe.
Yeah, I've not seen ones like America, where it's just
so it's
a
just.
hole.
Do you know what I'm talking about? It's
Yeah. I know.
No, but have you seen them
in Europe? Yeah.
Oh, you have seen them.
Yeah.
So you poop and it goes shoop.
You feel like you're in a clean toilet.
Yeah. Business done. Pee slides right off of it. Why don't we have these in America?
It is weird, isn't
and
it?
if you're listening to this and you own this company, please, I will be your importer. I want to import these into America, and this is my new business.
So what we needed here is a trade. We need America's rental car system transported to Europe,
Yeah.
and then all the porta potties in Europe transported back to the USA.
You would think Europe wouldn't give a fuck about lawyers and everything else because there's no lawyers and nobody sues in Europe. You know what I mean? It's not like here in
Yeah.
America. So why all the fucking waivers and all the forms? Because
I don't know.
apparently nobody sues. America, everybody sues, and you can just take a car and drive off. Doesn't make any sense. It's backwards, right?
A little bit, yeah.
You think in America where everybody can sue everybody, they'd be like, and now, Mr. Mathis, here's the tire. And now, Mr. Mathis, here's the key. You know what I mean? To protect you against liability.
I'm
But
handing you the key. The key is now yours.
Yeah.
The transition is coming.
Right,
Here we
'cause
go.
'cause you can sue anybody anytime for anything. But in Europe, there's no suing.
No.
Yet they're still so fucking careful.
I
Okay.
just find it weird that like it's the same company, so why isn't it the same process everywhere? And like a porta potty is a thing everywhere, so why is it different everywhere? Like, you know, simple concepts.
Obviously, these porta potties are probably more money than a normal porta potty. They got more technology. But
I wouldn't call it technology, but sure.
it is technology.
Yeah.
Okay, so anyways, shout out to those porta potties. Fantastic. Love them.
And not shout out to the wash bays.
Wash base can kill you. If you're Lily's, Scott, if you're listening to this.
Lily's. Isn't it Lillis?
Lillis? I'm jet lagged. Someone make a
Tata?
note. Someone make a note of all the names I fucked up tonight. Okay.
Haruf?
Aruf. Okay, so Lils. Lilies? What is it?
Lillis. He's Australian. It's not like Lillis.
Hey, Scott Lillis, if you're listening, you could die. You could die from the wash base. Ask Ray Archer. Okay.
Oh, God.
It's
We're
time.
back.
Thanks to our sponsors. Thank you for you people using the codes. Really appreciate it. There's no race next week, but there is a show. We are back on Monday with Daniel Blair. Tallon, thanks, buddy. Good job.
Yep, thanks, Steve.
You going to motorsport.com tomorrow? You're on board?
I'm actually off tomorrow, but I'll be there
that's nice.
Thursday through Saturday.
Thank you for not being Tits right now because he would be so angry.
You're welcome.
So thank you.
Also, shout out Tits for the e-bike.
Shout out Tits for the e-bike. Shout out that you're riding.
Shout out that I'm riding.
Okay.
Shout out me.
Shout out you. Hour long, buddy. Marks, thank you. Thanks for coming in and sitting on the couch all night. Notice Marks never put headphones on at once to listen to one interview.
Just chilling.
Yep. Just small little things that I noticed.
Planning vacations over there.
Yeah, exactly. Nick, thanks, buddy. Appreciate it.
Oh, thank
Nick,
you guys.
Do you want me to say your last name?
Sure.
You don't care?
No.
Okay, what is it?
Powers.
Nick Powers.
What is it?
Nick Powers, everybody. That's pretty cool, Powers.
Have you ever had anyone say they don't want their full name shared?
You never know.
Okay.
You got to ask.
Like you've got to introduce people.
He could have been Nick DeWolf the whole time.
Dude.
Oh, you missed a moment. You could
Powers
you
the
should have
Wolf.
done it.
Powers the Wolf.
Powers the Wolf.
Let's call him Nick the Wolf. Right?
I like it.
New guy, blank canvas.
Yeah.
Sky's the limit.
We can make him whatever he wants.
We
Nick
already
the Wolf.
have a wolf and a dog. We need a new nickname.
Yeah.
I don't know if the
Nick,
wolf will
Nick
work.
the Wolf. Working the phones. Working the cameras. Okay, I'm done. We got to go.
Good night, Steve.
Thanks, everybody, for listening. Appreciate it. Kellen Brauer, Lewis Phillips. I'm Steve Mathis. See you next week. I go to all the places. I try all the cock.
There's something I want to get off my chest. And it's about that summer when you went away to community college. I got an offer to do Playgirl magazine. And I did it. I did a full spread for Playgirl magazine. I mean spread, man. I pulled my butt apart and stuff, and I was totally nude, and it was weird. I mean, you probably didn't hear about it because I went under the name of Mike Honcho, but I just wanted you to know that. If you could hear me, if it got into your brain somehow, that I spread my butt cheeks as Mike Honcho.
Sword inside your flame, how it burns to play your games. Destroy me, defeat me, and melt me down. You cast me, complete me.